El Dorado County. Welcome. It is our pleasure to welcome you to this regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors. It's Tuesday, November 14th, 2023. And I'd like to call the meeting officially to order. And we have, let's see, Pastor Linda Burton of the Foothills United Methodist Church that will lead us in the invocation.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning, Pastor Burton. Welcome.
Thank you. It's actually Burson, but that's fine.
My apologies.
That's okay. So here's a little reflection to get us started today. I posted a picture of this glorious tree that's outside my office that is brilliant red, and I was talking about how it inspired me. And somebody humorously put a comment on my Facebook page. Just remember, all those leaves are dying. And I thought, oh my goodness, I laughed about it. But then it started me thinking, and I was thinking about how in fall, we are reminded that we're in a cycle all the time of things being born and things dying. And sometimes things need to rest and regenerate. And sometimes they need to spring to life. So I was thinking about planning and how we're called to always be thinking about the fact that sometimes we have to let go of certain things in order to move forward. Sometimes we have to let things die. Sometimes we have to nurture things and invest in them. I have houseplants and I cannot seem to get myself to the point of being a green thumb. I've gotten myself beyond killing all of them, but I'm not really very good at keeping them alive, but I have gotten good at tending to them. So I just ask you to think about how we tend to our vision. What needs to die? What needs to be birthed? How do we make room for visions of the future? How do we keep ourselves during difficult times eyeing a future of hope? We all know spring comes, and the rains we had last year felt like they were never going to end, but they did. And so I invite you to just reflect on this, and I invite you into a time of prayer, reflection, meditation, whatever you prefer to call it. Let us pray. God, we give you thanks for birth, for new life, and in a strange way, for death. We give you thanks that you keep us moving forward. Help us to keep the people of this county and indeed the whole world in our thoughts as we plan, as we execute, as we make decisions together. Help us to put aside all the stresses and concerns that we came into the room with so that we can truly focus on the business before us and guide each of our steps with a vision that is beyond ourselves so that we're always expanding our vision and being open to new things. Amen.
Amen.
Pastor Burson, as we move forward into this business meeting and attend to the business at hand, thank you so much for those really helpful thoughts and reflections on governance. And may we all be inspired by them. Thank you so much for being with us this morning.
Thank you for inviting me.
All right, and with that, Supervisor Parlin, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Sure, everybody please stand. Begin. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Excellent. All right. With that, we move into the adoption of the agenda and the approval of the consent calendar. As you can see before us, we have a busy day packed with information and then a robust workshop this afternoon with the Planning Commission, which we definitely look forward to. So at this time, I will ask any supervisors if they have any changes or comments on the consent calendar. Let's start to my right. Supervisor Lane? No changes. Thank you. Supervisor Heidel?
No changes.
Supervisor Turnboot?
No changes.
Supervisor Parlin?
Yeah, I really need to get with county council because these keep popping up and surprising the heck out of me. There's another item on here regarding funding for the Ponderosa Road interchange, and I didn't look into it ahead. So out of an abundance of caution, I'll just recuse myself on the item number 14.
Item 14, okay. All right, thank you. And Steph, do we have any changes?
We do. Sue Henneke will provide that.
Excellent. Good morning, Sue.
Good morning, Sue Henneke with the Chief Administrative Office. It's not a change to the agenda, but I just wanted to make the board and anyone listening aware. We had originally scheduled and noticed first reading of our amendments to our defensible space ordinance for today. However, we determined we need a little bit more time to work through some questions from some of our stakeholders. So we have rescheduled and renoticed that for December 12th. So that item will not be heard today in case anyone was planning on commenting on it. It's not on the agenda.
Thank you for clarifying that. I know that's a item of great importance, so thank you for that. We'll look forward to hearing that on December 12th. All right, so with that, Kim, let's invite any public comment on the consent calendar.
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. I will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anyone like to comment on any item? And please let us know which item you're commenting on so we can follow along. Good morning.
Oh, microphone, Sue.
Just push the button on the microphone. On the
There it is,
face.
yeah.
There you
There
go.
you go.
Thank
So
you, Sue.
does that work?
Yes,
Okay.
perfect.
So this is number 5, the appointment of Laurel Brentbaum to the Economic Development Advisory Committee. I just have a couple of questions. First, I want to say that I believe that each supervisor has the right to appoint the person that best represents themselves and their community. After all, we are a representative government and not a oligarchy. Actually, what you did to me, I researched a lot, and it was actually illegal to not allow Supervisor Turnbull to have me represent him at that time when, anyway, that was another story. Second, I would want to, and I think each supervisor should pick their own representative, and whether everybody else likes it or not, that's tough. And because we are a representative government. Anyway, second, I want to say that this is nothing personal about the person applying for this job, but it's just a question on the reasoning for this appointment and if there is a financial conflict of interest in appointing this person. So the first part is mainly directed at Lori Parlin, and we know that Laurel represents many large developers in the county, mainly Parker Development and also others. She mainly comes to the board meetings to lobby for those interests. That's her job. In fact, she is the only person that supported the Dollar General store being approved to be placed in Georgetown's historic Main Street, and she also backed the one in Cool. I would not be surprised if she even worked to bring these businesses into the county, since again, that is her job. So why would you place Laurel in a position to make decisions for what businesses would be supported in the county when she was so obstinate against the people in that district? And then my other question for county council is that since Laurel is the chief executive officer of the El Dorado County Chamber PAC, who receives financial contributions to campaign for these business interests, and also she states that she represents the chamber as a founding member of the Economic Alliance in partnership with the county and other organizations with a mission to grow business in the county along the Highway 50 corridor, which I hope to. There's not a timer.
There's not. I'm sorry.
So I'm
Kim
a
will
little
let you know in
nervous.
30 seconds.
Can you give me more?
No, sorry.
Okay. Okay. So with the county and organization with a mission to grow, I mean, I live on Highway Corridor on a rural center, and I would rather you apply the general plan to the decisions rather than somebody's business interests. And then the other part is Chamber CEO. She's responsible for the success of our
30
county
seconds remaining.
contracts for the promotion and growth of the Visitors Authority, which she has contracts with the county. So I'm just concerned about the conflict of interest and picking this person to represent that district. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. And we do apologize about the timer. We recognize that it makes it very difficult, and we are working on our technological challenges for that.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. As you know, I review the agenda completely every weekend for the Taxpayers Association, and then I make a report. So my point is number 12.
Okay, thank you.
I thought it was important to highlight it because of the ones that are here on consent. I thought 12 at least deserved some statement, as part of the approval process. This is pretty big because El Dorado County Opportunity Knox Continuum of Care. We've had many meetings here in the chambers discussing how that is different than county government, meaning it's coming from the state, it's coming through, there's many people involved, but our HHSA department is extremely important in the moving of the funds to get them to services. Now, we're making some changes here, and I recognize that these changes are based on something important to the respective supervisors. But there's nothing I can see where it really speaks to why make the change and how long does this term, it probably tells me right here, through February 4th of 2024. But anyway, can you speak just a little bit more about 12? Just highlight it, please, somebody. Thank you.
We hear your request. Yeah,
Okay.
thank you, Chris. Any other comments? All right, Kim, let's go online.
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. I'm taking public comment from Kelly.
Good morning.
Good morning to you all. Happy Tuesday. Again, I'm going to talk really fast because I have two things. One is I can promise you there was no conversation, collusion. I had no idea Sue Taylor and I were thinking on the same path. I too have a really, and it's just based on facts, nothing personal, on the appointment of Laurel to the Economic Committee, greatly because of the Chamber PAC correlation. I would remind all of you, except for Supervisor Turnbull, of course, that you fired Todd White for conflict of interest of his role in the Republican committee. I believe an economic committee appointment with somebody who is on a PAC and has many alliances with developers and larger business builders in a community that's thriving to try to stay to its general plan, it just doesn't look good. And I would say the same thing about myself being on a committee like this. Anyone who has a strong presence in the community to one side of an organization or another, I would personally, even though legally I have the right to do both, I personally, with being in the building industry as I am in the commercial construction, would find myself in a conflict of interest. The second thing, and I'm going to just nag on this till the cows come home, item 9, the non-competitive clause for the packaging company, for the senior nutrition. I hope someday we celebrate that you will first do your due diligence to see if there's any company. It's in California. This company is in Michigan. I found 2, Great Northern Packaging Company and another company called EPAC, that are all in California. Let's support California's declining economy. Businesses are leaving, employees are losing their jobs and going to these states like Michigan. So it's fine if you end up, you can't find a good competitor or an equal, but let's start having local, state, and local area business clauses before we say non-compete. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, thank you. For the sake of clarity, County Council, are the actions before us today on the consent calendar, are there any conflicts with the actions that are proposed?
Well, it's difficult to say. I haven't, assessed the nature of Ms. Brentbum's interests, but I will say that typically conflicts of interest are considered on a more discrete basis rather than a holistic basis as what's being contended today. If Ms. Brentbum did, in fact, if she qualifies as a public official based on her appointment, if she has a personal financial interest in the outcome of a decision that's being made by the Economic Development Advisory Committee, there's the opportunity for there to be a conflict that we would have to assess at that time. But again, without knowing any more, it's really difficult to assess whether or not she would have any conflicts frankly, it's difficult to assess whether or not she would be even considered a public official for purposes of the conflict of interest rules, given that CDAC has no decision-making authority. So I guess this is my long way of saying I can't answer your question, given the information I have in front of me today.
Can I provide some clarity on it,
Yes,
actually?
yes.
So, right, so Laurel and I have quite a bit of history in the county. It's almost legendary, I think, at times, and we disagree on many things. However, a couple of years ago, she and I had a conversation about the need to reorganize CDAC. And we both went, what? We actually agree that it needed to be reorganized. It wasn't functioning as well as a committee, which then started that whole conversation the board had, the direction, I think last year, I think it was, to do an assessment of CDAC. And then the report was brought back, and then the board gave direction to assign an ad hoc to do that with CDAC. At that time, my District 4 rep, and I go through District 4 reps, I just burned through them on CDAC because CDAC was so dysfunctional, quite honestly, and people felt it was a waste of their time. So I did not appoint Laurel immediately. I just left my District 4 seat open. However, I've been hearing, and Laurel said that CDAC committee has been having a hard time getting a quorum. And we have an ad hoc that's trying to work with them to get some direction. And so since Laurel and I agree on the reorganizing of CDAC and the direction that we think it should go, I appointed her specifically for that. And again, reminder that the conversation at the board was CDAC might actually reorg itself out of being CDAC. And if, you know, I do not intend on keeping Laurel in that position beyond the reorg part. So just to make that clear for everyone, not beyond, and I don't even know if there will be an opportunity to have district reps when CDAC is reorg. I just don't know. But I do agree with her that it needed to be reorganized in the structure that she and I talked about. We actually were very like-minded, which was good to hear, I guess. So that's why I'm appointing her. It's not that I feel she represents the community or how I think about other things. Just let's reorganize this. So that is specifically what it's for, just to make that clear.
Thank you. What is the will of the board on the consent calendar?
Sorry, adoption agenda and approval of the consent calendar with the following changes. Supervisor Parlin will recuse herself on item number 14. Staff made a comment that the defensible space discussion has been rescheduled to December 12th, 2023.
I'll move the item.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Supervisor Heidel, seconded by Supervisor Parlin.
Did you want to speak to item 12
Or
or no?
No, I will circle back around twice. All right, any other discussion?
No.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No, motion carries. All right, thank you. All right, with that, Kim, let's move on to our 9 a.m. time allocation.
Item number 27 is a hearing from the Department of Transportation recommending the board, 1, conduct a public hearing to receive public comment of all interested parties for or against the dissolution of the Gilmore Vista Zone of Benefit. 2, make findings consistent with the county's policy and procedure guidelines for creation and administration of zones of benefit within the county service area. And 3, if there is no majority protest, adopt and authorize the chair to sign the resolution. Supervisor Thomas, can you please open the hearing?
With that, I will open the public hearing. Good morning, Raphael.
Good
Thanks for being
morning,
with
Madam
us.
Chair, Board of Supervisors, Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. Almost 4 years ago, the Department of Transportation took over this zone benefits program. And since taking that over, we've wanted to make improvements and streamline the program in its same efficiencies that we had in that of maintenance and operations. And since going to maintenance and operations, we've streamlined and remodified a lot of the specifications to find efficiencies. One of those efficiencies in working with one of the zone of benefits has been being able to find other alternatives for the zones to operate within their own accord. And so then with that said, I am going to bring up Elizabeth Hess, who is the program manager for that program, to go over some of the details as to the dissolution of that ZOB in collaboration with the zone of benefits. So with that said, I'll hand it over to Elizabeth.
All right, thank you so much. Good morning, Ms. Hess.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, Supervisors. My name is Elizabeth Hess. I'm the Administrative Analyst for the Zones of Benefit Program under DOT or Transportation. And as Raphael discussed, we have been diligently streamlining many of the processes we can within the program. However, we are working with Gilmore Vista's key contact on this particular request because they have submitted an application on October 31st of this year to dissolve their zone of benefit in favor of a homeowners association. That is already an established association up there for them. And so they will add these services for their road maintenance, snow plowing efforts, and other road maintenance matters. Staff validated the information contained in the application for compliance with the program guidelines that not less than 10% of the registered voters within the zone of benefit had completed that application. Ultimately, 43.5% of the registered voters residing in the zone completed the application. Staff concurs that the public interest and necessity no longer require the Gilmore Vista zone of benefit. And at the request of the key contact, Mr. Hyder, the board scheduled this public hearing to consider public comments against the dissolution of the Gilmore Vista zone of benefit. And Raphael and I will remain here if you have any questions for us.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much. And
You're very welcome.
the zone of benefits is an option. It's a tool for neighborhoods that find themselves in the difficult position of maintaining a roadway and getting all the neighbors to participate. It's a helpful tool, but when it's no longer helpful, you know, it doesn't have to be forever. And so I really commend this neighborhood for taking it on themselves and managing their roads the way they'd like to do that. So that's wonderful. Are there any questions for staff at this point?
No.
All right, wonderful. Let's go to public comment on this item, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 27. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. I will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Is there anyone in the boardroom that would like to speak on item number 27?
Seeing no public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
All right, so with that, I will close the public hearing and bring this back to the board. Is there any further discussion? Since this is in my district, I will move approval of item number 27.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Supervisor Parlin. Any further discussion?
Nope.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. So just wish Gilmore Vista neighborhood all the best.
Yeah.
Thank you. And thank you, staff. Appreciate it. All right, Kim, let's move down our department matters and move on to item number 22.
Item number 22 comes from Health and Human Services Agency, recommending the board, 1, appoint Matthew Minson, MD, to serve as the county public health officer and local registrar for vital statistics. 2, approve the advanced step hiring at step 5 of the salary range. 3, approve the assignment of a recruitment signing bonus and additional vacation leave. And 4, approve the allowance of relocation reimbursement.
Good morning, Olivia. This is an exciting appointment.
I know it. Good morning.
Good morning.
Olivia Byron Cooper, Director of the Health and Human Services Agency, and I am here to enthusiastically recommend that we appoint Dr. Matthew Minson to serve as the County Public Health Officer. In accordance with the Health and Safety Code of California, it is a legal requirement to appoint a full-time health officer to California counties. And Dr. Minson comes to us with extensive qualifications and accolades. Equally, if not more important, he has a great affinity for our county and extensive experience working in rural communities. So I think that he will make a good addition to our team.
wonderful. And the board had an opportunity to meet Dr. Minson via Zoom, and just deeply impressed with his background, with his qualifications. And, I'd like to acknowledge that we haven't always had the best luck with out-of-state recruitments, but this one is different. Dr. Minson is going to be a tremendous asset to our county, not only with his deep background, but he understands us, and he's eager. My understanding is he's eager to be here.
Very.
So very much look forward to working with him.
Me too.
That's exciting. Does the board have any questions or comments at this point?
No, not at all. Not at this time.
All right. Is Dr. Minson with us at all, or? Oh, great. Would love to give him the opportunity to join us. Good morning, Dr. Minson.
Hi, I am also enthusiastically excited about this, so thank you very much. I just wanted to tell you, I'm really honored by this, and I'm tremendously humbled. I apologize for the setting. I'm in the process of packing, so I'm sitting in an empty room with a bad echo. I will be in county this Saturday. I'll be traveling, and I'll be with you then. This is important and noble work, and I just want to say, and this is wholehearted. My fervent hope is that 6 weeks after this appointment, that you're comfortable and reassured and happy that I'm there, and that 6 months later you're proud. So I'm beyond happy and really enthusiastic about getting there, and but I'll still, monitor the speed limit. Otherwise, I can hardly wait, and really look forward to being part of the community and doing great work.
Dr. Minson, we can hardly wait to welcome you and your beautiful wife to our county. Look forward to working with you to move our county forward, and also look forward to benefiting from your deep knowledge and experience across all levels of government. We have a lot to gain from your deep knowledge, and are so grateful that you are enthusiastic about applying your deep skill set to the citizens of El Dorado County. So just happy packing and safe travels, and we look forward to seeing you here on Saturday.
Thank you very much.
That's wonderful. Oh, so with that, Kim, let's move to public comment on this item.
Now taking public comment on item number 22. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. I will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom, and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Doc, I'm 43 years coming before the Board of Supervisors on different items. And for the first time, seeing you and your enthusiasm, you actually have social skills. So I'm not sure where they found you, but I'm looking also forward for you coming here to our community and joining us. I think you're going to be a good addition. And I just wanted to, from the community, thank you so much for considering us. Thank you.
May I respond to that?
Go right ahead, Dr. Minson.
What a lovely thing to say. That makes me feel great. Thank you. I don't know about social skills. I mean, you may change your mind about that later on, but I will share with you that I do think that everything you're going to hear from me is quite honest, and I'll do my best to be a good communicator, because a lot of the things about public health, and especially the medical applications of public health, are not always communicated tremendously well. In my experience, I've seen colleagues that have lamented that. I think sometimes it's easy to put it in more common analogies and things, or to give straight talk. And sometimes the message is not an easy one to hear. Sometimes it's quite welcome because there's resources and assets that are available. So I'm looking forward for the opportunity to test my social skills and communicate public health matters. So thanks very much for that comment. That was just wonderful.
Thank you, Dr. Minson. Are there any other comments in the room? All right, seeing none, let's go online, Kim.
Not taking public comment from Zoom participants. Not taking public comment from 525.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Great meeting so far. Wonderful comments by Chris. Just sharing, in my family, I have a public health nurse, and then over the years, I've interacted both with the different challenges in public health on the homeless front, the hospice front, and the mental health front. And great teams you have up here for all those things. Everything I'm seeing and reading about the doctor, wonderful. Welcome to this place, and kudos. I know how hard it is to recruit, and especially to recruit quality from out of state. So, and it's an interactive thing. So kudos to the candidates and the one you chose. My framing is, doctor, you have great relationship skills, and in the public health arena, it's like moving up from good bedside manners to the really challenging approach of handling the diversity in our county, especially the rural and the distance part. So welcome, and thank you again, Board of Supervisors and Department, for bringing this about.
Thanks for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Kelly.
Good morning again.
Oh, that sounded very macabre, Wendy. Good morning again. I guess he must know I'm not necessarily going to be the one that's like, we're so excited. Okay, I just want to make a couple things clear as the daughter of a physician, so I do respect you. Just please know, El Dorado County is never playing the COVID game again. We will not participate in mandated vaccines. We will not participate in mandated masking. We will not participate in our children being locked out of school, becoming depressed and suicidal. We will not allow another 50% of our small businesses. We pray that's your sentiment, that you realized it was a big lie that government, in our opinion, used to, I don't even know, jump the gun. They're learning so much more. I hope your skills in heart attacks are good. Maybe you can get Marshall Hospital to get a better critical care unit, because those are on the rise, and we're missing a lot of emergency health care, and especially trauma health care in El Dorado County. Having to life flight people is unacceptable when they keep approving more and more housing into our area of people who will need emergency services and hospitalizations, and we have nothing to offer them except for a trip to Sacramento or Roseville. That would be great. Please stay out of our children's business. We'd like to have the parents be the ones who are the advisors on their children's medical care, whether it's mental or physical health care, all of those good things. Otherwise, we would love to welcome you. I'm sure that you can do very well on a salary package of over $300,000. I should have had my dad apply. He just retired from Chief of Staff of Kaiser. So I'm sure that you'll find a lovely place to settle and spend the rest of your years. Just keep us free and basically stay in your lane is all we ask. Thank you.
Thanks.
Now taking public comment from Tracy.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning. Hi. I want to concur with most of what Kelly said, actually all of it. I've noticed you have a very diverse resume. You're a movie maker, you write books, you have a lot of time for your hobbies. So we see that you have a work-life balance. And just, this county, we don't play COVID here. We're not going to be closing down again. We don't wear masks. And we don't push vaccines here. We are a rural county, and we stick together. So if you want to come to this county, we're going to have some high expectations of you. I also want to say to the supervisors, no to giving extra vacation. That's, we have a beautiful place to come to, and we offer a nice salary already with excellent benefits. And so I'm not sure why we need to negotiate things like that to be just giving away everything. But if you stay in your lane and you don't try to, suggest lockdowns, and you can admit that the COVID response was atrocious, an abomination, a trampling of the Constitution. As long as you understand those things, that we're not going to play those games here. Oh, and we don't play the climate hoax bullshit either. So as long as you understand all of this, you probably will fit in okay. And that's basically all I have to say. Oh, and it is interesting. You've definitely, I want to say, why do you want to come here? You are overqualified for this position. With all of your disaster responses and things that you've been a part of. I'm just curious why. And you're, I guess, are you an anesthesiologist? I'm just curious why you would want to come here from Texas. I'm assuming you still live in the Woodlands, which is a beautiful area. I'm just curious why you'd want to come here. So that's the question I have. That's all. Thanks, guys.
Thank you for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, at this time, I will close public comment. And are there any final thoughts, Dr. Minson?
Yeah, I just, that question is a really good question about why I want to be there. I shared this whenever I was, I think, first talking with some folks in the county. Many years ago, I was an urban search and I was a medical team manager and a medical director for an urban search and rescue team, Texas Task Force One. That team went to Ground Zero, Hurricane Katrina, a whole bunch of things. But a new rule had come in that they could only give information if something happened to you on a deployment to one family member. So my wife and I got married quickly and then had to postpone our honeymoon for about a year. And we decided to go someplace nice. And so we came to Northern California. And while we were there, we discovered El Dorado County. Almost every 5 miles on US 50, we'd say, oh my God, this is even prettier than the other place we just saw. And we thought if an opportunity or a situation ever comes up, this is someplace we want to be. And it was really kind of the beauty of the place and the topography and all the other stuff. And the people were really, really nice. So, years pass, circumstances change. You have all these duties and things. But I talked about it. And it was a colleague of mine that from Health and Human Services that pinged me and said, hey, you were always yakking about this place. Did you realize that there's an opening for a health officer? And so I started to explore it. That's the reason that I would want to come there, is that it's always kind of been sort of special. And it was the place itself. I hope that kind of answers that question a little bit. Anyway, I just wanted to try to put a little context to that, because that's a very good question.
Thank you so much. And do my colleagues have any questions or thoughts?
I pushed the new button. Did it work?
I just saw it. Yes. Supervisor Carlin.
We have new buttons up here, guys, and we're getting used to it. I just wanted to share that, Dr. Minson, thank you for being here and accepting our offer to come here. I remember during our interview, we had to ask the hard questions about COVID and our county's COVID response, which for everyone, it was rough. And I've always felt that our county navigated it pretty well. But what I said to you was that until COVID hit, nobody knew what a public health officer was. And your response, really made me feel good about, you coming to our county, was that you felt that a public health officer should be out in the community so that people feel comfortable with who you are and how you want to guide the health of our county. And so that when a crisis does happen, we're not getting to know you then. That is so not when we want to get to know someone is making such huge decisions and providing us with guidance. So thank you and welcome. And we look forward to getting to know you better and seeing you out in the community.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Parlin. Supervisor Turnbull.
I just want to say welcome, and I'm looking forward to meeting you in person. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, Dr. Minson, I likewise am looking forward to meeting with you and having some conversation, because I think one of the biggest challenges we have right now is addressing the impacts of COVID, the health issues that have been caused. I've been doing a lot of reading as there are measures that can be taken for people who have long COVID and other things to resolve some of those issues. And I'm hoping we can bring forward some of those ideas without getting into the prescription thing. We're not going to prescribe for individual patients, but I think just the reference of if you're suffering from some of these things, here's the research that's been done that says you have options. You don't have to just live the way you are. It's your choice with your personal physician as to which way you want to pursue that. But because I know there is a lot of impact, both mental health impact and physical health impact that we're seeing. The statistics seem to stack it up that way. So we need to be supportive from the standpoint of when people are looking for alternatives for a healthier lifestyle, how can we provide information that they can use? So looking forward to seeing some of that.
Yes, sir. Could I respond to that?
Absolutely.
That's a great point. In fact, I had this conversation with someone who actually has some symptoms of long COVID. She was a government official in another state, and she's an incredibly articulate person. She's an attorney. And rather than like take over her care, we provided her some information on where they were doing research, where the cutting edge discussions were taking place, so that she could be the empowered patient and involve her physician in her care plan. That's exactly the way to do this. A health officer isn't taking over those types of functions, but we're there to be, I think, an advisory and an advocate for some of that stuff, and to be a source for helping people when they have those types of questions. Because ultimately, I'm a big fan of civil rights, and that means the Bill of Rights. And I think that ultimately you don't want to intrude on people, but you need to help. And especially if there's a request like that, one that has an element of expertise to it, it's a really great opportunity to do exactly what we were talking about in terms of being in the community and helping out. Doesn't mean we take over. It means we provide that information and those resources so that those individuals can take advantage of them to the full extent. So thank you.
Well said. Excellent. All right, what is the will of the board?
I'll move and approve. I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
Nope.
Nope. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So Dr. Minson, you're stuck with us. Oh,
I'm delighted. Thank you.
we are too, and we can't wait to welcome you. And we have, just full confidence in your ability to work with our community effectively and move us forward in the health and safety of our community. So thank you so much. Safe travels, and we look forward to seeing you on our own homeland.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you for being with us this morning. Excellent. That was exciting. All right, let's move on to item number 23, Kim.
Item number 23 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board take the following actions. 1, approve and authorize the Chief Administrative Officer to sign funding agreement with the California Tahoe Emergency Services Operation Authority for the renovation of the county-owned facility located at 3066 Lake Tahoe Boulevard, South Lake Tahoe. And 2, approve and authorize the chair to sign a budget amendment increasing the use of designations for capital projects.
Good morning, Sue.
Hi, good morning, Sue Henneke with the Chief Administrative Office. So as I think the board is well aware, the California Tahoe Emergency Services Authority, we call them Cal Tahoe, has been our provider in the Tahoe Basin, excluding the West Shore area, since about 2001. And for most of that time, they were operating out of a City of South Lake Tahoe fire station. The city's plans changed and they needed to utilize that space. So in 2021, when we signed our new agreement with Cal Tahoe, we also signed a lease for them to move into county-owned property on Lake Tahoe Boulevard. Way back in the day, it was county jail up there. So as you can imagine, it required some extensive renovations to make it habitable and functional to operate an ambulance headquarters out of. So the work's been done in a couple of phases. Phase 1 was the living quarters and the kitchen area for the staff, kind of important there. But the rest of the staff, the administrative staff, the executive director, have been operating kind of a makeshift half of the facility that really isn't complete. And as well, the ambulances have been out in the elements. So this next phase will finish out the interior of the building and build a 4-bay. Ryan's here, the executive director. He can speak. I believe it's a 3 or 4 bay ambulance facility with climate control and everything appropriate so we can protect those assets. So originally, we had agreed and the board had approved for $2.5 million in transient occupancy tax funding for the project for phase 2. As I'm sure you're not surprised, the bids came in quite a bit higher than that. So that left a gap of about $1.9 million. We're proposing that we use the capital designation funding for that, with the commitment that we will only pull down what we absolutely need. We will be coming back to you in December with some discussion about the revenues in County Service Area 3, and things are looking a little bit better than we had originally thought. So the intent is to look at all the funding that we have coming into CSA 3 and really use this capital designation as the last resort. So I'm hoping we won't need all of that 1.9 million. There are also a couple of other options in working with Cal Tahoe, where we might look to be able to look to economizing in their contract to sort of save some of this money. But we'll present to you on that later. So those are the 2 items today: approve the contract and the budget transfer. And just for your awareness, it has been approved by County Council at this point. We were moving kind of fast, and so we weren't sure we'd have that done by today's meeting, but County Council has approved it, and it is in the hands of Cal Tahoe for approval as we speak. And so Ryan Wagoner, the executive director of the JP, is here if you had any questions for him.
Excellent. Thank you, Ryan, for being with us this morning, coming all the way down from Tahoe. We appreciate it. All right, Supervisor Heidel.
I just had one question for Sue. The current balance of the CSA 3 funds, I think it's stable but not flush. Can you give me an idea where we are with that?
It's not flush.
Well, okay. I said it right then. Okay.
Right. So we had a discussion back in the spring, and the board actually approved in the 22-23 fiscal year the use of about $1 million in contingency because our ambulance revenues were coming in very, very short. Right. We didn't use quite all of that contingency, but we did have a shortfall in 22-23. 23-24, you approved the use of up to $2 million in ARPA for the projected deficit. We're projecting that deficit to be smaller largely through a lot of great efforts of the ambulance billing staff that Christine Osguth, who is the acting EMS administrator, and actually Dr. Duncan, our medical director, and our staff down there have been reassigned and have been digging into ambulance billing. So we're seeing some hope there, as well as the PPG EMT, the ground emergency transport item that your board approved a couple of weeks ago to participate in that federal program for increased reimbursement. So I would say on the whole, just like any other ambulance system in California, we're still going to be struggling. Okay. And we will be coming back to you in December, on December 12th, with some more discussion on that, an update, and some ideas that we have for moving forward.
Okay, fair enough. Appreciate it. Look forward to December 12th discussion then.
Yes, excellent. Any other comments, board comments? I'm seeing none. Let's go ahead and go to public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 23. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. I will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning, Ryan.
Good morning. I'm Ryan Wagner, Executive Director at Cal Tahoe JPA. I took some notes. I wasn't sure if I was going to have this opportunity or not, so please forgive me for looking down. I'd like to thank the board, the CAO, County Council, and most of all, Sue Henneke for bringing this forward. You guys have always been supportive of the EMS system. This investment further supports EMS by ensuring a prompt response in South Lake Tahoe. By virtue of its location, going all the way back to the jail being there, it really does prove that it's a central location. It can be easy to be cynical of government and the processes needed to navigate what it takes to get a project like this done. But this is one that I think should be an example of what can be done. This, since 2020, has involved the previous CAO's office, obviously the current CAO, city council members from South Lake Tahoe, as well as electeds from Lake Valley Board. It required reorganizing the lines for the 56-acre project. This has been in the process for a long time. The shock, the sticker shock of these bids that come back, I share your concern, but because of these agencies' involvement and especially the county's involvement, we're able to go back out for bids and do more work on some engineering to get the cost down. So while I'm not apologizing for the cost, I do wish it were lower because it's a large number. But I do want to thank you guys, and I'm probably premature in this. I'm not sure if I'll get an opportunity to speak after your vote, but regardless, you're always welcome to come see where we're at right now. But if there's a ribbon cutting ceremony, I would like to invite you all to that. This is definitely something the county should be proud of. You guys have an excellent EMS delivery system, and we'll continue to work with the billing department. And when we have been responding to requests from them to do our part in the field on documentation to ensure that funds are coming back in the way they should from the insurance companies and making sure that the biller has everything it can from our side of it. That's it. I can answer any questions.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. And I was remiss in not inviting you up before public comment. I'm sorry.
Oh.
So this is not a part of public comment, Kim. So just, thank you so much for working with us. And does the board have any questions?
I do
for
have one
Ryan?
question. Yeah,
Absolutely.
currently, how many medic units do you have running on? How many, I mean, you got 3 bays, but how many of them are occupied with ambulance services?
We will have 3 bays, and we'll have 3 first out ambulances in the city of South Lake Tahoe. There's a 4th one out at Lake Valley Fire Protection District
Right, so 4
inside.
total.
And we also have a carport for the reserve ambulances. So they're out of the elements, and that's what we currently have to get through this winter. So there'll be 2 reserve ambulances outside, 3 first out on the inside. One of those 3 isn't what we consider a 24-hour car. It's our interfacility transfer car that works 12-hour shifts. So it's staffed 12 hours a day, but it's still kept indoors. All the medications need to be climate controlled. We've been doing our best to get through the seasons. Last season was one that, boy, we wish we would have had this sooner. We have heaters in these ambulances to keep all the meds warm, but and really this is something to be built for the future. The city of South Lake Tahoe's approved building, I think it's a $19 million plus fire station. And really, when you go back to what's been built under the Essential Service Building Code, under the current one, this will be the first one. So it's something that's coming down the pike, and it's probably something that, with new fire stations being built, they're fully aware of the costs involved in that. It's something new for our area. And we're very grateful to have that opportunity to have our staff in there and future of EMS, regardless of who's operating the system. You guys will be ensured that they're centrally located in a building that's appropriate to deliver that prompt service, which is really important, getting out the door as soon as possible and getting those patients definitive care.
Thank you.
Excellent. Supervisor Lane.
I thought I would make these comments at the end, but I think it's more appropriate to make them kind of on the heels of Mr. Wagner's comments. First of all, how lucky we are to have this gentleman in charge of our Cal Tahoe JPA ambulance services. He's been remarkable. We've come a long way from being in the fire stations and then that transition out. I want to mention that the paramedics for a while lived in, I hate to say the word, cells, BHRs. BHRs. I mean, we've been through it with this group, and Mr. Wagner has done a great job building this team. I was able to attend a staff meeting recently, and the staff is fully engaged. They're all in. They're working so hard and under, crazy elements of last winter. And you couldn't tell from their attitude. So that goes to speak to the leadership that Mr. Wagner brings. I also want to thank the CAO's office, because during this transition, and I was on the Cal Tahoe JPA for a while, we were severely underfunded, and Mr. Wagner has a habit of growing his beard when we're in the rallying cry for funding, and it's gotten pretty long. And so I can tell by the way he presents himself today that this was an easier process for you. But I just really want to thank the CAO's office, because your support, and Ms. Henneke in particular, has been, we really feel like we're part of a team and not that isolated stepchild. And so that's credit to everybody. So kumbaya.
Well said, Supervisor Lane. Thank you.
Supervisor Lane, does he ever show up clean shaven?
Well, the bad part is his wife all of a sudden has taken to this look. So there's controversy
So
around
we gotta
this.
figure that out. Okay, just
It's-
curious.
We've been through 2 RFPs, in a very short period of time, so it kept coming back. So we thought we had a 10-year contract. If you remember, it went to 2,
Right.
so it grew for 2
I
years.
love it.
And then it went away. And yeah, my mom is very much looking forward to a clean shaven Thanksgiving.
Funny. One final question for you. When do
Yes.
we expect the renovations to begin?
Sure. So we'll call phase 2, which will be in the spring due to the TRP building season.
Makes sense, yeah.
So we've just completed the carport over the summer. So we'll have them in out of the snow elements. They'll still be out in the cold, but they'll be covered. So the crews can respond without having to clear the windshields and clear the top of them. But then in the spring, we hope to get all the permitting and all the engineering and all of that done starting as soon as possible. We have an agreement with the contractor that will be awarded the bid once the funding agreement is signed, and we have till November 30th to do that. And then we'll lock in that rate so it doesn't change again until spring, and then in the spring, as soon as the building season begins.
Great, thank you for
Now, when
that.
it's going to be done, I've been wrong every single time, so I wouldn't even.
We won't
venture to
ask you
say.
that.
I'll just say next calendar year.
Before next winter.
Yes.
Excellent, wonderful.
Ideal.
Supervisor Lane.
Just something for you to be thinking about, and that is that the Board of Supervisors is planning a meeting in Tahoe in October, about the middle of October.
Yes.
So that would be, if nothing else, a great opportunity for the board to see that project if it's not completed, but a great possible target date to try to do a ribbon cutting. You'd have the whole board up there and all of our staff as well.
At the
Okay.
very least, let's plan a field trip that
Okay.
day. Yeah,
Yeah,
love it.
that'd be good.
That'd be
All right,
great.
we'll come see you in October.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner, for being down here with us. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, Kim, we've already done the public comment disclosure thing. So any other public comment in the room? No? All right, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no additional public comment.
All right, I will bring this back to the board for a motion. Supervisor Lane?
I would be honored to move this item as presented.
I'll second it.
All right, it's been moved by Supervisor Lane, seconded by Supervisor Turnbull. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Go forth and build. All right.
Thanks, Sue.
Wonderful. Thanks again for being with us. Excellent. And with that, we are 1 minute to our 10 a.m. time allocation. I think the other ones are gonna take is the treasurer and tax collector not here? We could do item 26. Nope. All right, we'll just, let's do item number 26 and then
Yeah,
we'll do
good.
our 10 a.m. Good morning. Thank you for coming down here. Kim, go ahead and read the item number 26.
Item number 26 comes from the treasurer tax collector recommending the board approve the introduction first reading of an ordinance amending certain exemptions in the county business license. Waive full reading of the ordinance, read by title only, and continue this matter to December 5th, 2023 for final passage, second reading.
Thank you for being so aware with our fluid agenda. We appreciate you being here.
Thanks for this opportunity. Chair Thomas and board members, I'm Cammie Roberts from the Tax Collector's Office, and happy again to present this to you as our recommended for the proposed changes to the business license ordinance. The item's pretty straightforward. We're happy to say that we are considering, or for your consideration, the waiver of the business license fee for veterans, and also the second item regarding the certified massage therapists to elevate them pursuant to their completion of certified training and certification with the Massage Council. So they are elevated to on par with the schools of massage. And so to affect that, we've asked you to put them in the exemption section of the adult rated establishment section of the ordinance. So if I'm here to answer any questions or have any comments.
Thank you, Cammie. You introduced this to us. I mean, it was last.
It was just a
board
week ago.
meeting.
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Still
If this
fresh.
is sounding familiar to the public,
Right.
it is.
Hasn't been that
long. Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you. I voted for this, I moved and approved, and the veterans, they're very, very special in my heart, and they're special in this county, especially after, all they have done to give what they give to our country. So this is a great thing. Thank you.
Excellent. Any other comments or questions? Thank you, Cami. I think we can move on to public comment on item number 26.
Now taking public comment on item number 26. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. I will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 525.
Good morning.
Hi, Leo Bennett, Koshan, Pollock Pines. Just want to echo Supervisor Turnbow about specialness of veterans. You know, we all gain insights, I think, from our lived experience. As I shared, my dad's a vet, but recently I was having conversations with, I forget how you go generations, so maybe second cousin, once removed, but whatever. Somebody who's in their 20s and is part of our voluntary military, and all the sacrifices, like not being able to come home for a variety of reasons during the family celebration when I've seen him. And there's plenty of gaps at the federal level, and it's just wonderful how this county provides these supports for those that have sacrificed it so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Well said.
There is no additional public comment.
All right, we'll bring this back to the board for action or discussion.
Move and approve.
Second.
All right, further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Cami. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Excellent. And with that, it is 10:03, not bad. And we will move on to our 10 a.m. time allocation. Item number 28, please, Kim.
Item number 28 is from the Planning and Building Department on behalf of the Cemetery Advisory Committee, recommending the board, 1, receive and file an annual report from the Cemetery Advisory Committee, consider creating an ad hoc committee to transition the Cemetery Advisory Committee's purpose, or 3, provide alternate direction to support and transition the Cemetery Advisory Committee's work.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board. I'll be extremely brief and just quickly introduce Mike Roberts, our Chair of the Cemetery Advisory Committee. You all know him well. He's been chair as long as I've been with the county. So Mike obviously has a wealth of institutional knowledge on county cemeteries and operations vis-a-vis staff here at our county, and we're looking forward to hearing from him. So Mike,
Welcome, Mr. Roberts. We are very grateful to have you here this morning and look forward to your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome, board. Thank you for all of your hard work and service on behalf of all of us. I believe we have the perfunctory PowerPoint set up. This is where I read, right?
It's your show. Yes.
Where's it say? I don't see no PowerPoint up there.
It's coming. We're working on it.
All right. Well, for those of you that might have missed Save the Graves 3 weeks ago, it was I brought you a program. I just want you to know. I'll leave them here with Julianne.
It was one of the best. It was awesome. It was an awesome event.
Sorry I missed you. I was busy actually watching the performances. First time I've ever seen one, which indicates that it went very well. Yeah, it was another big win for us. So thanks. All right, here we go. Yeah. Fire away. And this is from the original proclamation that formed us to protect and promote public health, safety, and general welfare, preserving and enhancing the county's cemeteries, providing clear, fair, appropriate, and effective legislation for their use, ensuring appropriate treatment of Native American burial sites, compiling and recording cemetery information, records, and historical data, and identifying and pursuing funding for all these activities. By way of comment, it's tough with the Native American stuff. We're still not allowed to know about them, despite the fact that we sometimes do. We have a Native American representative, and That's her bailiwick and she wants to keep it that way. And so that's the way that is. The identifying and pursuing funding for these activities is always a challenge. You know what I do, run around with my hand out begging all over the county, specifically all over Placerville and everywhere else, anybody else that won't throw me out. It's a lot of work, but it's what I do. And I don't see a lot of people lining up to do the same. Not at all. So there's that. But increasingly, now that we formed an independent 501c3, there's grant opportunities. We recently won the Placerville's Cannabis Benefit Fund grant for $5,000. Excuse, was that 1,000? 1,005. And then we have applied for a veterans round 2 TOT. I guess they passed through some TOT funds. I'm not exactly sure where that money comes from, but we have loads of veteran things we can do in cemeteries. The veterans' headstones need replacement, repair, cleaning, recognition, et cetera. So I've applied for that as well. And I'm pretty confident, actually. So hopefully less begging, more grant writing is in our future. It's a lot easier writing grants than begging. Not that I mind the begging that much. Membership, there's me, Vice Chair. Melinda is gone. Larry Robinson is finally here and relative, just kind of finding his way. Frank Clark has been there for a long time in District 4. District 5 is still vacant. You guys know the story on that one. We do have a very active fraternal organizations representative from the DAR. That's Kim Richwine. Ramona Tripp Burbeck, Native American Cemeteries representative, and she's been bringing her daughter when she can get there. So that's good because it's no secret that Ramona is elderly, but she's a force. We lost another archaeologist. I whined to you last month about that, so I won't do it again. We have a very active member of the Board of Supervisors on our committee, Supervisor Parlin. Thank you for all the insight and advice and support, even when I don't want to hear it. Shelley, thank you. Coroner's office shows up when we think we might have a quorum problem.
Yeah.
Chris and Julianne, you know. This is a tough one because I've become really close to these people, especially this one. You know, I was at our house for 2.5 hours last night in her living room. She likes being hostess, so she hosts our meetings. And she lives in this tiny little place where you drive down this road that you are sure you are going to drop off the edge of the earth. And then you get to her little cottage. It's amazing. Anyway, that's the membership. What we do: visit cemeteries. Yeah, we fail miserably at this. They're not getting out. I get out to their cemeteries. I try to do stuff, but there's only one of me and there's 130 cemeteries. We're not doing a great job of monitoring and reporting cemetery conditions. The great news is budgetarily, they keep a slush fund for health and safety things. When there's an issue, they're on it. But a lot of times it's not us reporting those issues. I can't claim that. Educate and promote, raise awareness about our historic county cemeteries. Again, you see what I do with Save the Graves. Could we have a regular monthly newspaper column? Could we have newsletters? Could we do all this stuff? Yes. Do we? No. Creatively support, develop, and participate alternate ways to support county cemeteries. Same thing. Now, there's starting to be a few things happening, you know, and these aren't all county cemeteries. Some of them, Kelsey, for example, is a zone of benefit cemetery or district cemetery. You know, they wrote a grant and Latrobe Fund gave them $5,000 to create a monument to all the people they knew that are buried there, prominent Kelsey residents that weren't on a headstone. And it was a beautiful day, and we came together and we networked and we had a good time. You were there, right?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, it was
Love
great.
Kelsey Cemetery.
Yeah, yeah. And so we're Save the Graves. I'd hoped it would be an example thing. We'd hoped to maybe see it evolve into a foundation model where we could do like what some of the veterans groups are now doing with us, you know, collect big monies and pass them out to small local groups, because we can't, I mean, it takes a year to put on this damn cemetery theatrical event that we do. I mean, it is so much work. I never imagined it was this much work. So it's not like we can do this in cemeteries all over the county, but other local groups that want to be involved, you know, little local history groups could, and I'm hoping that we can be a model for that. And to the extent, or whatever, I mean, we do host cleanups in other cemeteries, public, private, all over the place. We take our expertise and we'll buy some supplies, because sometimes it takes expensive headstone cleaners and stuff. We don't want them doing anything that hurts the old headstones. So we do that, and we train people. The Oddfellows recently readopted their portion of Placerville Union Cemetery.
Oh, good.
They went out there, and I took them out, and they bought 5 gallons of D2. This stuff is like $60 a gallon. They bought 5 gallons of it. Awesome. And they had a great time. They took pictures, and they're going to just continue to go out there and work on their patch. So that's a big victory. We won back one of the founding fraternals of that cemetery. That's a big deal. Love to encourage more rural cemetery associations. You guys know Supervisor Turnbow's had one that's sustained itself for all these years. You're the exception. Most of the time, the trustees die off. There's no replacement trustees. The cemetery falls into legal limbo. Nobody questions it, because God forbid you question it, you might end up with responsibility for it. And then maybe a few aging ancestors go out there and cut the grass once a year. And so we've got lots of them in that condition. And sadly, I think Oak Hill is falling into that. I'm getting a lot of questions about Oak Hill and trying to advise them on what you can do. So hopefully we could stimulate some interest in the remaining descendants. The problem is we're now a mobile society. You know, we brought 54 Blair family members to the Save the Graves. Most of them came from a great distance. They don't live around here. They didn't even know Placerville Union Cemetery existed. And they're like, oh, wait a minute, what is this place? Where's all the headstones for my grandfather? They don't exist. Well, maybe they're going to do something about it now. So that's nice. Yeah, there's a lot of creative ways, and there's more that can be done. You got to be careful, though. You know, you look on the internet like, oh, have movies, have theater events. Well, you know, yeah, we've got big blank walls, but there's precious, fragile headstones right in front of them. You can't just have people crashing all around this. You got to protect the place and be creative at the same time. So it's not easy, but people are doing it around the country, especially larger urban areas are doing some very creative movie nights and all sorts of stuff. We did a National Night Out. That was a first for us, and that was fun. Let's move on to the recent accomplishments. CAC, and you know, you see I'm just spilling over into Save the Graves. Save the Graves is way, way, way more active than the Cemetery Advisory Committee at this point. So that's just the reality. We had an archaeologist join, you know, you got to get them when they're fresh and enthused. So we got one in there during COVID when she was at home and she could work online with us via Zoom. And she got our filings done with the Regional Clearinghouse for Cultural Resources, which is really important. I think we've talked about this before. And also she stirred up some interest over at Sonoma State. With graduate students, brought a small group of them out here with an advisor to look at doing some projects in our cemeteries. Those projects could include things like ground penetrating radar, which is expensive to get normally. So yeah, oh, it looks like, do we have commitments from 2 students? Is that great? And updated the CAC resolution, which hadn't been updated for a long time. That's coming back up in December, right?
The ordinance, correct.
The ordinance. Yeah, we struggle with that. We're not legislation writers. we struggled with updating that for a year and gave up at one point. And finally, staff said, no, there's some things you got to do. And part of it was just because I wanted some bylaws to have some sort of guidelines. And so they're not huge updates, but we've got some happening, which is good. Cemetery ordinance, CAC members contributed to adopt a cemetery program projects. So the DARs adopted Mormon Island. Really staff has encouraged, there's one independent veteran that started out just cleaning veteran headstones and is now just a whirlwind of repair and restoration on the headstone front. His name is Brian McIntyre. If I could ever get him to come to a meeting, I would drag him in front of you and make you heap praise upon him, but he wouldn't be caught dead in a meeting. Anyway, he's great. And that resource was largely developed by her over there in the red, Mary Trujillo. She's staff. And Save the Graves buys them whatever goo and cleaners he needs and brushes, and he just keeps fixing stuff. He casts all new bases for veterans markers in his garage, and now he's doing more than veterans. He's doing all kinds of stuff in a bunch of different cemeteries. He's amazing. North County Cemetery Crawl, that was something I did with ARC. It's just a tour up in the North County. I want to do a South County cemetery. We got, cemetery resources here. I mean, the stories in Fairplay, the stories, Indian Diggins, the Indian Diggins story, the first marble quarry in the state of California. There's great, great history and stories in the South County. I want to do some of those in 2024. The ARC audience is perfect for this. And of course, Save the Graves. I wish I could say that the CAC had anything to do with any of those, but it doesn't. Future goals for the Cemetery Advisory Committee, establish goals for individual cemeteries. Yeah, great idea. We're kind of guilty of the one-size-fits-all thing in El Dorado County in a lot of ways. It goes back to the area plans, actually, movement from area plans to general plan. Every cemetery is a completely different situation. The surrounding environment, whether or not they're threatened by development, threatened by vandalism, they're all different. And so there's really a need for cemetery specific goals, restoration plans, and interpretation. There just hasn't been anybody to pick up that mantle. I do it at Placerville Union, but that's pretty much the extent of my energy. Brochures, yeah, we need them. Guilty, I should be writing them. Seek volunteers to kiosks and display internment lists at county cemeteries. Great goal. We should at least tell people that are looking for their family members whether they're here. Now, increasingly, that's a find a grave thing. So this has become less important, but a lot of these people looking are elderly and don't know about find a grave. I do a fair amount. I'm not a find a grave person per se, but I do a fair amount of education about it just because that's where the information is. Review and create signage for each county cemetery. We have some. Diamond Spring Cemetery has no sign saying Diamond Spring Cemetery. People don't even know. It's across from Deb's Frosty, by the way. It's really cool. There's some really, really historic headstones in there. Nobody knows it's there. Assist county staff in identifying veteran internments to update county internment database. That's in the veterans grant we just wrote. The database, actually, they added a flag, but it hasn't been populated. We can't tell you who our veterans are in our cemeteries, not systematically. When the Boy Scouts come to do the flag placement at Memorial Day, they just look for headstones that indicate veteran. That's it. And we know that there's lots of veterans that they didn't indicate it on their headstones for one reason or another, or they have no headstone for one reason or another. And so we got involved in that process with the VFW this year, and I really loved it. It was great. It had great spillover with other church groups that we'd had out cleaning, doing cemetery cleanups. The prior week, half of the church group came back the next week to help place the flags. And now we got the VFW and the Boy Scouts and the Mormons and Save the Graves, and everybody's just cemeterying it up. It's all good. This is the fabric of community that I keep telling you guys. That our cemeteries, that's the promise. It connects us to place, it connects us to past, it connects us to each other, it makes us better people. It makes us kinder and gentler. Yeah. Is it done yet? I think it is. Oh, CAC's role in the county's strategic goals. Economic development. One thing I always say to you is that cemeteries drive tourism, historic tourism. Yeah, you come to me, what are the numbers? I don't know. I don't have somebody to sit at the entrance and count people. But anecdotally, they're there. You check on Channel 2's YouTube page, you'll see a lot of me in the first cemetery video, but you'll also see some people we ran into that day when we were filming that were there from Stockton in Southern California looking for great grandpa, and there he was, and boy were they excited to find him. And you know, they were going to stick around for lunch, and Lord knows, maybe they'll come back and spend the night someday if we can find a hotel room for them. So there's more there, especially for a county that prides itself on our history. You know, we wear it on our sleeve. Well, it's in our cemeteries, and we ignore them because we can't afford it. So I wish I had more answers for you on that front. I thank you for the support that you've given to them. I understand that other counties don't pay for all the cemetery maintenance out of the general fund. They have special districts that they formed in 1932 or something. And now we can't pass special districts and taxes, so we don't have those things. So therefore the money has to come out of the general fund or out of the nonprofit sector, which ends up being out of the local community, because that's where I have my hands out. So that's a piece of it, but you guys are still carrying the bulk, and I thank you for that. Meanwhile, we can do a lot more to promote cemetery visitation. We all can do more. Good governance, that's a strategic goal. I already gave you my speech on strengthen the fabric of community. I promised to only do it once per talk. Healthy communities. In a county with limited formal parks, cemeteries provide an important outdoor recreation experience for all ages. The conditions in our cemeteries are improving. One of the big reasons has nothing to do with us. It's just because there's more people walking in them. You know, if you're some derelict bent on vandalism and you see people walking their dogs back and forth, you're just less likely to tear stuff up. And people care, and people call the police when they, at least I tell them to, whenever you see anything questionable. So cemeteries are a valuable outdoor recreation experience, especially for the elderly. It's, you know, elderly, there's not that many, not as many alternatives for recreation for seniors as there are for 12-year-olds. And so cemeteries is some place where they can stretch their legs and reflect. Public safety, and yeah, we have a role. We're trying to report it when trees are, it's funny. We love nature, but boy, trees in cemeteries are a big problem. They get old and they fall down on the old headstones, and we don't like our trees so much. And we are not really, because it costs money, able to be very proactive with regard to trees. The dead tree, yeah, it's gonna fall on those old headstones. Yeah, it's gonna. There's a lot of that. Sorry, there is. Sometimes we're proactive. The more attention, the more things we're doing in the cemetery, the more proactive we're able to be. But we could do a lot more. All right, that's it.
Mike, I just have to say, what a treasure you are. No, I mean it. Your heart, your passion, for our cemeteries and their place in our community is absolutely inspiring. And we wouldn't be half of where we are without you. And I just want to acknowledge that. You're truly amazing.
Thank you.
And Supervisor Turnbow.
Yeah, I want to really thank you for all your hard work. You know, our cemetery, you know, it was founded back in the 1800s. Actually, the first burial was 1863, if I recall. Anyway, and then we formed the association in 1915, and we bought the cemetery for $10 in gold in 1908, and it was, you know, it was the Barrett family is what it was, which is our relation, but it was the
Yeah.
Gregories, the Turnbows, and the Watkins family that purchased it. So there's a lot of history, but I just want to tell you, Ramona is not doing very well. She's in hospice care right now. She's my cousin. I can't help that. I've related to a lot of people, but she, you know, she used to babysit me when I was a little kid. And it's just really sad. And she was a big asset for the El Dorado Community Church, especially distributing food to a lot of the needy and stuff from the food bank. So she's, like I say, she's in hospice care right now. I just got a text from Ruthie McGregor, was last night, and we don't know anything more than that, but I just want to tell you that she's not doing very well.
All right, well, she'll be in our prayers, and let us know if her condition changes.
Okay, I will.
Thank you. Supervisor Parlin.
All right, you guys ready?
We're ready.
Okay.
Lay it on us.
So, what's it called? Taphophile, right? Did I get it right? Taphophile?
Taphophile, yes.
You're the best taphophile I've ever met, Mike. I just love talking to you, and we could go on for days sometimes. So, boy, since I've been on the board, we've had conversations, the board has had conversations about a potential ballot measure to get, you know, set up a district, I think it was, to get some tax
Yep,
money. We
yep.
realized that that wasn't going to go over very well with our taxpayers in our county. We can't even, you know, improve fire service with taxes. Taxes in El Dorado County just don't go together. So, but we realize and recognize there's a need. There's a huge need to maintain, protect, preserve, all those words are cemeteries, because they are tied to our past. And I love them. Is Emma here today? Emma Owens, she's not here. So Emma's mom, I'm going to tell a little bit. Emma's mom was a second grade teacher when my boys were in second grade at Buckeye Elementary School. And we went on walking field trips to the Shingle Springs Cemetery. And that was my really, because I just moved back to El Dorado County. So as a parent, you get a different lens, right? When you're a parent versus when you're a kid. That was my first real big eye-opening experience with the cemeteries and showing that connection. And I saw the names on the headstones and famous names, you know, that you went, oh my gosh, that's what, you know, Meter
right.
Road, all those names are there. So I've been on the Rose Springs Cemetery when they had their little grand refinding it or whatever, Nelsonville, all those things. My husband and I took a bus tour, rescue bus tour through cemeteries. Love them. But the challenge is, and this is where I'm going to go with this, why I actually asked that this be more of an action item. A lot of times our committee reports are simply just reports, but I feel that a couple months ago I'm the board rep, and I asked a really hard question, but there's been a sense of frustration for years. I think I've only been on the committee myself for 2 years, but the frustration and versus the expectations, and you heard it in the presentation, it's like, what is this committee doing versus what we want to be doing? What is the committee's role? Does it have a role anymore? And Mike, I did call Mike last week to make sure he knew that we were going to be having this hard conversation today here at the board, because I really am thinking we need to switch gears. My understanding from you, Mike, is you actually created Save the Graves despite the Cemetery Advisory Committee, because it wasn't doing the hands-on work that we need. And honestly, an advisory committee, I don't see it doing that work that needs to be done. So, you know, I've talked to Julianne many times over the last few years. Like, I really want to grow, promote, or adopt a you don't want me to call it cemetery anymore because it's too overwhelming. So we want to call it like adopt a grave or something like
Adopt a
that,
cemetery
something
project.
smaller, right? Manageable. I want to grow that program so that we get our community tied into taking care of our eyes on the need for maintenance. I want to grow that program. We need to do that. I also think, and I heard you loud and clear, Mike, and you and I have talked many times about TOT. There is a tie to history and visitation in the county. And I think our chambers even mentioned it in some of their reports. So I want to grow that. I actually would like the board to consider our CAO to help us get some accountability in our contract with the chambers to create a tourism based on our history. It needs to happen. I mean, our county is recreation and history. Gosh darn it, that's who we are. You know, the ag is in there too, the agritourism, but we already promote that so well. We need to grow this one and take care of those assets. So the board's going to be talking today, and that's why I gave you a heads up, Mike, last week. Where do we want to go? Do we really want this committee anymore? Or do we want to channel our energies into growing programs that are really out there on the ground? That's where I want to take this, but it's a board decision, and I want to be respectful of, especially you've been there this whole time. You are the cheerleader in the county. I did talk to my rep, District 4 representative, Frank Clark, because he's been on the committee, I don't know how long. Forever. And I wanted to make sure Frank understood that we were going to have this conversation. And let's just say, you know, I said, hypothetically, if we dissolve the committee, I said, Frank, you are my guy, you know, for Greenwood Cemetery, 100%. You will still be having a relationship with staff. And that's what, you know, we need to grow that relationship between the doers out there on the ground. Because Frank was out there for Veterans Day, putting the flags up. You know, he's my guy out there. And we need a guy, we need several guys actually, families and gals, right? And that's another thing too, is we had a cleanup like a year or two ago at Cold Spring Cemetery. And I just put it in my newsletter, didn't know who was going to show up. And we actually had a great turnout, and we were out there pulling weeds, beautifying that. A whole family from the area out there in is that Cold Springs, I'm going to call it. It's that area, but they weren't far from the cemetery. They came out as a family.
A pioneer family came out, multi-generations.
There it is. And so I just think that we're not helping ourselves by not promoting this better. And I see it. And especially when we did that cleanup, it was just like, hey, come on out, bring your hand tools, gloves and stuff. And we had such a wonderful turnout. People love that stuff. So that's kind of where I'm thinking. But I don't know, CAO, you're probably going to have to help navigate this conversation of what you see coming and how we get there. And I think I put on every one of the bullet lists, I put a group that I thought could cover it instead of a CAC that actually doesn't go out, you know, like the first one, you know, the maintenance, that truly is on our staff. We need a schedule of when you're going out there. We've talked about this, you know, making sure, especially for our two big holidays, you know, Memorial Day and Veterans Day, we need a schedule. I was told there were weeds at some of our cemeteries. I didn't get out to very many, you know, so, but we need that. We need that for our public so they feel welcome and safe there. Develop the brochure thing. Yeah, I started on that with Mike and we didn't get very far because life is just crazy. But I think that that's something that we need our chamber to take up because they do it for other things. They do it for wine events and that kind of stuff. Our chamber should be doing that for us, creating the brochures, sharing the history, attracting visitors, packaging up for a history tour at a cemetery with a hotel stay. You know, we're always talking heads and beds. Let's put it on there in an accountable way in the contract with the chamber. The volunteers for the kiosks and stuff. There's one, I can't remember which cemetery it is, but it actually says at the bottom of the sign, you know, at the kiosk entrance that it was by an Eagle Scout project. I mean, those to me are really, those are something we should be promoting too. We know the Scouts are always looking for projects, and we could get the QR code to save the graves on our open, you know, greeting kiosks. I mean, these are things that we've talked about over and over and over. And then, yeah, you already said it. You're working with the Veterans Affairs Commission on the last item there about identifying the veterans interments. So I just think it's time to transition. And I don't know if we actually need a CAC at all. Maybe we do once a year to talk policy, because that's what they really are, is a policy advisory. They're just not the hands-on that we've been wanting. So I don't know where to go from here in this conversation, but do you have any feedback on that? Maybe Mike might be the first place to go.
Well, the challenge, of course, is the people that are drawn to a committee like this are not the public outreach type typically. They're not the ones that are going to go meet with the school principals and say, hey, you got students that need service hours. I got projects, but then somebody has to organize the project, and we haven't been able to attract those types. And so that's a challenge, because there are church groups, there are scout groups. I mean, it was eye-opening just to go talk to the local civic groups, the Kiwanis and the Rotary and those guys this year for Save the Graves. I formally did the rubber chicken circuit, and it was awesome. I love those people. They're all so nice and welcoming and fascinated, and they all wrote checks. They're just great. Everybody join the Rotary. Your ideas are all sound, except we're not really involved in policy. And this is something that if we're going to have a committee, if we're, the first of your two options is the way we go, we can talk about in more detail, but we're not involved in budget. We're not involved in policy. Okay. So that brings your question of what do you do even more into the focus. But at a high level, and I don't, I love these guys, but we're overhead. We're big time overhead, and they're tight on staff and time. And so you're dragging us into policy decisions. It just throws a wrench in the works of getting even simple things done. I wish it wasn't so, and maybe I'm wrong. Chris, just yell at me if I'm being wrong here, but that's the perception. I begged and begged for basic budget information for years, Julianne, you know this. So that I could advocate to you to say, hey, how come you're only giving us 200,000, or how come you're cutting the maintenance budget because the union held the cemeteries hostage for 2 years? No, they couldn't spend any money on maintenance. You can't cut it now that the cemeteries can finally be maintained, but no, I don't. It was too difficult for me to get the information to have that discussion with you, to advise you. So we're not advising. We're certainly not doing policy. And we're not doing a hell of a lot of advocacy. Sorry. Sorry to everybody that shows up at all those long meetings. I don't mean to dishonor your service or your contributions. They're calling me on the phone now.
They're calling you right now. They're here.
Yeah, what the hell are you saying?
Mike, this is kind of where we needed to go today. Quite honestly, I think is that it is time to change things up and get. I would like to see improving the county support and relationship with Save the Graves, help grow Save the Graves, because I feel that you've set it up in such a way that, it can expand out to other areas of the county. It's just gotten so huge. And I will say, I want everyone to know that we have 2 of our staff members on the Save the Graves board, which I think is really important because they are doing work on county cemeteries and assets. And we want to make sure that we have coordination and collaboration with that. Right. So I just feel that that's where we want to go, is putting our county's energy into growing the Save the Graves, doing the advocacy of getting, Daughters of the American Revolution is now doing maintenance work in coordination with staff, of course, always in coordination with staff. You have to make sure you do this correctly. But, Mormon Island Immigrant Cemetery, I think, I haven't been personally, but I've heard it's in wonderful shape now because we have a group
it's working,
that's taken it on. And that's the kind of stuff that I think we need to grow. And then there are eyes out there. They are reporting to you guys what is, tree fallen, whatever, headstone down. Those, now there are eyes and ears over there. So I just feel that that's the way we need to go.
Excellent. All right. You said, what you said made a lot of sense. We've kind of had unrealistic expectations for an advisory committee to really be a fundraising and maintenance committee with no resources.
And policy writing committee.
And policy and all of that. And so that's a big aha moment. And Save the Graves is certainly, gaining momentum. And there's a lot of opportunity there. And like you say, Supervisor Parlin, it is so important that Julianne and Chris and our staff are ingrained in that community initiative. And there are opportunities perhaps there to really move this forward in a flexible way, which we need. So interesting conversation. And Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, so I served on the Citizens Advisory Committee as a board prior to Supervisor Parlin. And Mike, I got to thank you for your stalwart dedication to keep this going, because without you, there would be nothing today, in my opinion.
Yep.
Despite staff's efforts and everything else, you kept this alive. The Save the Graves was a major turning transition from the standpoint of, we don't have funding. What are we going to do? We got to create money because we know a cemetery district just wasn't going to pencil out, right?
Right.
So Save the Graves has come into the picture. They've made dramatic changes in terms of visibility, presenting the history. The pamphlet you gave us is incredible because people will see that and they'll respond to it. So I'm looking forward to what next year's family event or whatever is. But the other part of that is, I think we also realize we've gotten to the point that service organizations are probably one of our best attributes to try to foster more participation in this. The Daughters of the American Revolution taking over the immigrant basin, not immigrant basin, but the
Mormon
Island facility. The cemetery there, I think, is huge. And when I reflect upon personal experience, our local Knights of Columbus in Folsom, which I go to church at St. John's, maintains the old cemetery that's got some gravestones in it that are fantastic. But that's a dedication from, again, a service organization that says, yes, we're going to step up, we're going to organize, we're going to do this, at least annually, and we're going to take care of the history that's there. So I think that's the direction. I agree with Supervisor Parlin. That's the direction we need to lean, because it's always going to be a struggle just trying to work with an advisory committee with limited resources. If you can't recommend how the resources are going to be expended, we're kind of stuck. So the other thing that was mentioned was using our chambers and that sort of thing. So we've done a lot of advertising on the Ale Trail. And I give those pamphlets out to anybody. Hey, if you like, craft brews and that sort of thing, here's our Ale Trail. We need something like the Ancestral History Trail to be promoted. Something that's got the the history of it. But where did our ancestors come from? Why are we here today? What did they participate in terms that were breakthrough in terms of the development of our cultures? All of those things. I mean, it's so rich in El Dorado County, but we need to have the right kind of labeling, the right kind of marketing to make that information known to people to a greater extent than it is today. And I think if we do those kinds of things, we're going to see those resources come in, and we're going to see the service groups, participate. And I think this is the point of transition that can really make a difference in terms of moving forward with a much more solid approach to how we're going to maintain the cemeteries and keep them healthy from the standpoint of access and visibility, because in the past, it's always been a struggle. So
Excellent. All right. I'd like to take public comment at this point. We need to get through all of our morning items before our lunch hour, just have room for our workshop this afternoon. So at this point, let's take public comment, and then we'll bring it back to the board for any additional comments and action. So Mike, thank you so much. Really appreciate your presentation and your conversation with us as we explore potential. But let's let Kim read public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 28, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. I will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Morning, Chris.
Chris Payne, right now I'd like to represent El Dorado Gold 1848 as its vice president. This was an unusual discussion. And I'm sorry I stepped out, but I understood the thrust of what we were talking about in the future of the Cemetery Advisory Committee goes along with all the other discussions you've had related to committees and commissions. being able to decide which ones are appropriate, which ones actually are meaningful, that's a critical part of what we have today. As Supervisor Parlin has said, you know, there's a long-standing history with the Cemetery Advisory Committee. Actually, as a historian, I feel that we've come a long way. I mean, my gosh, I remember 10 years ago when Cemetery Advisory Committee, we didn't have the energy. We didn't have Save the Graves. We didn't have Buried in History. We didn't have any of this kind of stuff. We didn't have the Blair family getting recognition for maybe the first time in years, to have that recognition. This is tremendous. And from an economic development potential, it is the story. So I hope whatever decisions we have, if there is a piece of the Cemetery Advisory Committee that should remain, just because it gives you the totality of the subject, and you feel that there's enough there that they ought to be meeting at least quarterly or something along those lines. It doesn't have to be monthly, but something that just keeps it all tied together. And I don't believe Save the Graves is that element that ties it together. It's one of the tools, one of the packages of things that certainly is getting a lot of attention. But we need something from, here it is, people are not going to like this, but from a governmental perspective, sometimes you want to keep something in place just because you need that tie. And I'm not sure that's the case here today, but I just wanted to raise that question. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your insights. Good morning.
Can you hang on a minute? I just lost my, I really want to thank Mike, number one, for what he's done to hold this together. My first meeting, when I went to the Cemetery Advisory Committee, it was kind of sad. You know, it's like, well, the burial area under the such and such business parking lot is still there. The, you know, the burial area under this development in El Dorado Hills, it's still there. And Highway 50 just went through the burial grounds for our Native Americans. So we haven't always been the best stewards for our pioneers and our Native Americans. And it was really heartbreaking. And I remember meeting Ramona, and I have some couple of videos where she came to the board pleading for assistance and concerns about her heritage. And also another one where she's talking, you know, where they just put a gas station, and this was their Morning Star location that was most sacred to them. And would a white man put a gas station on top of their church in the most sacred site? And I have those videos of her that are really quite heartbreaking. So this is exciting to actually bring this to light, that we need to take care of these burial grounds that should be sacred to all of us. And you know, I when they started Save the Graves, I thought, oh great, you know, they're bringing attention to these things. And it is a it's funny, we go jeeping in Moab, and we always pass this old brick house, and oh, that's the coolest old brick house. And my husband started being docents at Coleman Park. We started doing our own kind of history, and he realized his great grandfather was buried in Moab. So then we go to the cemetery. There's all these tailors all over the cemetery. We've got all these, you know, our kids are all taking pictures in it. And then we discovered that cool brick house was his great grandfather's. So then we go back, and my youngest daughter, who's very tenacious, had to knock on the door and say, we need to see this house because it was my great grandfather's. And I think they'd kind of turned it into a museum. They were really gracious. They weren't open or anything. They said, yeah, sure, we'll show you the place. So and he ended up being, you know, he did the toll on the bridge or something at that location, and that had been restored. And how cool. You know, we are the richest historical area in the world, and we are very deficient on protecting those resources. And, you know, I'm just going to throw a little thing about our vision statement. I watched
30 seconds remaining.
I watched it go from El Dorado County will remain the leader in supporting our safe, healthy, vibrant communities, wisely managing our natural resources and preserving our local heritage. So if, the chamber gets a lot of funding for tourism, this is a tourism thing that people can appreciate. And there are other organizations. I know the El Dorado County Historical Society is becoming very active. They've tied all these organizations together. They had Save the Graves at a big it's a open house that we had. That
3
was really great.
minutes.
So there's
Thank you,
other
Sue.
organizations that
We
could
appreciate you.
use funding to help these people. And I hope that whatever the ask is, that Mike gets it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate your insights. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak on this item? All right, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Laurel Brentbaum.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, supervisors. I think that Mike you'll see his head nodding shortly. We have been strong supporters of Save the Graves from the very, very beginning. We've enjoyed working with Mike and enjoyed supporting the efforts. We're there for every event. We are helping with raising attention. We're helping with raising donations and in-kind benefits to be able to support their programs. We recognize with the Visitors Authority and the Chamber and our Film Commission that our history is one of the biggest attractions that we have. And when you poll audiences about why they tour and where they tour, history is right up there at the very, very top. We have a very strong understanding of that and a very strong appreciation for Save the Graves, for buried history, and for the tremendous heavy lifting that Mike continues to do. We're there for him. Thank you.
Thanks so much, and we so appreciate that support.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Good morning. Is this the town crier?
Lyle Bennett Koshan, Pollock Pines. One of the benefits of moving up here, besides beauty and pines, but there's like been shared that's all over this county, is having the honor of being a nominee for District 5 on the advisory committee. And what a wonderful group and what a healing energy. I mean, I am seconding what I've heard from Chris and Sue. And we all know that I have very different political perspectives, but this focus on honoring our heritage and our ancestors, the Native Americans, the pioneers, it brings people together. And I urge you from a good governance perspective to pay attention to the agenda item. I support creating an ad hoc committee. So much information is being shared today to be considered by that ad hoc committee that's not in your board packet. So I hope you don't take any action beyond an ad hoc committee. There's the original resolutions not in the packet. You have a committee that's been working on bylaws and revising the resolution that started 20 years ago. You know, those are all things to improve, but as everybody's celebrating, wow, what a growth over 20 years if you step back from everything. And I've renovated older buildings, and I think most people would agree that slow is better. And I think taking a slow process, looking at the resolution that will limit the amount of meetings, all those things, but this critical component from my perspective of having an advisory committee that, you know, in 2016 considered the Whispering Pines, you know, there's a mixture between new cemeteries and what Save the Graves is doing so wonderfully, the old cemeteries. But as a policy board, I think that's why you need a committee, and improving it, fixing it, that's all wonderful. Eliminating it to me doesn't respect the history that brought us to this point. And in the future, I would think that you might regret moving all these policy questions to the level of the Board of Supervisors. So I just urge you to continue this process in a slow and deliberative manner and bring it back another time through the ad hoc committee. Thank you for taking my comments.
Thanks for your comments. Appreciate it.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. Thank you all. And Yeah, at the last Save the Graves, Mr. Bennett Kushon was a very, very effective town crier in leading the, welcoming everyone to the cemetery. And I just have to give another nod. The Blair family reunion of what you created was just brilliant. And like you said, it brought people from all over, you know, the nation to come. And it was truly a Blair family reunion, past and present, as, you know, the current Blair family joined together with their family in the cemetery to celebrate their history. And just what an innovative project. So anyway, just really well done. All right, so the board has a lot of considerations, and what is the will of the board? How do we move forward?
CEO, do you have any thought? Well, I mean, I personally think it's time to dissolve the committee itself and redirect staff, the county's energy into growing programs. I would like to see some accountability, and I appreciate Laurel Brentbaum calling in, but you know, supporting behind is not, we're asking you to take the lead and create, you know, something like the Ale Trail, an actual program to support cemeteries through the chamber, you know, go large. And we need that in our contract, I think, some accountability somehow. We've been asking for some accountability for a while, you know, in our contract there. So I would like to see that. I would like to see an absolute maintenance plan and costs with it. So we know as a board what it takes to maintain this thing. Are we giving you enough money? I honestly don't know that to this day. And I think that's what Mike's been saying. And how do we make good budget ideas on this and decisions if we don't know what it takes? So I would love to see a maintenance plan that we can support and stick to. I want to see a plan on how the county can support Save the Graves. I appreciate Julianne, you and Mary are on that board, but what else can the county do? A grant opportunity perhaps through GOT, since that's how we're trying to grow it. Those are the kinds of things that I want to see. And then how do we put together something to promote the Adopt a Grave? I'll call it grave, not cemetery. So I don't want to overwhelm people. Come adopt the cemetery. It's too big. But I want to see that. I want to see how we can put that together. I've been wanting to put something in my newsletter for like 2 years, and I keep being told we're not ready yet. We are ready. We need to do this. Let's do it. So how do we transition? And does the rest of the board feel that way? Because I might be the only one that wants to go there.
You want my
Yeah,
input?
please.
Input now.
Welcome your
I
input.
have a few thoughts. First, all really excellent ideas, but that it's a lot what you're throwing out there right now. So I'm inclined to suggest that the board form an ad hoc so that we can have those discussions. We can look at the totality of what we're talking about here and maybe formulate a plan and bring that back to the entire board and get approval so that we can give staff that clear direction on where they need to focus their attention and their resources. I appreciate everyone's conversation about the limited resources and the acknowledgement that El Dorado County is unique in that we do provide general fund to support our cemeteries. And I know in previous conversations, that's something that I don't think that we want to change, but with our limited resources and they're becoming more and more constrained, I think it is absolutely incumbent on us to look at things differently. So I do appreciate the board's, at least what I'm hearing, willingness to consider doing something different. I think that's the theme that I'm seeing in everything that I'm engaged in, is that we have to get creative. We have to be willing to change. So, and historically, it's been challenging, I think, for the board to even have conversations about getting rid of a particular committee. So, and I appreciate the honesty, Mr. Roberts. So, I think those are my thoughts.
Okay, that's helpful. And as you say, there's a lot of complexities and nuances with this, and it's not about getting rid of a committee. It's about applying one of our strategic focuses with a strategic innovation.
Absolutely.
And how can we understand the realities of what our cemeteries and what the cemetery advisory committee is dealing with, and how can we apply new thinking and new partnerships to really move the work forward effectively, recognizing the realities of which you face, which we face. So just to applaud the creative discussion and thinking. Supervisor Turnbull has his button.
Yeah, I just want to say and that's what we got to be more, reach out to all these different groups. And I know that you know about the Native Daughters of California or El Dorado, right, County? And they meet once a month at the El Dorado Community Church, and they raise a lot of money for different projects and stuff. So that's a group that we could look into too, because I think they would help that, especially when it comes to our history. But I think you're right. I think we need to have some kind of ad hoc committee so we can, and then address it and then put it together and then back away from it. And then just let them take the lead. That's what we need to do.
Before the board takes any, final action or discussion, I'd like to, Julianne and Chris, do you have any, thoughts on this discussion?
Well, we always have thoughts about things. So, there's been a lot of positive work in very positive directions, at least, in my time here. The staff has grown by one. Mary was mentioned in the back there, in the back. She's doing outstanding work working with the community, taking in a lot of those kind of complaints or concerns about state of things, the headstone, overgrown cemetery, whatnot. We've done a lot of work on marking plots and getting out and visiting the cemeteries and understanding what our vulnerabilities are. Obviously, we're proud to collaborate with Save the Graves. I mean, I know Julianne and Mary put in quite a bit of time to make sure that, Mike has the support he needs from a staff level from the county to make that a good success. And I think we're seeing fruits of Mike's doing yeoman's work on that. It's incredible what he's done. But we're obviously happy and proud to support that effort as well, because we're aware that that is needed. And it's obvious by its growing success on why that was needed. I will say, as you guys know, in the last year and a half or so, we've been diligently chipping away at the work plan. Maintenance, no surprise. It is true. We were a little hung up for a couple of years based on some of the issues we were having about getting a contract. We finally got that contract. And as you know, we went right to work and made sure that, particularly before Memorial Day, that our cemeteries are cleaned up to, a much more acceptable standard. So folks visiting their loved ones felt more confident in the product that the county's putting out there. And to that point, it is true. It's always worth restating that, the county maintains 17 cemeteries. That is highly unusual. Jurisdictions just do not do that. Our comparator counties have one, maybe two cemeteries in most cases. They're all either zone of benefit or special district. So we are trying to make a lot with a little. We do have a maintenance plan. We can formally put a plan in writing per your board's request. That's absolutely something we'd be happy to do. It's a lot easier now that we have that contract, particularly for the 7 cemeteries that contract applies to, keeping in mind the other 10 are maintained by facility staff. But that can always be improved. We did do an exercise last year per your board's direction to look at kind of the totality of what it would take to bring our cemeteries back to a homeostasis, if you will, so that we're truly just doing maintenance and not necessarily more capital work that's needed at the cemeteries. I actually don't have the figure with me today, but it was over $200,000 to bring that up to, again, that homeostasis. So we can update that as part of a maintenance plan and share that with your board ahead of the coming discussion with next year's budget. So be happy to do all of that. And just to give you a little bit more, we're very open. Folks who know about cemeteries know where to find us. They have a great in with our staff. Our staff love cemeteries, just like Mike. It's one thing when we're all happy and privileged to work for the county, but cemeteries does elicit that kind of proud response because it's a historical endeavor that we all want to protect, and our staff embody that. And I'm confident that no matter what direction the board goes with the committee, we have the appropriate avenues in place to make sure we maintain those relationships with folks who are concerned about cemeteries in the community, so they're not feeling left out. And if that means, we start doing a quarterly newsletter to let folks know where we are on, items related to cemeteries or whatnot, I'm confident that we have more capacity than we used to make sure those are still in place. So,
That's really helpful. Thank you. And
Sure.
Julianne, did you have anything else to add?
No, I think you've seen the results of what we've done over the last couple of years with developing the Save the Graves and what an inroad that is making in bringing some funding for cemeteries as well as volunteers. We need to develop that more, which will take time, but it is growing. And if we can encourage that, if we can find an avenue where we can take time that might be that we currently spend on CAC activities and channel that into more productive time, that would be fabulous.
That's very helpful. And clearly, a lot of progress has been made, and clearly there's a lot more progress to go. So we're on the right track. Supervisor Lane.
I just, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make a quick comment. This conversation is great. It's an example, though, of where our district is mostly left out of this conversation, as it should be, because we're not having the same problem. We do have a special district that takes care of our main cemetery in Tahoe, and it is maintained extremely well.
And we're jealous.
Yes.
it is
Well,
very
but
much.
that brings me to my point, and that is Supervisor Parlin, you said just a minute ago with regards to taxes, it's kind of like a no-go. Well, if you're not supportive of providing the revenue, you shouldn't be dependent on spending the money. Those two have to come back together. And you mentioned the 200,000 that you've determined it would take to bring these 17 cemeteries up to better standing. The TOT, transient occupancy tax, that you referred to just a moment ago, 70% of which comes from the basin, but we know there's a great dependency on it down here. I would want to suggest that maybe we go back to the voters on the West Slope and do similarly than what the basin did with Measure S, and said, let's raise the TOT 2%, tourists pay for it, and all of that incremental tax goes to bringing up our cemeteries, which you have provided a nexus for those. So I would prefer that option as opposed to, once again, just looking at the TOT monies that already come into the county, and, you know, everyone's vying for it. So if cemeteries and the history of El Dorado County are that important, then you should find a taxing mechanism for that doesn't rely on other sources outside of that wouldn't benefit from this.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. All right. I'd like to move on this item and then move on to the rest of our agenda item for the morning. It's very, very rich discussion. Excellent discussion. A lot to decide, a lot of nuances. Obviously, the action before us is not to identify funding or all those, but those are all important considerations and part of the nuances of how we effectively move forward. So the options before the board are to consider creating an ad hoc committee to transition the Cemetery Advisory Committee, or provide alternate direction to support and transition the Cemetery Advisory Committee's work. So what is the will of the board?
I would make a motion, consider creating an ad hoc committee to transition the Cemetery Advisory Committee purpose.
Is there a second? All right, there's a motion and a second on the table. Any other discussion? You ready for the question? All right. So all those, did you have something to add?
Yeah. We identify who would be on that ad hoc committee.
Yeah.
We can do that today.
Yeah, I'm looking at the language.
Yeah, it says consider.
Perhaps could have been clearer and said it's consider creating an ad hoc committee.
Okay.
I think it would be fair to say that appointing that ad hoc would be within the scope of discussion today. I certainly wouldn't suggest any action beyond that. Beyond that, I think you're limited to providing direction to staff, but I think creation of the ad hoc would be appropriate for today.
Thank you for that. And for efficiency's sake, I'd like to go ahead and do that.
I know, that would
today,
be
so we don't-
smart. And then
don't bring it
also,
back.
just some clarification then with the committee, because our next meeting was supposed to be in early December. So would we want to continue that, have the meeting in December, explain where we are, and not have more meetings until, where do we want to go with that? Because I think that's a conversation, we have such a struggle with folks right now
Especially
anyway. And I have reached out to the longest standing members already. They know where we're at. So I just want to know what to do with the committee at the same time.
So based upon the CDAC experience with the ad hoc and stuff, I would suggest the ad hoc committee is appointed, meet with the current commission, the advisory committee, and advise them what the path is and hear their comments relative to it, because you may find that there's some really good ideas that come out of that with the transition. You may not, but I think that's probably the more appropriate way to do it. So we don't leave them out of it. and just go to
Sure,
the
and
ad
I
hoc
get
committee.
that, but I don't also want to get stuck. It sounds like the CDAC's gotten bogged down because of CDAC, and I would rather have the ad hoc kind of take the lead and work with, but not rely on. Does that make sense?
Okay,
You know
but
what I
if-
mean? How do we, yeah.
If we form an ad hoc committee today, could they work out the details of that, or do we need board direction?
Right.
On what to do, whether they have a meeting or not? I think those details could be worked out. The staff and the committee.
I would think so. It
Yeah.
appears Mr. Roberts may have some comment on that as well. I think that, you would want to provide what the purpose is for this particular ad hoc, so that, again, it remains limited to that purpose, and it could then be disbanded upon completion of that purpose or within some otherwise specified period of time.
And the item before us is to create an ad hoc to transition the cemetery advisory committee's purpose. So I think that is open-ended, that can be worked out.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So with that, we have a motion and a second on the table. I guess we need to also nominate who would be on this advisory committee. So are there any nominations or?
I would nominate Supervisor Parlin for sure, and Supervisor Turnbull if he's willing to take it on, because I think that's where the greatest propensity of cemeteries are, but I'm not sure.
Is there any further discussion? No? Okay. So do you amend your motion?
Yes.
And do you
Oh.
second?
Yeah, well, I'm the one that made the motion.
He made the motion.
So I'll amend the motion.
And I'll amend
To
the
appoint
second.
Supervisor Parlin and Supervisor Turnbull to the cemetery ad hoc committee. And you amend your second.
Yes.
Okay, any further discussion? All right, are we ready for the? All right, so all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Motion carries unanimously. So thank you all for this rich
Tiffany had her
discussion.
hand up. I don't know
I'm
what
sorry.
she
Tiffany?
wanted.
No?
Oh, you were
Okay.
just saying.
All right.
Okay.
And thank
Were you voting? No.
And thank you, Mike, for all of
Thanks
your
again.
help in
Thank you, Mike.
working through this. And we have
Thanks, Mike.
great hope for
Thank you.
how we move forward with our cemeteries, making great progress.
Law and Order, October 2024. Don't miss it.
All right.
Thank you.
Juliet, our staff, thank you so much. All right.
Thank you. Thanks,
So we
Chris.
have 45 minutes, and I would like to get through all three items if we possibly can.
Okay.
We certainly want to do them all
Should be able
justice.
to.
So with that item, let's hear item 24, Kim.
Item 24 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board, one, review the notice of application seeking acceptance of the title to real property in trust by the United States of America for the Shingle Springs Rancheria Band of Miwok Indian Shingle Springs Rancheria. Two, provide direction to staff in cooperation with county council to coordinate and prepare to submit within the 30-day comment period a comprehensive response on behalf of the county that incorporates the assessed impacts of the federal government accepting the specified parcels in trust. And three, authorize the chair to sign a letter to the U.S. Department of Interior, Bureau of Indian Affairs, to formally request an extension on the comment period by an additional 30 days.
Good morning, Allison.
Good morning, Allison Winter, Chief Administrative Office. So this item is in response to a notice we received from the Bureau of Indian Affairs with the Department of the Interior. We received it on November 3rd, 2023. In that notice, we've been informed that Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians, their application to place lands acquired into trust. So the process for placing the lands into trust on behalf of the tribe allows for the state and local governments to respond to the Bureau within a 30-day comment period. So that could range from the effects on the removal of the tax or the properties from the tax roll, any effects on our services that would be provided in those areas still. And the application that we received on the 3rd contains 3 parcels of approximately 21 acres in Shingle Springs that are not contiguous with the current tribal reservation. And the proposed use is tribal housing. We're requesting direction to coordinate with the departments within the county that have also received this notice. This notice was sent specifically to the Board of Supervisors. And then we're also requesting that we get a letter out to the Bureau of Indian Affairs to request a 30-day extension. Our board's dark for the last 2 weeks of November, so that doesn't give us a ton of time to develop anything. So today was kind of our first and only meeting available to even address this. So the extension would allow for us to coordinate and deal with the dark days. And then I would also like to make a note that we did receive 2 more notices yesterday from the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and I just wanted to let you know we'll be bringing another board item in December to address those 2.
All right, thank
Any
you.
questions?
Yes. Can you clarify what is the board's discretion in these matters? It's not an everyday event that the tribe comes and makes this request. So, what is the board's discretion in this?
So the Bureau of Indian Affairs gives kind of a list of items they would like you to address in your comments. I know they weigh them when they're looking at the applications, but it's just a comment. It's not, a strong request or anything.
We really have no authority to approve or deny this
Right.
request, is what you're
Yes.
saying.
Yeah.
We have the right to comment on it.
Right. It's with the Bureau of Indian Affairs
Okay.
and the Secretary of the Interior to make that determination whether they're placing lands in trust or not. So they realize that it can have effects on the local and state government. So they want to be able to allow for us to provide any kind of comment.
Do we have the ability to negotiate in this matter?
I can't say if we can negotiate on the specific items, but we do have the opportunities to have MOUs with the tribe on, like we have with the entertainment center
Right.
and the gas station. So there is some tax sharing agreements that we've come to with those, but because it's tribal housing, I think we're a little more limited.
It's not economic development. It's a different mechanism.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. Did you have something to add? Selena?
No, I was trying to note. I think you guys got there.
Okay, great, thank you. Does the board, okay, Supervisor Harlan.
Right. So, this is a really sensitive issue, quite honestly. I don't know if everyone's aware of, the past, tensions between the tribe and the most recent land that they took into trust. I think that was in 2012 or somewhere around were the most recent parcels. And I want to make it really clear that at this time, we have the county and I think the tribe leadership have a really good working relationship. But I want everyone to be mindful, in the past, we didn't. And the federal government, the way that they run the program, there just really aren't any guardrails on what the tribe says they're going to take the land into trust for versus what they could end up doing with it. And we saw that firsthand in 2000, I'm going to say it was 2012, when the tribe took some land into trust south of Highway 50. And one of the first things they did with it, and again, I want to remind you, in the environmental documents that went with that transaction, it said they were also going to do their wellness center and housing, and nobody opposed that. It sounded great. But instead, at that time, different leadership, again, I want to make that very clear, different tribal leadership, they put in a gun range, and it just terrified that community. And it was a huge community battle to go down to the Bureau of Indian Affairs, BIA, and try to get some action. And the federal government just really didn't want to acknowledge that there was an issue there. Our federal representatives, quite honestly, at that time, and this is a decade ago, so be mindful of that. But at that time, our federal representatives were not helpful. And so there's my concern, is that we lose our land use authority when land goes into trust. So I do want the county to make comments. I do want the county to remind the federal government that we would like some assurances, that if it goes into trust for housing, which nobody's going to oppose that, but that it stay that, and I don't think they have any mechanism to do that. And that's the concern, honestly, because let's say someday in the future, there's a different leadership at the tribe and they go different direction and it just causes grief in the community. We don't want that. And we've been there and it was really not fun. And so I do think we need to make a comment and remind everyone what could happen. Is there any way we could get some assurances that it won't happen again? I just want to do that on behalf of the residents that live in that area, that we're trying our best to make sure that something doesn't happen like that again. And that's why I'm gonna stop there.
Helpful insights. Thank you. I'm not seeing any more board input at this point. So Kim, let's go ahead and take public comment on item number 24.
Now taking public comment on item number 24, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. I will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Taxpayers Association. So as I told you earlier on item 12, I also reviewed item 24 and spent probably too much time reviewing it because I knew the history of what's happened with the tribe and with the county from the past. Supervisor Perlin's done a nice job summarizing. But what I saw is the fact that the action to be taken is very legitimate. The fact that we need an extra 30 days just has to do with the calendar and the timing, which you have to send the letter in to get the 30 days. So that's one action that you have in front of you. The other part of it is not to be confused between the Red Hawk Casino and the Shingle Springs Rancheria, the Verona tract, which is essentially these properties that, like Supervisor Carlin has talked about, which is south of Highway 50. Well, these properties are north of Highway 50. In fact, these three properties meet Green Valley Road. So they're at the extreme north end of this road, which we'll call Shingle Springs Drive, for no better name for it. And it essentially goes from Highway 50 with its own interchange, gated, goes up to Green Valley Road, gated, and that in the past, there's been multiple properties that are now not taxed. Because I went into the tax system to try to find out whether they're being taxed in any way. These are not being taxed. So we lose, for everyone that we go agree with, because they're asking us to, we lose taxes. I believe there needs to be a relationship with the county and not with the Red Hawk Casino, but with the Shingle Springs Rancheria Verona tract to talk about what their future is. What's going to happen to this roadway when you're taking a community that's already been established, beautiful homes, and now purchasing for the benefit of the indigenous people and the past history? That's my question. How closely should we monitor this from our own planning perspective to know in the future then how much is this going to impact us? How many more parcels will be coming into the future?
30 seconds remaining.
They may have a map that shows particular parcels that they're going to be obtaining. We just need to know. That's all I'm asking for, is the county be more involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Hi. So I hope that the board submits a letter. Well, first, I'm going to say county has a strong influence for state and federal decisions. They should take your considerations over any others that are submitted regarding this project. You should look at it as almost it's a CEQA issue, that you put challenges to the issues that are going to happen based on this decision to our resources. The board needs to direct staff and county council to write a challenge based on those impacts to our community and our resources, like I said. So I hope that you submit a letter opposing this action to take more land out of county jurisdiction. They have the funds to buy these properties and to build houses. They are doing quite well now with the casino. They're not deprived of being able to buy properties. There's no reason for them to get special properties to I mean, if they just want it for housing, they can do that without doing anything. So why are they doing this? They have not been truthful in the past. They have not met when they said they're doing things for housing, they do it to the gun range. They aimed it at the residents' other properties to intimidate them. So why would they need to, with the funding that they have available to them, why can't they just buy property for homes like everyone else and leave it in the county jurisdiction and pay for the resources that we will have to provide for them in those services? We know that nothing prevents them from changing the use once they get it. And the only purpose of putting the land in trust is to be able to do whatever they want with the property, whether the county or the community likes it. This is especially concerning, given that this is not even a native tribe to California, in which has been allowed to hijack our local native tribes federal recognition, which you all know. And I mean, it's even labeled the Verona Tract. This is a tribe from Hawaii. It's not our native tract. They took our natives, local federal jurisdiction, federal recognition to where they have no resources. They have signed and they don't assist our native tribe. They are all very in much poverty. I can attest to the poverty that the few natives that are left here live in. This group signs off on historical native resources stating no impact to their resources on nearly every project that's come through the county, allowing those resources to be destroyed. And they're
30
correct,
seconds remaining.
because those resources are not their resources. They are the natives. And lastly, the Jackson Rancheria contributes much to their community, but the tribe here has been very punitive to our history and our Shingle Springs community. And I ask that you put strong words in opposition to this action. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Is there anyone else? All right, Kim, let's move online.
Not taking public comment from Zoom participants. Not taking public comment from 525.
Good morning.
Good morning. Lyle Bennett, Koshan, Pollock Pines. First moved up here in Shingle Springs. Loved having a federally recognized tribe as a neighbor. Have gone to their big time and have friends and family that works there and their economic development. I'd like to point out that the genocide that happened here was horrendous. And I've looked at the original rolls where they interviewed survivors, and they couldn't even name their tribal affiliation for a variety of reasons. They, when asked, said, "I'm a California Indian." So that history is so fraught, and I just hurt when we get divisive. Everybody up here needs to be feeling cared for and connected. And this particular tribe is doing what they can. The county pushed hard not to allow the casino, which is normative, but so good to hear from Lori Parlin how things are positive. And I'm hoping, this is a question, that the county will let the tribe know the valid concerns that have been expressed in terms of allowing the process and the comment period, not challenging, not bringing up the past, trying to work forward as shared in your invocation. There are other tribal groups up here. There's so many of them, and some are working on the land back with our wonderful art community nonprofit. And this is happening everywhere. Chris's idea is great. but it's about conversation, negotiation, mutual respect as our federally recognized tribe exercises its economic right to bring more land back into their trust. We can never fix what happened so long ago, but we can certainly move forward together through negotiation, compromise, and above all, mutual respect. And I know that's what you're going to do, and I appreciate it. Thank you for taking my comments.
Thank you for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, bring this back to the board. So I heard the comment that in the letter, we want reassurances that it will stay housing as noted in the letter that we've received. Okay, Supervisor Perlin, do you have additional comments?
Yeah, actually, I think that we learn from the past. And if we don't recognize the past, we could make the same mistakes again. And then I actually wrote in my notes here, I was going to ask if when we have our next agenda item, that it have, some of our agenda items, staff puts a tremendous amount of effort into putting the history of things in there so that we know all the things that have happened. I think there's been prior issues regarding tribe matters that have had really rich history of where we've come and how we navigated things, and I would like to see that in there so that it's documented for the future, because like I said, this has already been a decade ago, and yet as much as I don't want to relive it, I think we need to learn from it and acknowledge what has happened in the past because of the policies in place at the federal government, and so that the federal government can see why we do have concerns and why the board needs to be really proactive on behalf of the communities and at the same time grow relationships. It truly is a sensitive matter, and I think we can navigate it well. And I hope the federal government recognizes our concerns and how we could be impacted if it's not done well. So and I know that's a lot to ask, but I do think that the really well done historical staff reports really give a lot of meaning to items and for us and the future.
Thank you. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, so the one thing I'd like to add, the additional words about housing for tribal members, because I think that's very important. We're not just building a subdivision here. That's what they're claiming, right? It's for tribal members. And I think what we're going to find is that the development of that tribal housing is going to be of a different nature than a standard subdivision would be, right? Because it's going to meet the needs of the tribal Indians that qualify to live there. So that's a big part of it. Previous discussions that we've had on these kinds of things, my understanding is really when it comes down to it, the only discretion the county has is on encroachment permits. So if they propose housing and they want 3 accesses to different roads and it doesn't make any sense, the county can say no. But we know they already have an encroachment permit on the one property where the residence is. So I suppose depending upon how that housing is developed, they could, use that encroachment permit. But we're very restricted. But I think in making the comments, we should definitely note that with the loss of property tax to the county and the fact that that has an impact on our ability to provide services. And somehow that needs to be compensated for, I believe, through the MOU. I think that's the right way to approach it. The third element of this is the local neighbors. And I have not seen or heard anything from the neighbors who could be affected by this. But whenever there's housing going into an area that's rural, pretty much that's going to impact the local neighbors. And they need to be notified as this moves forward. And I don't know that there's a notification requirement when it's tribal land going into a trust, but I think the neighbors need to be notified. And if they want to contribute to the comments, we should, consider that, because that's where the real impact will happen is the people who live on the adjacent properties. They may be perfectly fine with it. They may not like this at all, but I think it's appropriate to make sure they're notified. So those are my comments on it.
All right. Thank you. And I'm going to piggyback on your comment. In the letter, I would also like to add that we be able to, in a potential MOU, explore resources for road maintenance as the folks that will be living in these neighborhoods will be utilizing the county road network, especially because they are non-contiguous properties. So the ability to explore that. Supervisor Turnbow.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment. To me, is the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians tribe submitted an application for the Department of Interior for housing, but what about the other native, the Miwok tribes, the actual true Shingle Springs Miwoks? Is that going to be included where they could actually apply for this housing too?
Good question, right?
I don't think that's within our.
It's not outside, it's our.
Yeah,
outside our
it's
scope.
Just a question that I wanted to ask.
Yeah. All right. So Kim, do you need, okay, all right. So it looks like, Lori, do you want to make the motion or do you want me to go ahead and do it?
Are you gonna put specific things
Yeah.
in? Go for it then. 'cause
Okay,
I
great.
wasn't taking notes.
Okay, great. Then I move that we approve item 24 and in our direction to staff, that we submit a comment letter that number one encourages insurances that the land that is proposed for inclusion in the tribe stay housing for tribal members as noted in their application. Number two, that we encourage notification and outreach to neighbors as a good neighbor policy. And that we also explore resources for additional road maintenance as these lands will be utilized by the county road network. You don't have to use these exact words, but you get the gist of the comments. And the motion also includes reaching out to the U.S. Department of the Interior to request an extension, recognizing the board will be dark for the next 2 weeks.
I think that covered it.
That covered
Yeah,
it?
I think so.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it unless somebody else wants to.
All
I'll
right.
second.
Excellent. Is that fairly clear, Kim? Absolutely. All right, thank you. Is there any other discussion?
Just under discussion, it's also understood by staff that there are questions that were already posed that didn't have to do with what you brought up. They have to respond to those.
Excellent. Thank you for that. All right. So then all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, thank you all. And thank you, Allison, for helping us walk through that. All right, so with that, let's talk trash with item number 25. Sorry, sorry, Jack. I couldn't resist.
You're not going to get past it.
Item number 25 comes from the Chief Administrative Office and Environmental Management, recommending the board, one, find that the agreement for services with Desert View Power LLC is exempt from competitive bidding, and two, approve and authorize the chair to sign an agreement with Desert View Power LLC for the procurement of SB 1383 compliant biomass attributes.
Good morning,
Good
Mr.
morning.
Warren.
It's still morning.
It is.
I was hoping to get in after the comments about the beard growing. How long is it taking? Also,
You did that too?
It's getting a little long.
no. That's fine. So, good morning, Chair and Board of Supervisors. I'd like to go back in a little bit of time back in the July 18th presentation for procurement options, as there were several unknown factors that came up during that presentation. And some of those were, what would be the funding source for procurement of both energy attributes and compost be? Where would the compost be stored? What would be the public reaction for the need of compost? And what would be the consequences or penalties for non-compliance with SB 1383 through Cal Recycle? Due to these unknowns, your board directed staff to negotiate a 3-year contract for at least 50% procurement through energy attributes through Greenleaf Power, an additional contract through Eldorado Disposal for the remaining procurement and compost. So today, before your board is a purchase agreement with Desert View Power for SB 1383 compliant biomass attributes, which will satisfy at least 50% of the requirement procurement target for El Dorado County with the not to exceed amount of $395,112.39. However, this is only for 50% of the procurement and remaining procurement goal of attaining compost would be approximately $232,826 with El Dorado Disposal. Putting these two together, the total would be $629,587,000, which would also include all legal fees. So what we have learned in from the time from the last board meeting is that the funding source for procurement of this contract would be Environmental Management Solid Waste CSA 10 funding for 2023. We have funding available for this year, which is roughly about $60,000 to cover the first part of the contract and the legal fees. However, funding for the remainder of the term will be included in budget request for future years. It's uncertain if the CSA 10 funding will also be able to cover the additional contract with Eldorado Disposal for the remainder of procurement compost. And that 3-year amount is roughly $232,826. Also note that the franchise fees that we collect through the franchise agreements are a pass-through through the general fund. Recently, the City of Placerville and Eldorado Disposal successfully launched their certified organic compost procurement site on Truck Street in October. We've learned that the county would also be able to utilize this site to an extent, while the county would explore other options, which could include the Cameron Park area to allow sites on both areas. And deliveries are staggered, so they're not bringing in. The City of Placerville will probably be finished by the end of this year for their procurement target for 2023, but they have a much smaller amount to bring in, so they're not just bringing it all in at once. It's going to be staggered in periods of times. On the launch date, over 100 residents attended the event. Over 20 tons of compost was self-hauled away on the event. They had educational booths that were set up, including the Master Gardeners of El Dorado County, Placerville Garden Club, and El Dorado Beekeepers. The overall events experience, as reported, of the 100%, 86% was highly satisfactory and 14% satisfactory. And that was due to you had to manually load the compost into your pickup truck.
It's a workout.
Yeah, exactly.
It is. There are limitations because if you do have a loader at any site, it does cost labor and materials, and that's not really included with the free giveaway. Another item to note: on October 19th, 2023, I attended the Rural Counties ESJP Board of Directors meeting with Supervisor Parlin. The takeaway from that meeting is a bunch of the other counties were discussing 1383 and their procurement ways that they're going about it, was to do what is best for your county and document all that you have done. And that also Cal Recycle was there, and their main thing was they're going to be focusing enforcement measures on recalcitrant jurisdictions that do not have any ordinances or have made any efforts whatsoever on education outreach, which is not the case for El Dorado County and the unincorporated areas. We have our ordinance. We've been awarded a Cal Recycle grant for startup of 1383. So we do have our educational component to be rolled out next year to the schools, educational materials. So we are hitting the ground. So, you know, we will not be in the spotlight for what we're trying to do. And kind of looking into the future, as Supervisor Lane mentioned back in July 18th, this is, you know, we're talking about a 3-year contracts with both parties, that this is kind of like a Band-Aid for the bigger thing. And what is the future goal? Well, recently came across that when I met with Greg Stanton and talked with him. He's actually working on a biomass plan for the county, which would be a pilot project to blend biochar and raw compost together. A composting facility cannot be sited in El Dorado County due to air emissions, but the addition of biochar greatly reduces those emissions and also adds a greater water retention, which is a benefit to the ag community. So the purpose of this type of experiment is multifaceted. El Dorado Disposal is currently hauling food waste, which is mixed with green waste, to Yolo County, and then backhauling their organic compost from Ukiah to meet the county and also the City of Placerville's requirements for 1383 procurement. If food and green waste could be composted locally, it's going to reduce the cost dramatically, vehicle air emissions, and create a local sustainable circular economy. So given the information regarding the financial impact, the successful launch of a City of Placerville's organic compost program, the potential of building a compost facility in the future in the county, your board may choose to revisit the alternative program of an all compost procurement based on the overall financial cost savings of approximately a minimum of $162,287 and on according to the source of funding as well. The county can also look at additional compost rebate programs to help supplement the program as well. So as this, if your board has authorized a 50% procurement, so even if we kept the same, we can still explore that rebate program as far as with the compost as well. In a discussion with El Dorado Disposal, the financial component of how this would work of purchasing compost would be on an invoice basis. So it's not going to be a lump sum that's being paid. So as they bring compost into the county, we would be invoiced for the tonnage that's coming in. Right now, the current rate that they have listed for procurement of compost, it's based on transportation, is $32 a ton, but that may fluctuate slightly on transportation cost in the future. So what I was told, 32 to 35, depending on the gas and rates and rates. So this would give the county the flexibility within the agreement to procure the compost as a pilot project for biochar is being evaluated and developed. If this pilot program is successful, the county can move forward with having its own biochar compost facility, which would eliminate the transportation cost of hauling food to Yolo and backhauling from Ukiah, thus drastically reducing the environmental impact and financial costs for the county for procurement. Excellent.
Thank you so much for bringing this back and answering our unanswered questions when this was originally by the board. And for the sake of efficiency, I'd also like to weigh in and give the board some additional information that's just kind of hot off the press. I had a large regional board meeting through SACOG last week, where the Air Quality Management Board and RTC, the Regional Transit, and SMUD, it was 50 of us regional leaders around a table last week. And we were looking, there was a presentation on an extraordinary grant opportunity that is before our region. And that is for $4.6 billion. That is B, not million, billion. That on large scale projects that can help our region move the needle on, clean air. And the presentation included, I also gave us a slight glimpse at what we've done with a Whopper and the focus that El Dorado County has taken on resiliency measures in management of our land, and how that, we talked about how that folds into the larger regional initiative for clean air, because as we all know, they can electrify the grid, they can do all the electric buses that they possibly can, but it will go up in smoke literally with one wildfire, and all those greenhouse, those clean air gains will be lost. And so I just encourage this regional board and our fellow regional leaders to really see that El Dorado County needs to be a strong player at this table and help us manage our land effectively. And yesterday I met with a Whopper and let them know about this grant opportunity. This the Air Quality Management Board they said they were coordinating with El Dorado County, but he didn't know who. So I thought we need to link the right people. And so a Whopper is going to work with Greg Stanton, as well as reaching out to this larger collaborative to potentially explore funding for this biomass char, biochar facility. Another interesting point is that equity and social justice are big initiatives that often drive funding. And one of the leaders said that often these biomass facilities are in disadvantaged communities, and we are trucking our waste into disadvantaged communities. And we need these facilities at the point of origin to, number one, reduce greenhouse emissions as we truck this stuff back and forth. And also take away those social justice equity issues by putting it at the port of origin, which is just more efficient. So I think there is tremendous opportunity. And just for my sake, I think given the costs that at this point we need to pursue 100% compost procurement program, because there are tremendous opportunities in Santa. So that's just my 2 cents worth. Supervisor Parlin.
Yes, thank you. And I'm really excited about these opportunities that are coming up. We've been banging on the door for several years now. And thank you, Jeff, for coming with me to that meeting, that we got the clarity that, as long as we show that we're working on it, we document all our work and, do what's right for our county, which is what we're trying to do here with our own local facilities, quit trucking it everywhere. It's ridiculous. Those emissions outweigh all the things I think we're trying to do. So I agree wholeheartedly. Let's do the 100%. It's cheaper and the potential for our county is more. So thank you for that.
You can actually accomplish something rather than just buying a credit that doesn't mean anything. Yeah.
Right.
Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, CSAC is doing a survey to look at what are the impacts of 1383. And so I submitted a response to that, and I referred them to you, Jeff, to get the details, because I didn't want to be quoting numbers that I would get wrong, right? So I'm not sure if RCRC is doing a similar thing, but the real bottom line is it's costing counties to run these programs, rural counties at least, right? Substantial amounts of money for transportation. It also creates a problem with just added emissions from trucking things back and forth. So the emphasis was the state should be stepping up with a program to do things locally, like we talked about with biomass facilities, biochar being used, et cetera. So I hope that the way the letter's put together, the draft letter, and I haven't seen that yet, will emphasize those kinds of things with a rural counties section in it that deals with the unique situations we have, as opposed to the very large coastal counties and everything else that happens there, because it's a totally different environment. And particularly when you're a high timber population, and we know we have a lot of timber products that have to be moved out of the forest to make it safe. So anyway, but if you didn't get a referral to that, I'll make sure I redirect them to you.
No, it's been done.
It's been done. Fantastic. Thank you.
Excellent. Look at that. Good work.
Excellent. So we're good.
Yes.
I'm not sure if RCRC is doing anything or not, but hopefully that comes under consideration.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you, Supervisor Heidel. Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I just want to say thanks, Jeff, for bringing this forward and stuff. There's a lot of good ideas and a lot of new technology and stuff like that that really would help our county out. Especially when I visited, and I talked about it several times, that cogeneration plant that was in Kenosha that powers electricity for over 2 million people. So there's a lot of opportunities, and if that grant is available for this county, it could be a big plus for it, especially when it comes eventually where we're going to have to haul or keep our garbage here. We can't haul it anywhere else. So, and that's what they do. They burn all their garbage and all their green waste up there to produce electricity. And we also invest in composting too, is another idea, another that's been out there for a long, long time too. So I just want to thank you, and thank you, Wendy,
It's
for doing that,
exciting.
especially
Yeah,
with,
that's pretty cool.
with our force and stuff.
Right?
Yeah.
And we
Absolutely.
work with the force and put pressure on that to make sure that we get this done too.
The region needs us to do that. They need,
Exactly.
and we need resources to do that. So,
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Thank you so much, Jeff. All right, let's take public comment on this before the board takes action.
Now taking public comment on item number 25, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. I will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Sue Taylor, so I think you kind of answered my questions. It's like, where are we hauling this stuff and what are they doing with it? And so, I mean, we have historically been the most sustainable, conservative, environmentally conscious county on the planet. And it's having state do things that make no sense. You know, let's get some diesel trucks and haul all this stuff upstate is just crazy. And we've never been able to do biomass because it's too expensive to haul this stuff anywhere. And now we're hauling it upstate instead of just keeping it where we need to have it. And 2/3 of our county's forest, you know, George ran on trying to get a biomass in, and I don't know where anybody's at. I know he's diligently been economic development. He goes everywhere trying to campaign to get this thing going. We should have a plan that's sitting on the shelf that says, here's our plan. And when that grant fund you're talking about is now there, you're like, well, guess what? We've had this for 2 years sitting on our shelf waiting for your funding. So I'm not sure what that project is yet. I do know that you know, it makes sense to put a biomass along the SMUD line up in the forest where nobody's impacted by the smoke. We had, you know, our Native Americans were the most intelligent people on the planet, and they burned our forest every year to keep it healthy. And we're still talking about that, but we still don't do anything. And now we have people moving in that's saying, oh, this smoke is just killing us. They don't realize that to have a healthy forest, you have to burn the stuff off the ground. And it rejuvenates your forest every year, and it keeps it healthy from all the waste. People need to realize that. We should have a sign when they come in. Moving to El Dorado County, we'll expect the smoke, because that's what it's beautiful, but it's beautiful because we take care of it. But so I see if we're being forced to do, I mean, we always composted in this county. I know Lori's super good at that. And it's like, why? And now they want to mix it with our other stuff, but okay, so be it. Instead of hauling it up the state, let's put it in that biomass that's halfway from Loon Lake to the, you know, area, our living areas. It's tucked in, and have a plan for that to be ready to go there. So that would be my suggestion. And I think that is my Sue Taylor words of wisdom. Okay.
Very good. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right, Kim, let's move online.
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 525.
Good morning.
Happy almost lunchtime. It's great how you manage the agenda, Chair Thomas. That's something that seems like it's bringing everybody together will be your last action. I anticipate a unanimous vote. Appreciate your comments about social justice. Appreciate Supervisor Turnbow and Supervisor Parlin about biomass. And I liked what Sue Taylor said about just letting folks know that there is a smoke season up here. And I like history. And when you read about what Sue was saying about the wisdom of the indigenous folks, the comments, not here, but like in the Sacramento Valley, was on how thick the smoke got now and then. And I look forward to this combination of positives to address climate change, as was also mentioned. So kudos to everybody. A very unifying conversation. Appreciated. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, bring this back to the board.
I'd like to move staff's recommendation.
I'll second it.
Wait, which recommendation?
Yeah, you gotta pick one,
Yeah.
guys.
Well, find the agreement for services, right?
Yeah.
It's
No,
compatible, and approve and authorize the chair to sign the agreement.
Okay,
no, you have to pick one or two.
I assume you're suggesting
Says
that we move.
and.
I assume that move alternate 2 in the staff report, which would deny the agreement with Desert View and direct staff to incorporate 100% compost procurement program in the agreement with El Dorado Disposal. Is that what you're moving, or?
That's not what staff's recommendation is, as I read it
So
here
you're-
from Legistar.
Okay, so you're moving staff's recommendation.
Yes,
Which is the 50-50.
yes.
Okay.
My motion.
Well, let's just wait and see if we
Did
get
I
a
hear a
second.
second for that?
I'm going to rescind my second.
Okay,
Okay.
so I'm not
second.
hearing a second for staff's recommendation. Yeah, for the 50-50. Okay, is there an alternate motion?
Yes,
Okay,
I would like to move that we go 100% compost.
okay, so that would be to move alternate 2 to deny the agreement and direct staff to incorporate the 100% procurement program.
Yes.
That I will second.
Okay. Moved by Supervisor Harlan, seconded by Supervisor Turnbow. Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries unanimously. So thank you for a rich discussion, and that's exciting. All right. We have one more item, which is our Sierra harm reduction letter. Proposing that what is the board's, it's now almost 12 o'clock. Is it the board's will to do this after our planning commission workshop, or do we want to knock this out real quick?
I think
Knock it out.
Knock it out.
Let's see if we
You
can
wanna-
knock it out.
Let's
We can knock it out?
We've
Okay,
seen this
all
item
right.
before. It's a take 2. So Kim, great. Let's knock this out. Item number 30, please.
Item number 30 comes from Supervisors Thomas and Parlin in concert with Sheriff Lyckoff, District Attorney Pearson, and the Chief Administrative Officer, recommending the board approve sending a letter to the California Department of Public Health requesting that they deny the updated application of Sierra Harm Reduction Coalition Services for a syringe exchange program in El Dorado County.
Okay, excellent. So brief background, this has been before us before. We sent a letter to the California Department of Public Health when, and they didn't listen to us, and they reauthorized Sierra harm reduction in El Dorado County. And so the Sheriff Lyckoff, as well as the DA, has continued discussions with us, and the staff report is very clear. We had a robust discussion with the California Department of Public Health. There is new, legislation that required that the California Department of Public Health engage once again in consultations, reopen the consultation process. And so we did that. And 2 weeks ago, we had a really in-depth, once again, conversation and Zoom meeting with the 2 members from the California, 2 officials from the California Department of Public Health, as well as Sheriff Lyckoff, Under Sheriff Golmitz, DA Vern Pearson, members of his staff. Our county council has weighed in, as well as Supervisor Parlin and myself. And once again, we reiterated our strong objection to harm reduction services operating in El Dorado County, recognizing that it is primarily the homeless population that harm reduction services serve, that it is working against everything we are trying to accomplish with our very, very fragile response to homelessness. that we're making great strides on, but it is in flux and it's a fluid situation. That as we are seeing needles around our community, it is creating a public health and safety nuisance and hazard along our public spaces, like around our library, in our parks, and that the harm that serves greatly outweighs any potential benefits that they may see. Additionally, our law enforcement partners have been incredibly clear as to what they are seeing, as they are seeing we're seeing very, very few cases of AIDS, HIV, but we are seeing over 47 overdose deaths in El Dorado County. And that is, once again, working against everything we're trying to. Also, we have systems in place with our HOT team, with the city of Placerville, with our community partners that are regularly going out and outreaching to our unhoused neighbors. All of our law enforcement partners have Narcan with them. We have systems in place to address, the outreach that harm reduction services has. Most counties where they operate, they don't have those community and law enforcement partnerships that have already touch points with our unhoused population. So we are asking that they once again deny CR harm reduction for the benefit of public health and safety. We were also very, very clear that if they continue to reauthorize CR harm reductions, we will do everything in our power. And the next action before this board will be to enact an urgency ordinance, which city of Placer County has done. Also, I was remiss in saying that the city of Placerville and Chief Wren was also engaged in this, recognizing that the city of Placerville is also severely impacted by this. Also, South Lake Tahoe, Chief Stevenson was also at this meeting, and it was very helpful to have him here. So we did reach out to South Lake Tahoe and were a part of this conversation. So the letter is before you, and I assume that the question is that this will be formatted on our letterhead. And the last time the chair, as well as Sheriff Lykoff, signed the letter. So is that also the intention of this letter?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. Yeah,
Perfect.
that's great.
So that was Supervisor Parlin. Do you have anything else to add?
No, I think you covered it really
Yeah, I think
well.
you did.
I really believe in this effort and the fact that, our county is on a path to serve our residents and how it works for us.
Right.
And we made it very clear in that meeting that we cannot have this organization. And quite honestly, we had one of our police chiefs say they've witnessed this group handing out the paraphernalia and not providing the education with it that we keep being told is what we need. So we are doing the education with our residents to meet their needs in the way that, to help them get those services. We're not just handing things out, and that's what this group is doing, and it needs to stop. So I support this wholeheartedly.
Excellent. All right.
Most definitely.
Supervisor Lane.
Again, this topic is relatively new to me. We've talked about it before, so I'm aware, but one of the things you mentioned was that HIV and AIDS are down, and those are the benefits of something like this. What was the city of South Lake Tahoe's kind of input into that meeting that you had?
They didn't have a lot of input. They just said that it's
Yeah.
refresh my that-
Well, my recollection was that the Sierra harm reduction area doesn't actually go into Tahoe. It stops at Strawberry.
right.
But there is concerns about it, and it was supportive, basically. And CIO, do you remember anything more than that?
That's
'Cause
exactly.
that's
it.
kind of all I
Yes.
had.
Oh,
Oh,
I'm so
good.
glad
Yay.
he's here.
Thank
Oh,
you.
Well, Sheriff Lykoff, I did not know you were with us. Excellent. We welcome your participation in this discussion.
Thank you for having me. I don't know if you can see me. My camera's a little messed up
There you
there.
are. We saw your forehead for a
Welcome.
minute.
Good morning,
There you
Sheriff.
go. No, thank you all, Madam Chair. It's been a great experience working through this, what I call a huge issue in our county. It's something that I've been very passionate about for the last couple of years, and having knowledge of CR harm reduction, or the harm reduction groups that were operating in our county. And to Supervisor Lane's point, the South Tahoe harm reduction that was functioning up in the South Lake Tahoe area, where we did a huge investigation, and the gentleman that was running that organization was actually providing the narcotics to people that were receiving the harm reduction needles and the pipes. This is something, again, I've been very passionate about, and I don't see going back to, it's been a long process, but looking at kind of the first stage when we all came together and spoke to the, I guess it was the state health nurse, and them asking us to gather the data that we had to gather, which took several weeks. And then we made our pitch to them of why we felt this was doing more harm in our community than it was good. And then have them proceed to tell us that they knew what was best for our community here. Again, I like it when we can maintain local control and that we don't have someone above us telling us what we have to do to keep our community safe and healthy. And that's what I felt what was going on. So I'm excited to see that we're going to adopt this hopefully. And I know that when I'm looking at applications, if the problem is getting better, and again, I'm spitballing here, when the problem is apparently getting better, according to some people, why is it every year that Sierra Harm Reduction is asking to distribute more and more hypodermic needles and more pipes to the members of our community? So just thank you for the opportunity to speak, and it's been an honor and a privilege to work with all of you and coming together to keep our community safe.
Sheriff Lykoff, we feel exactly the same way. And it's been a privilege working with you and the Undersheriff Golmitz, as well as the DA, to really explore ways that we can advocate and ensure the safety of all members of El Dorado County. And just I look forward to signing this letter with you and sending it off to the state once again. So appreciate all that you do. All right, so with that, Kim, let's take public comment on this item.
Now taking public comment on item number 30. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. I will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desired comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Not seeing anyone in the room, so let's go online.
Now taking public comment from Kelly.
Good afternoon.
Hello, everybody. Oh, what a joyous day. I am so proud of you all. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart as a parent of as I like to say today, sober addict. This is very meaningful and purposeful. Thank you, Sheriff, we've known this has always been a priority of you, but you definitely need to be acknowledged. As you know, gosh, I don't know how long it's been now, but 3 individuals, all female, one with 2 kids in the car, one on her own, and the other one very, very visibly pregnant, were given goodie bags, as we like to call them, from Sierra Harm Reduction. Not one was counseled on getting help. Not one was given information of public health clinics or addiction services that are available. And we know we have them available in the county. So this is not a reduction harm group. This is a, as I say, money grab grant group, and it does no purposeful meaning. I know we have so many, based on a couple months ago when we allocated quite a few $1 million to different addiction and recovery service projects. We certainly have the resources for anyone needing help. It is there in our county. And I just thank you very much for standing your guard and not backing down to what I would like to call the bullies of the state of California. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Lyle Bennett, Coshon, Pullet Pines. As I've shared, part of what I've done for like 20 years is work with our unhoused population. My experience is primarily with alcohol addicts, and it's so sad to me to see the increase in homelessness as economic, mental health, and yes, drug issues intersect. And fentanyl is such a worst plague out there. But in the context of harm reduction, which from my perspective, the state has carefully considered, it's looked at the science, and the majority of the science says harm reduction done right, and it includes needle exchanges, does show long-term benefits for the vulnerable population of the unhoused that are drug addicts. The data that was shared with the board said only half of the West Slope services of Sierra harm reduction, they're just West Slope, so we shouldn't confound the Tahoe Basin, has been with folks that are housed. So it's a combination of both. And as was mentioned, we have wonderful services touch points that deliver that critical relationship piece. But with something as addictive and challenging as fentanyl, to me, it's additive to have more touch points. And I know you're going to pass it, but I urge you to consider the benefits of collaborating with the state, collaborating with science-based public health, and yes, collaborating with Sierra Harm Reduction. I've spoken to their personnel. They're very dedicated to what they're doing. And we all have different perspectives, but I know that with alcohol folks, telling them to change before you've built the relationship doesn't work with everybody. And I also know that a controversial harm reduction program from decades ago, which was creating supportive housing with a liquor store inside, made a difference. People were not being beat up for their money, and they saw the daily postering and relationships that there's an alternative when they're ready. It's about meeting people where they're at, in my understanding, in terms of harm reduction. This county obviously isn't ready for that approach, but that's why the state created legislation that allows the state to try to discern what's best in a county, which is, to repeat, a state-created entity. We're all one. I hope we figure out a way to get there on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, we'll bring this back to the board for a motion.
Can I just add really quick also, Leo brought up a really good point, and what did come out of our conversation is that things have changed dramatically in the last just several years with fentanyl. And when these harm reduction programs were created, you know, they're still dealing with old data, the state is, and old programs, and they have not adapted to where we are now. And that's what the county is doing right now, is meeting our residents where they are and trying to support them and all of that. So I do think that this is the right direction for our county, because we are putting a lot of resources into this issue. And again, the state really said how the harm reduction programs are helpful to, you know, jurisdictions that they don't have resources to put into this effort. So again, I really think this is the right thing for our county.
So do I hear a motion in that?
Yes, you do.
All right.
I move to approve this as recommended by staff.
I'll second it.
All right, excellent. Any further discussion? Oh, CAO. So
I apologize for breaking the momentum.
Not
I
at
just
all.
wanted to make it clear and known that the district attorney, Vern Pearson, will also be a signatory on the letter.
Excellent.
Oh, that's
And
right.
he is
Yes.
also
Perfect.
submitting a standalone letter.
That
So
is
to make that clear
wonderful
to the board.
news.
That
Even
is good news.
stronger. Excellent. We welcome that. All right. So there's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank
Very
you
good.
all.
Thank you.
And so appreciate our law enforcement and City of Placerville's
Yes, definitely.
coordination and support of this.
So we're coming back at 1 for open forum?
Coming back 1 for open forum, and then we will have a robust workshop with a planning commission starting around 1:15, which we are looking forward to. So we will see you after lunch. Thank you. you. Well, good afternoon, El Dorado County. We are back from lunch and we are looking forward to our joint workshop with the Planning Commission soon, but this time is now a public forum. So we will be moving into our open forum portion. And please note that the Board of Supervisors meetings are a limited public forum to discuss matters of county business that are within the county's subject matter jurisdiction. Accordingly, this will serve as a warning that comments that are unrelated to the board subject matter jurisdiction or that are unduly repetitive are disruptive in that they interfere with the board's ability to conduct its business. It also interferes with other speakers' ability to provide comments. If a speaker makes such off-topic or unduly repetitious comments, we'll request that the speaker conform their topics to these rules. And should the speaker fail to do so, we will move on to the next speaker. So we look forward to your input. And Kim, can you please open public forum?
Of course. Now taking public comment on open forum, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. I will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no, oh,
come on down. Good afternoon.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name's Seth Howard. I'm a 20-year El Dorado County resident. I'm a field rep with Northern California Carpenters Union. And we're just trying to get out there in some of the outlying communities that aren't too familiar with what we do. I'm gonna try to keep this real brief because I know you guys are very busy. So I just want to tell you about some of our core values. We represent 35,000 carpenters, over 1,000 contractors in Northern California. And some of our core values are apprenticeship, healthcare, and local hire. Local hire is pretty self-explanatory. I mean, it doesn't make sense for people living in El Dorado County, driving to the Bay and vice versa for work. We have apprenticeship standards. All of our apprenticeships go to school every 3 months. They go for a week, so they get 4 weeks a year. It's a 4-year program. I did an apprenticeship in New Jersey, and I could say the apprenticeship program in Northern California is probably the best in the country. I'd say it's just my opinion, but just saying. And then healthcare. All of our working members get a platinum style healthcare plan, and that's kind of what I really want to talk about too with the healthcare. I know, like when picking projects, picking contractors. I know you guys recently went to design build when you were talking about the jail expansion. And personally, with 30 years experience in the trades, it's probably the way to go to get the most bang for your buck with doing design builds. And I just hope you look into more than just, obviously you want someone who could do the work, but like healthcare is a vital part of what we're about. And I know in these public works projects, all of our members have health insurance. And this state law only requires that a certain amount of money is paid to the contractors that are bidding on the project if they don't actually have health care. And we just want to point out that rising healthcare costs, the main reason for that is people not having health insurance. So hopefully in the future, when if you guys do go to design build approach for projects, you look at if contractors have healthcare, because it's something that actually affects everyone in our community. And that's all. Just want to be brief. Thank you very much for your
Thank you for your
time.
insights. Appreciate it. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak for open forum? All right, seeing none, let's move online, Kim.
now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Kelly.
Good afternoon.
Oh my gosh, now I have to say something else real quickly. Thank you to the gentleman who just spoke. I would like to reiterate, though, that on any public works project, whether it is a private contractor or a union contractor, we all have to abide by the same rules of prevailing wage. If we don't, which is very rare in California to not have health coverage for your employees. It's actually a state law unless you have a very small number of staff. We also then are required to pay them an additional $11 an hour directly to them to go towards a healthcare policy. Many of us have apprenticeship requirements through the public works process. So as much as I appreciate the comment, there are many of us good contractors that for many reasons choose not to go union. We stay private. Mine is because I'm a specialty trade and it doesn't make sense because I don't have a union representation. So I'm just going to throw that out there. Anyway, what I was really calling about is I attended the hearing for discussion starting on the release of the sexually violent predator into El Dorado County. It was heart-wrenching to see that the survivors of this heinous act live in the county and that the state could mandate the release into a county the size of ours. Let's face it, as she said, where she lives, the most popular place to go to get your goods is Walmart. The odds that you could run into that individual at the Walmart or wherever is a lot higher. But what really surprised me, I did see county council there, but I felt like, why? I don't know where y'all are in this. I'm looking at the ConRep program website right now, and it's very clear where it says, under how is the program administered, it says the department contracts with the county mental health programs and private agencies to provide the services. Now, it is my understanding in researching in the rabbit hole is we're not necessarily funding this type of contract, but we are the middleman. So what I really would like to see from our county is one, a more active voice. We as a rural landscape alone are very vulnerable to somebody on a restricted supervision, in my opinion. We have cell downage, we have a lot. So I really hope to hear more about this issue and you all out there with us. I believe it's December 4th is the next hearing, and the sheriff also has all the information. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Trust you all had a great lunch. I think you should take more breaks, but anyway, I've said that before. Leo Benekoshan, Pollock Pines. I would like to address under good governance, different tools like your workshop, and then also district specific. And it's in the context of deepening the commitment shared by your chair at the opening about everybody feeling safe in being involved with local government, addressing agenda items, and sharing on open forum. Obviously, everybody's aware that there was a horrific incident, and unfortunately, that's widespread. And also, given both national and international issues, we're seeing spikes of concern, especially in anti-Semitism. And I want to do a shout out for District 5, which this is nationally Say No to Hate Week, and they're having a unity rally addressing that this week. And a shout out to District 1, which has a community council. I was fortunate and grateful that they let us Zoom in, and they addressed this topic. There's a continuum, which we hope we never see, from terrorism down to kind of being more proactive with hate speech, hate incidents, and abusive speech. And there's a great commitment to El Dorado being a caring and connected community. I'd like you to, maybe during your back and forth, if the other districts are doing something. And then also, I've made this ask before, so I'm repeating it. I think having a workshop where you can listen to all the community, because I'm aware locally that people are personally experiencing incidents that would be probably a hate incident, at least definitely in their feelings, which makes them feel unsafe when they take positions on various controversial issues. And, what can the board do to strengthen its policy? I'm hoping what the chair read could ultimately become a written policy of the board. And,
30 seconds
all
remaining.
those. And so, and then, specifically Supervisor Heidel, I like how you've taken leadership, how you admitted the mistake that was unintended in terms of Christian heritage, and what I heard from you last night in terms of some of the language choices in this complicated balance. And I would like if at some point you share that during a board meeting, I think it would be beneficial going forward. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thanks for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
Good afternoon.
Hi, sorry I got late, so I'm calling in. So I had a question. So I'm asking about a process, not the actual item. So during the item when we were talking about the tribe and what the board could do with comments, there were some statements made by supervisors that said, well, we can't do this or we can't do that. If those things are not true, is there a process that maybe county council should weigh in and say, well, actually, example, George Turnby wanted to add some comments, which, I mean, basically, the board was asked to submit comments on an item, and he asked to have some comments submitted. And then another supervisor said, well, we really have no say over anything, but yet this was your opportunity to make comments. So I guess it's more the process of it's almost like supervisors are giving each other direction without getting legal advice if that direction's correct or not. So that was just my question, and maybe to think about when different supervisors are directing each other, that maybe you get counsel on those questions. And that was my question today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. County Council, do you have anything to weigh in on that?
Certainly. You know, I try my best to interject when I feel my participation is warranted. Regarding the earlier item, I actually had no disagreement with the manner in which the board chose to proceed with that. I think that the discussion seemed to be veering into topics such as federal recognition for tribes as opposed to the specific item in front of it. So I thought that the board's comment in kind of redirecting things back to the focus of the conversation was completely appropriate. But in a more general sense, for the commenter's perspective, I will say, again, I try my best to interject when necessary. Sometimes I interject when I shouldn't. Sometimes I might not interject when I should, but I do try my best to steer you even when my advice is not solicited.
And we always welcome your input, especially if you see anything where we're going off track. So appreciate it. All right. So thank you all for your comments during open forum. And at this time, we're going to take a brief recess and allow us to reset the dais. And
Commissioner Nevis,
Here.
Commissioner Payne,
Here.
Commissioner Boger,
Here.
Commissioner Reinhardt,
Here.
Commissioner Harkin. Let the record show Commissioner Harkin is absent.
All right. So with that, we have a quorum, so I'll turn it back to you, Chair Thomas.
And for the public, benefit of the public, could you each tell which
Oh,
district
sure,
you
certainly.
represent?
So I'm Andy Nevis and I represent District 4.
Chris Payne, District 2.
Lexi Boger, District 3.
And Brandon Reinhardt, District 1.
Excellent. Well, welcome. We're delighted you're here. So there is just a robust discussion ahead of us, and we look forward to that. So as Chairman Andy and I had a chance to chat yesterday about how we can effectively move through this conversation. And so for the benefit of the public, we're going to hear the presentation from our staff and our consultants on the El Dorado Safety Element Update. And then we're going to bring it back to our respective boards for questions. And we will start with the Board of Supervisors and then move on to the Planning Commission for questions for staff. So this won't be a time for, commentary necessarily, but questions. And then we will go out to public comment and then bring it back for a discussion, additional questions, however else we want to weigh in. And also want to recognize that this is just the start to a public process on our safety element update, because there is a lot that will be presented for us. Our staff will tell us how the public comment portion will be open and go through, I believe, December 8th. I also will want to get clarity on how all of us board members and planning commissioners can continue to engage with you and offer our comments. So, we don't feel the pressure to have, an exhaustive detail of all of our comments and questions and perhaps concerns today, because that's just not realistic. And so we'll want insights on how we can best engage with you on that. And then just, look forward because we will no doubt want to continue to dig into this and we'll talk about the process. So with that, how does that sound?
Sounds good.
Does that sound all right?
Yeah.
All right. And once again, our button system won't work because everyone doesn't have that. So we'll just, we will work it out, and whoever wants to weigh in first, we can do that. So once again, we'll start with the board and then we'll go to the planning commission. So with that,
I'll go ahead and read it into the
oh,
record.
thank you. I'm jumping the gun. I'm so excited about this discussion.
So it's item number 29 on the board's agenda. It's item number 1 on the planning commission's agenda. It's planning and building planning division, long range planning unit, hosting a joint informational workshop for the board of supervisors and planning commission to solicit input and encourage public participation during the process of developing the safety element update.
Thank you, Kim. All right, welcome. Good afternoon.
Hi. Good afternoon, Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors. I'm Thea Graybill, Senior Planner with the county's Planning and Building Department and the Long Range Planning Unit. I'm here today along with our consultant, WSP, to discuss and solicit input on the proposed update to the county's general plan safety element. I want to briefly just acknowledge that we are proposing to add several new policies and implementation measures in this update to our safety element. Most of the new proposed policies and implementation measures flow directly from recent state legislation, which is now state law and are required by the state of California. Please also just keep in mind that the California Board of Forestry and Fire Protection, as well as the California Geological Survey, must review and approve the safety element update. So they have their own standards, requirements that they have to kind of uphold. All of that being said, we recognize that there may be some concerns with the practicality and fiscal implications of some of the new policies and measures. Where we have flexibility, it is your prerogative, both the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors, to prioritize based on probability and severity of risks associated with these safety hazards that we're going to discuss today. So, next slide, but back a slide. Thank you. As I just briefly mentioned, our project team consists of our consultants from WSP, Juliana Prosperi, project manager, and Melissa Baum, hazard mitigation planner. as well as the county's planning and building department, the long-range planning unit, Brett Sampson, who's here today, planning manager, and myself, Thea. I also want to take a moment to thank the members of the SEAC, the Safety Element Advisory Committee, which is comprised of various divisional and department staff from the county, as well as other relevant agencies like CAL FIRE. The SEAC was integral to where we are today with the safety element, especially with respect to their efforts in coordinating throughout the development process and providing feedback on the climate vulnerability assessment and safety element update. We couldn't have done it without their support. I especially want to thank the CAO's office and specifically OWAPR, the Office of Wildfire Preparedness and Resilience, for their guidance, as well as the El Dorado Water Agency for their funding of the safety element update. Next slide, please. Okay, so we have quite the packed agenda today and a lot to cover. We plan to provide an overview of what a general plan is, review the elements of a general plan, provide an overview of what a safety element is, discuss the required components of a safety element, summarizes the key changes to state law, discuss the various public outreach and community engagement tools that we use throughout the entire process, describe how the county's various planning efforts are integrated, summarize the new safety element update policies and implementation measures, discuss the key revisions that we made to the safety element, and then of course review the next steps in the process. Next slide. Okay. A general plan is each local government's blueprint for meeting the community's long-term vision for the future. It is the county's basic planning document and is a vehicle through which a county addresses, balances, and fits together the competing interests and needs of its residents. The county implements the general plan through the adoption of ordinances, resolutions, and approval of other various programs. The county, of course, adopted its general plan in 2004, and the last amendment to its general plan was done in 2019. Next slide, please. So a general plan is made up of a collection of what is called different elements or topic categories. The state has various mandated elements, some of which are land use, circulation, housing, conservation, open space, noise, safety, air quality, and at times environmental justice if there are disadvantaged communities within the specific local jurisdiction. However, other elements may be added based on the local jurisdiction's needs. Our county has the following elements within its general plan: land use, transportation and circulation, housing, public services and utilities, public health, safety, and noise, which we're obviously updating and discussing today, conservation and open space, agriculture and forestry, parks and recreation, and economic development. Those are our elements. Next slide, please. Okay, so now turning to the safety element. The safety element identifies potential health and safety concerns in unincorporated areas of the county and lays out goals and specific policies to protect its community. As a required element of the general plan, the safety element provides a long-term framework on how the county will grow and keep communities and their assets safe through hazard identification, goals and policies, and implementation programs focused on those hazard risk reduction and avoidance. According to the state general plan guidelines, the goal of the safety element is to reduce potential short and long-term risks of death, injuries, property damage, economic and social dislocation resulting from fires, floods, droughts, earthquakes, landslides, climate change, and other environmental hazards. So our safety element was adopted in July 2004. and it has been amended 4 different times, most recently in August 2019. And I believe the August 2019 update was to also comply with state law, new state law at that time. It must be updated regularly to meet the various state mandates. And so obviously that's why we're here in front of you today. Next slide. Okay, there are certain required components in a safety element. So I wanted to just briefly review those with you. Pursuant to state law, the safety element must contain these certain key components, like goals and policies, as well as an implementation program. Local jurisdictions, like our county, must also include the following information in the safety element: hazard information, mapping, and goals and policies to protect communities from seismically induced surface rupture, ground shaking, and ground failure, tsunami, siege, and dam failure information, slope instability leading to mudslides and landslide information, seismic hazards and risk information, flooding information, wildfire and urban fire information, and climate change information. So now I will turn it over to Juliana to speak about the specific update in front of us today on our safety element update, both process and substance.
Thanks, Thea. So good afternoon, Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors. My name is Juliana Prosperi. I'm an environmental planning manager at WSP Environment and Infrastructure. We're a consulting firm based in Rancho Cordova, and I'm also a resident of El Dorado County. As Thea mentioned, my team has been responsible for helping the county facilitate the development of the climate vulnerability assessment and most recently the draft safety element update. So to start, I wanted to discuss and summarize why the county is addressing the update to the safety element now based on some of the state mandates that have gone into effect really over the last decade, and really since that last update to the public health, safety, and noise element in 2019. So one of the first reasons we're updating the safety element is to comply with recent state statutory requirements. Those are outlined in California Government Code Section 65302, Part G, and I'll talk about the different parts 1 through 4 that kind of go over the topics that Thea just covered. These were all amended recently based on different Senate bills and Assembly bills in the state legislature that came about due to the increase in severity in different types of hazards we've been experiencing in California over the last decade, primarily flooding, wildfire, and severe storms and atmospheric river types of events. The legislation really mandates changes to the government code section, very much focused on wildfire hazards, climate vulnerability, and adaptation, evacuation route planning, among other hazards in the safety element that are shown on the graphic on the right based on the legislation that started them. To start, there was Senate Bill 1241. These are somewhat in chronological order, going back further in time, and then we'll go to the most recent in some respects. But Senate Bill 1241 mandated that jurisdictions address wildfire risk by mapping fire hazards in state responsibility areas and very high fire hazard severity zones, and develop appropriate mitigation policies to mitigate those wildfire risks. These requirements further mandated the identification of responsible agencies for protecting communities against these hazards, how the community will ensure cooperation among, for example, the county, as well as the local fire protection districts, among other policies. There's also requirements that we ensure we minimize risk around new buildings and critical facilities. So this kind of relates to like developing clearance zones and defensible space around our properties. This legislation also required that the California Board of Forestry and Fire Protection have at least 90 days to review the document prior to going to a local decision-making body like the Board of Supervisors for adoption, so that they can ensure that the safety element as written at the time as a draft meets all the specific requirements specifically related to wildfire mitigation. And then I'll talk a little bit later about the evacuation accessibility policies as well. One of the primary reasons we actually updated this was also related to Senate Bill 379, which is our state's climate adaptation mandate that requires the development of a climate vulnerability assessment and the development of climate adaptation strategies in a safety element. So these can be included in either the safety element, a local hazard mitigation plan, or a standalone climate vulnerability assessment or climate adaptation plan. For El Dorado County, we've included these policies specifically right in the safety element as part of this process. This legislation also involved or included a subsequent bill called Senate Bill 1035 that requires now every time we update the housing element that we also open up the safety element and update the goals and policies and implementation measures in that document. So this piece of legislation, given the changing climate and some of the increased hazard risks in the county, really just promotes like a living, dynamic general plan safety element, just as, looking at it just as frequently as we currently look at our housing element. There also are numerous policies that came about related to evacuation accessibility and routes. So these most recently went into effect in 2019. So I'll start with Assembly Bill 747, requires that the safety element identify evacuation routes and evaluate their safety, viability, and capacity under a range of different emergency scenarios. So not just wildfire, but also earthquakes, major flood events, or landslide type of events. It's really whatever emergency scenario is most relevant to your community. Throughout the safety element, you'll notice there are a lot of focus, and this is also more relevant in the climate vulnerability assessment, but discussion on social equity. This topic can be addressed throughout the general plan, through all the different elements. It involves the identification if there are disadvantaged communities in the county. In this case, we identified other communities that may be more socially vulnerable or have a likely disproportionate impact from hazards if they were to occur based on various socioeconomic measures or indicators. In summary, it just prioritizes the needs, it makes sure that we prioritize the needs of those populations in the county that may be subject to greater risk and just need more assistance in response and recovery and coping with some of the hazards here in the county. Then lastly, the legislation AB 2140 really ties all this together. It's been around for about 10 years. It helps link the safety element document to the county's local hazard mitigation plan. It's actually voluntary, but allows the county to become eligible for increased state cost share for public assistance funds under the California Disaster Assistance Act. In the event that there is a disaster, it helps if you have them linked and they're incorporated by reference. The county is eligible for additional funding through the state. So next slide. So as we initiated the planning process for the safety element, we worked with the county to develop an outreach strategy comprised of key tools and touch points to engage both our subject matter experts in our SEAC or Safety Element Advisory Committee, as well as our stakeholders at the county, local, the regional, state, and federal level, as well as the public. So our outreach strategy contained 4 main touch points where we engage the stakeholders as well as the general public, really, and where they can find out more information about the climate vulnerability assessment and the safety element update. So first, the county developed a dedicated website for the element update that included really a repository of background information, all of our planning documents, additional resources, and really just it's a place to go to find more information and have an opportunity to be involved in the process. So this is where the public would go, for example, to sign up to receive, email blasts and safety element updates. Next, we developed a bilingual public survey as we started preparation of the climate vulnerability assessment. This was circulated at the end of last year. It was a key tool that allowed us to gather input from the general public, really around climate change and the public's perception on how that may influence some of the other natural hazards we were planning to address in the safety element. We received input from over 815 respondents within the county. That's a pretty robust number of participants over a 3-month period of time. Third, Our process included establishing, as Thea mentioned, the Safety Element Advisory Committee, or SEAC. This group consisted of several different county department staff and representatives from, the Office of Wildfire Preparedness and Resilience, the Sheriff's Department, the Office of Emergency Services, the Public Health Department, as well as the El Dorado County Water Agency. And I think we've had participation from all of the local fire protection districts, as well as other staff. Really, it was established to make sure that we had different subject matter experts and on these topics in the conversations that were familiar with the legislation and the requirements that needed to go into the safety element. So this group met 4 times over the past year and a half. They've provided input and feedback on the policies, the policy implications. They've also provided specific input on all the new policy statements included in the safety element. And these individuals are also listed at the beginning of the policy statement document. In addition to that group, we also engaged a stakeholder group that included outreach to another 150 different agencies and organizations in El Dorado County. So again, more federal agencies, more state agencies, in addition to community-based organizations like the local food bank, smaller public utility districts, South Tahoe Public Utility District, City of South Lake Tahoe, and a couple of the resource conservation districts participated in, I think, what were 3 workshops. And then last, we had 3 workshops for the public that helped be another opportunity in addition to the survey to get input from them. And there was a couple of different focus group meetings with some of the specific agencies in the county that were completing similar planning documents. For example, Tahoe Resource Conservation District is updating their community wildfire protection plan. The Office of Wildfire Preparedness and Resilience just rolled out their final wildfire strategy document. And the El Dorado County Transportation Commission is completing the Greater Placerville Emergency Preparedness and Evacuation Study. So those all really, we talked to all of them to help that ensure that our plan was informed by their parallel planning documents. And then lastly, a lot of notices, press releases, save the dates, and those types of advertisements kind of went out through social media channels to further inform our stakeholders and the general community about this process. So quite the robust outreach process. Next, I want to discuss the importance of how the safety element incorporates.
Sorry, next slide, please. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Thanks for reminding me. How the safety element incorporates some of these other plans and related policy documents that I mentioned. So for local governments to effectively reduce their long-term risks associated with these various hazards, we want to make sure the information in these different plans are integrated across the different operations or the different departments at the county that really champion those particular plans. So integrate means, taking all the public health and safety principles in these different plans, as well as the risk information, and making sure that they are in sync and in alignment, and they're basically the policies are mutually enforcing and complementing each other. This process also makes sure that we also form partnerships among the different departments for the more detailed plans, like the local hazard mitigation plan and the Office of Emergency Services EOP, or Emergency Operation Plan. Thea mentioned that local hazard mitigation plan was last updated in 2018 and then adopted in 2019, or that was actually the safety element. So about the same time as the last safety element update is when the LHMP was updated. This is currently being updated again at this moment. So LHMPs are in place so that local governments are eligible to receive pre and post-disaster mitigation funding under the Federal Emergency Management Agency's Hazard Mitigation Assistance Program. They must be updated every 5 years to maintain eligibility. They also include a detailed risk assessment, and they go through all the relevant hazards that could occur in a community and are tied to a mitigation strategy. And they're just a little more detailed than to the general plan. So if you look at the graphic on the upper right on the slide, your general plan is your overarching document. It's very general, very long-term, describes how the county would develop over time in the future. Whereas you get down to the local hazard mitigation plan, it becomes more detailed and more focused also in the scale of time. The county also has 2 community wildfire protection plans. There's, or CWPPs for short. There's the West Slope CWPP that was last updated in 2022, and the Tahoe Basin CWPP that's currently being updated by the Tahoe Resource Conservation District. These are developed specifically to focus on reducing wildfire risk. They also provide a strategy that helps jurisdictions plan and prioritize different fuel reduction projects and community preparedness activities to suppress wildfire risk. Again, so very focused on just wildfire. And lastly, there's the county's emergency operation plan, which is a document that identifies all the agencies, organizations, fire districts, police department staff that are responsible for carrying out specific actions during the first 24 hours following an emergency. So this is a more short-term strategy that outlines their coordination activities to unify response and recovery type activities. So in summary, again, general plan is very high level. Long-term plan, as we get more specific and more detailed, these other plans are related, but they address hazards in the short term and the need to respond to those hazards. So next slide. The next I wanted to summarize somewhat at a high level, and there's a lot of information on this slide, the existing and proposed health and safety policies in the draft safety element. So to start, and Thea has already mentioned this, I just want to reiterate that most of the new fire safety, evacuation, accessibility, and climate adaptation goals and policies are a result of state mandates and requirements, and also California Board of Forestry and Fire Protection review or assessment review tools that we must cover in a safety element document. We've also received input from the California Geological Survey on some of the geologic and seismic hazards. The existing fire safety element contained 8 existing policies. These currently are around defensible space, development limitations, fire protection, area-wide fuel management, and fire prevention education. The revised draft contains 3 revised policies and then also 16 new wildfire policies. All of these are required to meet that review that I mentioned we have to go through with CAL FIRE. That is called the Safety Element Assessment Tool, where they basically crosswalk all the requirements with the legislation and then compare that to what's in our safety element. Of some of the policies, we've gathered feedback, as I mentioned, from our various SEAC work sessions, and we also tailored them to align with Office of Wildfire Preparedness and Resilience Department's wildfire strategy. So the existing safety element also includes 6 policies, 6 existing policies and 8 new policies for geologic and seismic hazards. I'll get into a subsequent slide, but again, this is all based on the requirements in the California Government Code Section 65302G. It's also based on, current U.S. Geological Survey and California Geological Survey best mapping. So we look at some of the fault zones, landslides, susceptibility maps, and some of the policy review input from CGS. Some of these policies relate to building site standards improvements, compliance, ensuring compliance with the California Building Code. This is now an emphasis of FEMA too, in looking at how certain communities can be eligible for certain funding opportunities. They kind of score, grants based on code compliance. The section also includes policies around preventing buildings within earthquake fault zones, and some specific policies require geotechnical reports that demonstrate slope stability prior to construction if certain projects are proposed in areas that have significant slopes and other slopes instability issues. There was also a new policy added to address lake stages within the Lake Tahoe Basin. So again, most of these policies too are also mandated according to state requirements. Then moving on to flood, there is one new flood policy that's focused on dam inundation impacts. This is related to just ensuring there's coordination with the county among El Dorado Irrigation District, Georgetown Divide Public Utility District, Sacramento Municipal Utility District, and Cameron Park Community Service District, or CSD. These are all entities that own and operate dam facilities. So this policy is in place to ensure that there are plans that the county is coordinating on related to the protection of the community associated with potential dam incidents. In the next section, there's 8 new policies focused on evacuation route identification and maintenance related to the legislative requirements associated with those 3 Assembly bill and state Senate bills I mentioned. Some of these policies currently contain some deferred actions, including conducting an evacuation route analysis, which would be complied with during the forthcoming local hazard mitigation plan update, as well as the completion of a fire protection plan. So again, these are a couple specific requirements that were an outcome of the review with CAL FIRE with the safety element. So the fiscal impacts of these policies can actually be addressed through various CAL FIRE funding opportunities. Usually what we see is there's some legislation that goes into effect, and then there's some different grant opportunities to help jurisdictions comply with those components of the new legislation following that legislation going into effect. Moving on to public health, there are several new policies around preventative public health services in the county. These were added based on input from the county's Deputy Director of Public Health. So there's a new section expanded on these policies, just given the interrelationship between natural hazards and public health. And then lastly, to meet climate adaptation requirements under Senate Bill 379, the safety element includes a range of different policies around climate adaptation, drought and water supply, new agricultural and forestry pests and disease and tree mortality, extreme heat, high winds, and severe weather. Each of these sections was added specifically to align the specific hazards in this safety element with those that are already addressed in the local hazard mitigation plan and the county's EOP. So taken together, we look at the climate adaptation policies. There's 33 new policies. We recognize that's a lot for that section. While we need an adaptation framework in the safety element to address all these different vulnerabilities, this is one section I did want to point out that there's some flexibility. There's no portion of the state mandate that says, you know, how many different climate adaptation policies you need or what specific policies you need. So it's really up to, you know, the county's decision makers to provide input on that topic, and understanding that there's some, you know, flexibility here to talk about what's cost feasible and, you know, what the fiscal priorities are based on some of the, you know, risks associated with some of those different hazards that are going to be influenced by climate change over time. There's also a number of grants available through CAL FIRE, the state integrated climate action and resiliency program that cover implementation costs around wildfire evacuation planning and climate adaptation. That was a lot of information. A little more on the next slide, please. So each proposed objective and set of policies also must include implementation measures or specific actions. So this is really getting at, like, how do we actually implement some of these higher level policies over time? So of the 24 measures in progress that are in the existing safety element, there's 11 new implementation measures shown on this slide. In this list, you'll see there's a new wildfire measure. This is centered around emergency notification and evacuation planning and procedures for development in the wildland urban interface. Again, state responsibility areas, very high fire hazard severity zones. You'll see those terms a lot used, or those acronyms used throughout the wildfire or fire safety section of the element. There's also new measures added to address the climate resiliency efforts, coordination around this topic, designating cooling centers, probably more likely on the west slope or in the El Dorado Hills area, promoting water conservation and supporting El Dorado Water Agency's water resource and drought programs. There are new measures as well around free and discounted vaccinations, updating the EOP every 5 years. That's actually a requirement. implementing a drought task and drought resilience plan. That's also a requirement based on additional state legislation I won't get into. Implementing a stormwater management plan, and then supporting and utilizing biomass. So of these, all are required with the exception of the measure around vaccinations, the one around promoting water conservation, and the one around biomass utilization. There's also several policies that are implementation measures in this section that are already required as part of environmental review under the California Environmental Quality Act. One last thing is for each of these implementation measures, it's important to note that we also indicate like the county department that's responsible for carrying out the measure. So it's pretty specific on, who's going to do the work to address that specific implementation measure. And I think a lot of these are already given. We've had a lot of input from the different SEAC members and stakeholder groups that they can be further supported by other agencies in the county, other local fire protection districts, so that implementation is has its partners and as a team effort. Next slide. So what else does the safety element include? Given this element was last updated around 20 years ago, or originally developed around 20 years ago, the update includes, and serves several other purposes. I think we've talked about the current statutory requirements it meets, but the process has also allowed the county to look at existing conditions information through the climate vulnerability assessment. That's included as a background report that's part of Appendix B. That's a supplemental section of the safety element policy document. But through the climate vulnerability assessment, input from the advisory group, we were able to identify additional county issues, challenges, as well as opportunities. We also conducted another vulnerability assessment as part of the report itself to kind of look at, what hazards are going to be influenced by climate, and also what assets are most vulnerable to changing climate and increase in the severity of some of the different natural hazards. We also looked at and revisited guiding principles around public health and safety during this process. And as part of this, I mentioned we engaged our different stakeholders in the community. And lastly, this update has provided an opportunity to the county just to modernize, the document, format the plan in such a way that it's just more accessible, electronic, better organized, more readable, and generally just more user friendly. Next slide. So this slide illustrates those 8 hazard topics that are currently covered in the existing public health, safety, and noise element on the left. And then on the right side of the screen are the 7 additional hazard topics that are proposed to be covered at the safety element that align with the policy I mentioned on the 2 previous slides. So yeah, as you can see, that climate change has its own section, and this is complemented by additional policies in the additional sections that cover extreme heat, forestry, pest and disease, evacuation, accessibility, and severe weather. So the next slide, please. So the next 4 slides just go into a little more detail on the government code section 65302 components, which really dictate what goes in, again, to the safety element. But it really comes down to making sure that we're protecting the community from unreasonable risk from a variety of different types of hazards. So some of the main hazards in this particular section, section G1, are geologic and seismic hazards. So Thea hit on these. It's seismically induced surface rupture, ground shaking, ground failure, and liquefaction. So surface rupture, when we're talking about that, it's referred to as ground displacement, or the breaking of the ground, really when an earthquake ruptures along a fault line. This is a major risk to any structures that are built across fault zones or fault lines that may be active, in addition to any ground shaking that may occur associated with earthquakes along those specific faults. So for example, in California, there are already regulatory zones around active faults that are used to prevent siting habitable structures and buildings within these active fault zones. And there are active fault zones along the west side of El Dorado County, and several that are right along the west shore of Lake Tahoe in our community. The bottom photo there is an example of a surface rupture that followed a magnitude 7.1 earthquake that happened in 2019, so just a few years ago, and that was from Ridgecrest, California. You can see kind of the rupturing of the Earth's surface in the photo. Ground shaking, this is just a term used to describe vibration during an earthquake caused by surface waves under the earth or in the earth. So as a general rule, if you have the severity of a ground shaking is going to increase as the magnitude increases from that fault line or that earthquake epicenter, and then decrease as the distance from the fault increases. And the top photo was taken in 2014. It's from a magnitude 6.0 earthquake that happened in South Napa, and it resulted in a lot of damage to the historic buildings in the downtown area. Next, liquefaction. This happens when the ground shakes hard enough that it loses its strength or structural integrity and turns into a liquid. So the problem with this geologic hazards is we don't want to have buildings on top of these areas. It could cause major damage in the event that there is an earthquake. Ground failure is going to include anything other in addition to liquefaction, lateral spread. So it's kind of like the sideways movement of soil or other types of soil settlement that's associated with earthquake-driven ground shaking or events. And then lastly, subsidence is covered under this section, and this is referring to the sinking of the ground because of underground soil movement. It's most often known to occur due to groundwater overdraft. Usually we hear about this a little in the county, but mostly in the Central Valley. It also can happen as a result of mineral extraction due to pumping and fracking, and also it can occur in the county due to historic mining activities. So where you have underground mine shafts and things, you can also have subsidence. So next slide. Other types of hazards that we're concerned about, again, are around flooding and water. So thinking about flood damage, dam incidents that can result in flood inundation. So we're really concerned with here is how water can impact or harm our communities. So flooding, I think this one we understand the most, but it's just going to refer to any kind of water overflow onto land that's normally dry. This can occur along our rivers and streams and creeks when they overflow their banks. So thinking of the waterways on the South Fork of the American River, up in Tahoe, the Upper Truckee River. This also can occur when there's heavy rain over a long period of time, and it results in localized water accumulation in neighborhoods, on roads. This is usually happening during rain on snow events and the higher elevations in the county and around Lake Tahoe. So the top photo there shows flooding around the Pollock Pines area following some of the severe winter storms from earlier this year.
I hate to interrupt you, but rather than going through and just explaining all of these, I do know that Supervisor Heidel has to leave at 3:30, and I know we're going to have a lot of questions. So I think perhaps if we can just kind of quickly go through these elements, and that if the board has specific questions on what they mean, I think that would be helpful. So thank you.
Okay. So yeah, there's a section that we include policies around dam inundation and reducing the risks around dam incidents. There's no tsunami risk in the county, but you can have lake stations that are just waves that could happen up in the Lake Tahoe area. And then lastly, slope instability, just covering any other types of mudslides, rock slides, landslides, as shown in the bottom photo on the slide. Next slide. So the last major concern here is just dealing with wildland and urban fires. We all know the impacts associated with the recent Caldera mosquito wildfires. So as you can see on the right, I think of the evacuation zones and routes following the Caldera wildfire, that's just kind of highlighting, that a lot of the additional requirements in this topic are around evacuation accessibility. We also must address defensible space maintenance, clearances around structures, and include plans to reach at-risk populations. There's other requirements too to address peak water supply and fire flow to make sure communities have adequate water to suppress wildfires. And next slide. So a lot of this legislation hadn't changed since around 2006. And this, again, as mentioned, is a result of, increased disaster declarations in the state. The last amendments I wanted to talk about are just those around climate adaptation, and they're in this government code section on this slide. That's an illustration of the cover of our climate vulnerability assessment, which is one component of two that helps us meet this requirement around developing a climate vulnerability assessment, and then a framework of climate adaptation strategies and policies in the safety element. So that concludes my portion of the presentation this afternoon and what's included in the draft safety element. I'm going to turn it back over to Thea to discuss next steps associated with the plan.
Thank you, Julianne. I appreciate it.
There are a few key next steps in the process of finalizing this effort. We released the public draft safety element update on November 8th for public review and comment. Comments are due by Friday, December 8th. Within that 30-day public comment period, we are also hosting our last public workshop virtually on Tuesday, December 5th at 5:30 p.m. We understand that obviously this is taking place during the working day, and so there is going to be another opportunity for members of the public after normal work hours at 5:30 p.m. again on December 5th.
And where's that going to be held, Thea?
It's virtually. It's
Okay,
virtual,
great.
so it will allow anyone in the county to attend from their home. And we will be shortly after this. We'll be providing a Zoom link and call-in information.
Wonderful.
As always, information on both of those pieces is available on the county's safety element update website. We also plan, obviously, to return big picture, plan on returning to the Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors in the spring 2024 with a final draft safety element update reflecting comments from today's workshop, and obviously any written feedback that folks want to provide to us directly would be much appreciated as well. And that will take place after the final adoption by Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors. That would take place after, as Juliana mentioned, after the California State Board of Forestry and Fire Protection, their review approval, and then after the California Geological Survey's review and approval. Next slide. So just here's again some detailed information on how to submit written comments on the public draft safety element update. Again, please submit your feedback by December 8th. That's a Friday. And we're happy to answer any remaining questions and open it up for a larger discussion. So thank you.
Excellent. Okay, so once again, as all of us continue to dig into this information, is it best just to email you with individual commissioner or board member comments to be provided for consideration as we move forward this process?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Wonderful. All right, I will now open up to my colleagues. Would like to go first with any questions?
I just wanted to reach out a little bit. Can you hear me? Anyway, I'm working with Marie Alvarado Gill because one of the biggest problems we have with the Forest Service is getting through CEQA and NEPA. And we need to speed up the process to get these projects done. So I'm working with her to try to address the problems because it's been a big issue, especially when these projects take anywhere from 10 to 15 years to get completed. And so I'm working with her and stuff to speed that process up through the state and put pressure on the federal government because I think it's a good thing. One of the big issues that she has is with the insurance, and she's been a big advocate to try to lower our insurance rates. But it's really kind of sad when I've talked to her a lot about these home hardening issues. And when people go through the process and do that, and if they're on their FAIR plan, it reduces to about $100 to $150 per year. So that's not enough. And she's really frustrated is what it is or what's going on. So we're trying to address that problem because that's one of the biggest things is insurance, fire insurance, especially for our residents in El Dorado County.
Any questions?
Well, I think that's what we need to work on. I think more to put pressure on that to get this done. So,
all right, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for your comments. Would like to go next.
Okay. So I made edit, just, I scratched this up and I'm gonna go through page by page kind of thing. it won't be that laborious, I promise.
I have a lot too, so
Yeah,
I hear you.
okay.
I hear you.
So my focus is on the 11 new implementation measures, because we all know when we take on more responsibility, more work, there's cost associated with that. And it seems like we keep getting mandates without any funding. So ultimately, the bank gets broken if we don't have a plan as to how we're going to fund these things. So one of my questions to start out with is, how quickly do these implementation measures have to be completed? I see there's updates in 5 years, but from the time this plan is adopted, you have 2 years, 3 years to complete the implementation. What kind of timing is tied to the implementation?
So I'll take a first stab at that, and then maybe Juliana, you can
Okay.
jump in. But each implementation measure has a specific time frame associated with it. So some are more flexible. They range from ongoing
Okay.
to like 2 to 5 years. The other thing that I'll say, so each one has a specific time frame tied to it, and I'm not going to spend the time right
Yeah,
now to go
understand.
through
I'll
that.
look it up. Yeah.
But the other thing that I'll also say is, and now I'm gonna forget what I was gonna say. I'll hand it back to
Well,
you.
Yeah,
and
so
then
some of the new
maybe
ones,
I'll
at
come to
least,
you.
just 11 of the, there's 24 existing, there's 11 new. They have more flexibility. It's an ongoing, just the majority of them are ongoing. I think the exception would be, we already need to update the EOP every 5 years, so that's
Right.
a separate concern. Same with the local hazard mitigation plan. But, most of them, there's flexibility.
And I remembered what I was gonna say now. So every year, of course, we have to do our annual progress report. And that is a step that we take annually and then also every 5 years, where we essentially report out on our status and our progress that we've made with respect to the general plan. And so at that point, those are sort of like a little bit soft check-in points with the board and the public to let them know, hey, this is everything that we've accomplished with the general plan. And so we report out on each specific implementation measure associated with each element in the general plan.
So to go to the funding, have we identified the funding specifically to do these implementations? Is it in place, or is it something that's going to be an ask back to the board? Because obviously we have to trade things off. So I'm a little reluctant to jump into saying, yeah, we need to do all these things right away if we don't have the resources to do it. So what resources have been planned for, say, the next couple of years to do these implementations, if any?
I mean, unfortunately, as Juliana noted in in this slide on the implementation measures, a lot of them are state mandates that are have not been, funding sources have not been identified. So some of it will have to come out of the general fund. Others, as Juliana mentioned again in her presentation, or her portion of the presentation, there are certain grant opportunities available. So oftentimes the state will, pass legislation, it will become law. There will be state mandates associated with that, and then they will provide certain grant opportunities that local jurisdictions may apply for. And so that would be my
I understand,
response
but
to
do
that.
we have a plan as to what we think it's going to take? I mean, is it going to take $250,000 the first year, another $250,000 the second year? Do we have any time phasing? Because I understand the grant process, but those aren't givens typically. They're more disadvantaged communities and other things that I'm not sure we qualify heavily for. But do we have a specific idea as to how much money this is going to take? And has that money been identified in our current budgeting?
I don't have that number,
Okay.
no.
All right, I appreciate that, because that's my biggest concern at this point is we're given a lot of things to do, but without funding sources, it makes it very difficult to pick and choose. State mandates are state mandates, but sometimes it seems like we spend money on things that are not the most beneficial because of state mandates.
Yeah, there is funding opportunities for some of the plans that do have requirements, like you have to update these every 5 years. There's
Right.
planning grants available from FEMA, from the state, for your EOPs, your LHMPs. When we get into some of the other, implement a stormwater management plan, I'm not familiar that we've set aside like specific numbers associated with like updating those plans. But there usually is different funding opportunities, again, also through state agencies like Department of Water Resources, provides different funding around drought and water supply planning. And I think coordination with El Dorado Water Agency, they've been, pretty good about identifying those funding sources, as they relate to the topics and where we've covered that in this particular plan. So there's a lot of different programs out there.
We have to go after all of them, right? So.
Yeah, I mean, it takes just tracking a lot of them and figuring out which ones really line up with, you know, the specific policies and implementation programs in the safety element.
Thank you. That's all I had at this time.
All right, excellent. Can I jump in because I don't have pages and pages of stuff? I'm scared about you guys. I'm just getting familiar really with the general plan and thank you to Ms. Gardner for bringing me my very own copy the other day. I'm working through it.
Where's mine?
I'll give it back
Thank you.
with all your notes in
Yeah,
place.
Okay.
And thank you for letting me use yours in the meantime. I
Absolutely.
appreciate it. But I'm just starting to become comfortable with the document. And there was a comment that you made, Ms. Prosperi, at one point where you said, or it may have been you, Ms. Berryville, too, that it assigns who's responsible for that element. So I'm just looking at the mocked up version that you have. And for example, one of my big concerns is tree hazards. And I don't see where it's assigned to anybody. And the reason why I bring this forward is because one of the big problems we're having in the basin right now is no, it's not clear who's implementing these hazard trees. You know, you've got CAL FIRE says, oh, it's not us, it's Lake Valley says, it's not us, it's TRPA, you know, we're getting that. And so I want to make sure that whatever we come up with, that it's very clear who's responsible. Also in that regard, it's unclear to me the way that we're reading just these additions that you want to make as to whether or not we're only talking about private property or public. My guess is we're only talking about public. I'm not sure. So that's just a question. And I want to know what is the applicability of the general plan up with regards to the basin? And vegetation management, how that will somehow be integrated throughout all this. So, and we need to get back. We can talk later if you would prefer, if we don't have answers right now.
Well, I will just say that it was the implementation measures that are assigned specific divisions or departments. The actual policies themselves haven't been specifically assigned a division or department. So
Okay.
that's just a point of clarification.
That's great. And that's very helpful. And it just, final comment, it just brings about the whole enforcement piece on this. When it's not clear, no one does anything. And then what good is the policy? So just maybe something to think about, talk about a little bit further.
Thank you, Supervisor Lane.
I just wanted to add, you were talking about hazard tree removal, but there is a USDA grant up to $10,000. We got a community hub is coming up and it's in Pioneer Park and the USDA will be there. So grants to be able to help these people about refinancing their homes and what they would qualify. But there is a grant for hazardous tree removal up to $10,000. Just want to let you know.
Supervisor Parlin, are you ready?
Ready? Are you ready?
We're buckled up.
So share everyone's concerns. I wrote dollar signs all over this plan. Quite honestly, I get it. We want this conversation here, what we're doing, especially the fire safety bits that have been added, completely folds into our conversations about, you know, trying to attract our fire insurance companies back to the state. And, you know, the insurance commissioner's push for his wildfire, whatever he's calling it, safety resilient plan to attract those insurance companies. I get it, but it sure is. And right here, I think it's the very first one, right? You know, objective, what is that? 6.2. So 6.2, the defensible space. You know, the first thing that was added, you know, was underlined existing. So now I'm going back to my trauma of the day that we adopted the vegetation management ordinance. It was my first couple months in office and it was terrifying. And honestly, I feel that, you know, it's a policy, it's a great goal, but then you're putting enforcement, how do we do this? We've talked about this so many times about our aging senior fixed income population. I just struggle with this. I really do, because it's like, yes, we want this for our community. We want to be fire safe, but how do we do this with everyone getting older and costs of just anything are so exorbitant? And you know, I talked to poor Hugh Council on the Fire Safe Council, you know, with OWAPR and all that. The messaging, we need the messaging countywide, consistent messaging. I know you guys are getting there. I feel like it should have been done earlier this year to start that. You know, everybody, El Dorado County, go outside, look at your roof. You know, we need those simple messages. And then if you're able-bodied, go talk to your neighbor. We've got to do this as a community, as a county together, because, you know, those insurance companies are looking at zip codes, and even zip codes from one street to another can be so different in our county. So I get where we're trying to go with this, but I just really struggle with the enforcement and how overburdened our residents are going to be trying to do this. So I want to keep it realistic. And I do understand, I think it was Sue Henneke told me, you can keep pointing to you, Sue, because she's, you know, our person for that kind of stuff in the county, but there are grant opportunities, and we're just going to have to maximize the heck out of that and get the word out. So anyway, there's concerns right there. Just adding that one word, existing, it wasn't there before. Now you've like just added how many parcels in the county to what was there before. Targeting new developments easy because it's new. So I have that comment actually throughout the document where I wrote the word existing question mark versus what, you know, new development. I'm on policy 6.2.3.5. Identify actions to ensure non-compliant development meets current okay, so if it's new development, why would it be non-compliant? So that makes me think that this is addressing existing non-compliant. So right there, that to me is confusing and needs some clarity. What's the goal there? Next one, 6.2.3.6, again, all new development. So I think addressing new development is way easier, so much easier. If we can't make it fire compliant and fire safe, we're not going to build it. It's just time to start doing that. Quite honestly, I'm really concerned about the existing and how do we help our residents. Okay, get off that soapbox because I'm a broken record. Policy 6.3.4.5 shall support the utilization of biomass facilities. We're actually trying to build some, so I didn't know what word to suggest there to make it clear. We're going after a big grant we just talked about this morning. So I would like to change that to that word or add a word to make it clear that we're trying to actually build these biomass facilities, and we're doing it in earnest because it's a big part, you know, piece of our puzzle here. It's not too bad. I'm already turning many pages. This is just really hard stuff. Oh, and then on 6.5.1.10, the one word was changed, and I don't understand why. There, it's underlined. It says a will, W-I-L-L. It used to be a shall. Okay, and you know, we've for years this county's struggled with wills, shalls, and mays and all that stuff. Why are we changing a shall to a will? There must be a legal definition reason. But I thought will and shall kind of had the same thing. Like you're going to do it no matter what. It's not optional. So why would we change a shall to a will? And if it's significant, we really need to know why, because I don't want little changes in it that we don't understand. So that one just felt really weird. And then.
I think that one is purely a typo.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for
Yeah, 'cause we
bringing
didn't-
that to our attention.
We didn't, yeah, most of the updates to her were not focused on, I guess you would call them the non-natural hazards. So noise, highway safety, airport safety. We didn't actually make any updates, maybe
Okay.
just like minor grammatical changes.
Oh,
That's
okay.
good to know.
Because there was a
Okay.
lot of back and forth when the SEAC reviewed it and stakeholders reviewed it, we ended up obviously getting updates and like, oh, let's change the air quality section. It wasn't the original effort or scope to do this. It was just supposed to focus on the natural hazards.
Oh, okay.
That's helpful.
So will that be dialed back to a shall then, or are we just, what?
Likely, yeah, we're
Yeah.
gonna have to look back to the
Yeah.
previous version and see what was in there. And
Okay. I just haven't had the old version on my computer, so I was looking at, like what happened here?
Convenient.
Yeah, yeah, it was nice having him on my screen. And then I'm on policy 6.9.1.1, where it's talking about reduced safety hazards on county roadways. We are having a lot of conversations, especially our Fish and Wildlife Commission right now about animal deer, mostly deer, every once in a while, I guess a bear, but animal safety on roads. And right now it's rutting season. They are everywhere. It's just, it's horrible. So, but I know our Fish and Wildlife Commission is looking into this right now. So I didn't know if we wanted to insert a policy to support their work, and then we could potentially go after grant money for that too. But the dead deer really just, it's so sad. And then here's where I have a whole bunch. It's all about the one topic though. So it's the objective 6.11.1, the evacuation. Boy, this one is just so large. I don't even know where to start, but I know we're making a lot of changes in the county and our whole OES organization, which I'm just thrilled about that. I really am. But we've had Snowmageddon, Caldor fire, mosquito fire, then the big storms and everything, and evacuations were rough. And so specifically on policy 6.11.1.2, where it talks about identifying public facilities that support at-risk populations. I was trying to understand, and I specifically have 2 mobile home parks way up North County that struggle. They're basically a disadvantaged community amongst themselves. They don't fit the criteria you have here, but they struggle during evacuations. I know that. I was on the phone with them during evacuations. So I would like to know if we could somehow update this or add language or even another, to find another thing we have too is a lot of senior mobile home parks, so where those senior populations are. And again, I'll use my mom because she's a great example, but she no longer drives and doesn't have a car. So if her senior park, which has been evacuated, by the way, in the last few years, there was a fire in Patterson Ranch. And so I had to go get her. And so some kind of plan for those communities is really critical, I think, in my mind. Yeah, it was hard for me to get in to get her out. It shouldn't be like that, really. So that's a big planning issue. I think we could somehow, but I didn't see how it was in this. So somehow it needs to be added. What's this one? And then the next one though. And so now I'm going kind of opposite of what I said before, because then it says 6.11.2.1. So ensure viability of future use of evacuation routes. Development shall be served by a street system. Does that mean existing development, new development? Because if we're going to say existing, well, we already know we're deficient. So how do we get there? Because there's another whole policy that says that we need to go and identify all the communities that only have one ingress. And thank you for the map, you guys. I looked at the map and one of the attachments. I did not realize how many communities we have with only one way in and out. I knew we had a lot. There's way more, which again, that's where my $sign was, is because it's one of the policies that says we're going to identify those and then bring them into compliance with the CAL FIRE and all that stuff for 2-way ingress, egress. How on earth are we going to afford that? And I just have to put my plug in because I've been doing it since I got on the board. Volcanoville really needs a second ingress, egress. I've been saying it at every meeting, every opportunity. I'm glad this policy is in here. I mean, how do we get to where the rubber hits the road? I don't know how. Supervisor Heidel, you're right. This is such if we were to put this plan and put dollars on everything and do it right, there's not enough money in the world. So I'm just really concerned how we're going to prioritize and do this. But Volcanoeville really needs one.
Okay, right.
And because they've been evacuated so many times, they truly have. So and then there's one here. Oh, 6.14.2.3, promote ways to protect the community and the environment from tobacco so it's switching to public health kind of stuff. From tobacco product associated mixed hazardous waste. I think there's a word or something missing in there because I could not quite understand tobacco product associated with mixed. There's something confusing in there what we're talking about. There's a word missing or something. I couldn't make it make sense, or maybe it's me. I don't know if you want to tell me what word I'm missing. That might be the last one. Hold on. And then all the measures are behind that. So dollar signs again everywhere. So anyway, these are great goals for the county. We do want to be safe for everyone. We've experienced everything: floods, drought, fire, you name it. The wildfire smoke, where people couldn't breathe, and which just tells us that we need to get out and do those projects, forest management, all of it. We need it. I'm just concerned how we're going to get there. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Can I add one comment?
Yeah, I
on
was
what
gonna do that
Supervisor
too.
Parton- With respect to the vegetation management ordinance, if you're not familiar with it, what we did is stay within the confines of CAL FIRE's PRC Public Resources 4291. So the enforcement is a two-way street. CAL FIRE, the state of California, is supposed to be enforcing defensible space areas, and so is the county working in cooperation with them. So it's not something that we went beyond. Some of the local fire districts did go beyond that.
We did with our good neighbor 100-foot thing on other people's property. We went beyond. Our county did, and that was one of my big concerns for that too. So we did. We went beyond.
I think that's subject to discussion, but okay, I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah.
But we intentionally didn't try to make it so difficult for people to comply. We tried to stay within the bounds of what PRC 4291 said, because we knew it was going to be difficult for everyone. But I'm guessing PRC 4291 has been out there for at least a decade.
Oh, longer than that.
2 decades. I mean, it's not new legislation. It's
No.
not new criteria. It's been ignored for such a long time. And so we tried to step up and at least make people aware of it within the county. So,
And I think it's the same as everything else, is when you ignore something for a decade or 2 or 3, just like the forest management, now we're in catch up mode, and it costs more, and it's just more difficult. So
Agreed.
that's where we are as a whole.
All right, well, thank you. All right, before I move on to the planning commission, I do have, and obviously we are doing questions and comments. So just a point of clarification. So and easier just to get it all. It's hard to have questions without comments. You bet. All right.
Let me just jump into Supervisor Parlin. Feel free to just email me, or I can just come and grab your specific feedback. Great.
We'll regret
That's
that.
round one. That's round one.
I encourage all of us to document, what your comments are, and send it to our staff. Absolutely, because it's hard to capture. It's impossible to capture it all today. All right. So I have many more. First of all, thank you. Thank you to everyone that has been a part of the safety element. We recognize that it is, something that we have to do. It is an important part of our general plan. And this represents a tremendous amount of work across a lot of agencies and entities and county departments. So we appreciate everyone's efforts to get us here. And please don't take our comments, as a criticism of that effort. But I think also we feel the weight of what this is potentially asking and demanding of our county staff, our resources in order to accomplish. So I think our comments are, along that vein. So just wanted to get clarity on that. I personally have many more concerns with some of our policies, which seem just incredibly onerous and not practical or implementable than I do our implementation measures. Our implementation measures seem rather straightforward and not too onerous. And so I guess my first question is, we have many more policies, and not all of our policies have implementation measures. So how do we reconcile that? Or do we have to? What does that mean? How do you have a policy without a implementation measure?
So most of those two are based on, the set of policies under the specific objectives. Because yeah, you would have a lot more
right.
implementation measures. I mean, it is a requirement that for each policy statement or set of policy statements that are under the same topic, say around defensible space, you have at least one implementation measure linked. So there's a nexus between those policies,
Okay.
statements and those implementation.
But they don't,
measures.
the implementation measures don't necessarily address the policy. I mean,
They're supposed to, yeah.
okay, they are supposed to, okay.
Yes.
All right, so for example, then, I think some of my concerns are, when talking about the regulatory framework, there's a lot of, that talks about when feasible, which makes a lot of sense. However, this is probably what gives me the most heart failure in this potential draft document, is objective 6.2.2 on limitations to development. It says on policy 6.222, it says, the county shall preclude development, including public facilities and essential services in areas of high and very high wildfire hazard zones. Okay, now I direct everyone's attention to the map. And the map that lists high and very high wildfire severity zones is just about all of the West Slope, with a little smidge of El Dorado Hills, congratulations, John, that are not in that. So this policy is saying we are going to preclude development, including public facilities and essential services in those areas. Now, on page 3, going back, it talks about locating, when feasible, new essential public facilities outside of high fire areas, and it talks about a bunch of facilities. So those are directly in opposition to each other in this. So help me understand, is this statement a mandate? The county shall preclude development. And what does this mean for El Dorado County?
So Chair, I'm just trying to understand that there's an unless after that kind of gives you the way out of it, but is it realistic?
Okay, yes, that was my next question. Kind of. Unless such development can be adequately protected from wildfire hazard, as demonstrated in a WUI, which is a wildland urban interface fire safe plan prepared by qualified professionals as approved by the El Dorado County Fire Protection Officers. But what does this mean?
That's the better question, I think,
and
right
what
there.
does that mean? Because as we are looking at building new public facilities for the county, we're looking at building a new Placerville Police Department, fire. We're looking at just their development all over our county. So, hi, Sue.
Hi. So that language is actually out of state law that deals with the requirement of CAL FIRE to classify our lands into these fire hazard severity zones.
Okay.
So that's why you see that unless phrase there.
Okay.
So what we're talking about in all these instances, and even going back to the one way in, one way out communities, it's not necessarily mandating you build a second way in or out, but you're providing other mitigation measures such as advanced planning, providing for, widening of the existing roads, turnouts, things like that. Some of the things that, because there's actually an effort underway. So CAL FIRE has released the list of all these communities with recommendations on how to mitigate some those limitations in those communities. We're actually meeting with the County Fire Chiefs Association tomorrow to discuss that and the work that the fire agencies can do to help with those mitigation efforts. And that's a lot of it is going to revolve around evacuation planning and preparing. So as opposed to actual construction of extra roads. So the fire safe plans with any new development, they are required to provide a fire safe plan that gets signed off by the local fire agency. And so that is a process that is currently in effect and has been in effect for quite some time. And so that's how you mitigate that development in those fire hazard severity zone areas.
All right, thank you, Sue. That's helpful. I just have strong concerns that as these policies are developed at the state level in urban areas, that they are not translatable to rural areas.
Exactly.
And there is a strong push by a lot of state policies to push people out of the wildland urban interface in our rural areas. And yet they also need us to have these rural areas thrive, because we are their playground. We're the place, California comes to recreate, to enjoy, and they need vibrant towns and unique spaces and recreational opportunities in order to make that possible. So that challenges me. The next policy 6.2.2.3, it talks about redevelopment in fire impacted areas from a major fire, and says that we will comply with fire safe regulations and county building standards and in the redevelopment of that area. Well, we just recently undertook Title 25 in the Grizzly Flat area to make, development possible for folks to mill their own lumber as is a provision.
Yes.
This directly would negate that. So how do we reconcile that? Would that negate that action the board has already taken on that? What does that mean for the residents of Grizzly Flats?
I don't think it would. I mean, of course, it's something that we are working on with planning and building and with council very closely, but the provisions that we're looking at also do come right out of state law in Title 24. So that's also a provision in state law where we make certain findings that allow us to modify those regulations for those structures.
So perhaps we need some language in that policy that maybe talks about Title 25 or something like that. So it's not a inherent conflict. I don't know, but.
Or it may be when we could discuss that with you, but certainly the findings that we would be required to make to provide for those types of structures would also be stated in the ordinance that the board would eventually adopt. So that would also take care of that piece.
I just wanted to point that out. That's a potential challenge for what the action the board has already taken. Let's see, under objective 6.2.5, fire prevention education. I like that. That has been the county's stance, that it is that we are in the business of education about fire safe policies and how folks can implement them, make their homes resilient, grant opportunities to make that work possible, and work with our community to accomplish this. My concern is that a lot of the objectives and policies, not necessarily implementation measures though, are moving into an enforcement arena. And I don't think our county would like what that looks like. If we decide to move from an education and supportive cooperative agreement with our residents to an enforcement that would have to pay for itself with fines, and knowing that individual property owners often don't have the resources to really fully accomplish many of the objectives and policies in this. So it's just, that's more of a comment that I firmly believe that our county's stance should be one of education and strategic investment through all of our office of AWAPR and all of our community partners, like the strategic fire breaks, like the Weber Creek drainage issues, all of the work of our fire safe councils, of putting those investments in critical places that protect our communities, that help make us resilient, rather than putting the burden on every single property owner. And yes, people should do what they can, but recognizing that there are limitations to our senior population, to a lot of our families. I also don't see a hardship clause anywhere in our policies that would perhaps address some of those challenges. And I have a lot more, but I think at that point, those are the gist of my concerns, and I'd like then to move on to our planning commissioners and hear what they have to say, and I will certainly reach out with more of my comments, but those are the gist of my comments. So thank you all, and who would like to go first on the planning commission?
I was going to suggest that we maybe work our way from right to left. Why you watch that, right? So I'll start with.
There we go. So I'll start with Commissioner Reinhardt. Do you have anything?
Yeah, I mean, I think most of it's already been said, but I think coming from working in development and just seeing how this stuff works, and then thinking about things from a business perspective, I realize the government works differently, but someone said having a table of like how much stuff costs, I think it's probably a good idea. Like if you were going to go raise a bunch of money to do a bunch of work somewhere, you would have to have a business plan, and the plan would be how much is this going to cost and how you're going to pay for it and what's, all the details. So there's a ton of detail in here about the policies, but I think the gap is the money and maybe it sounds, grants have been mentioned like 50 times, which is awesome. But like maybe there's a table that not only shows the cost, but just like what are the opportunities to fill that, backfill it with grants, and where the delta is going to be, what we have to make up, and figuring out some of that. So I think that would be a huge, probably arguably to me, the most important part of a report like this, but I realize it's not probably the normal government way of doing it, but I think for me that would be very helpful.
Commissioner Boger.
And I agree, most has been said. I just have one point, which would be, as a stakeholder group, our outdoor industries like agriculture, timber, ski resorts, rafting, this is the crux of our tourism economy. And by nature, those working landscapes, I think the implementation of some of the mitigation measures are going to have a substantively different effect on them than, say, a resident. So I would sure like to see some nuance in how these things will be applied. And then maybe include economic development as a stakeholder too, to see how these things are going to affect our economic development in the future.
Commissioner Payne.
So Chair, I wanted to get into a little bit of what you were saying before you pass it over. You're saying essentially a county product should be a product that, in my mind, is El Dorado County. But staff is trying to meet the mandate, and so they give you a product that meets the mandate, that may not be the El Dorado County product that you're reflecting on.
I recognize
So
that.
therefore, you gave them some ideas about what you thought some of the elements or some of the issues that you thought should be at least addressed to make it functionally an El Dorado County document. But I don't know that they have the ability to do that without some kind of cohesive process to get that done, because they're kind of primed for meeting the obligation and not for, I guess, reflecting, and I'll leave it up to them to respond, but reflecting on what you believe is the El Dorado County product to be delivered.
It's not exactly what I said, but
It was in my own words, not necessarily your words. I didn't have your notes, so just to go from. A couple of things I picked up when I was going through the new implementation measure, HSDD. It says here ensures free or discounted vaccinations. Immediately, I thought of our earlier discussion when we had people commenting, the public, about vaccinations and the process associated with them. That's just my comment. But also, I pulled up the 2004, the amended 2019 Public Health, Safety and Noise element, and it had to do with water sources. So that DHDD, when I went to it, the document said water sources, nothing to do with public health. Could that be because we're using a different indexing framework, or could that be just something I picked up and it ought to be reflected in the product? So can I just go on? I don't need an answer immediately. I just want to make sure my comment was made. Okay, so also we have this SB 1000, which is 2018. This has to do with disadvantaged communities, or DACs. I pulled that up when I browsed it. It says poverty, high employment, air and water pollution, presence of hazardous waste, high incidence of asthma or heart disease. So essentially, that's what constitutes a DAC. I was wondering where in El Dorado County then would we have a DAC, or what would be reflected in SB 1000? That's just a comment. And then finally, policies and measures. My understanding of how it's set up is that goals and objectives, policies and measures, and these are implementation measures. I think somebody here had said from the board that that measures question was important. It was important because that takes the policy and turns it something into a manageable product or process. And so I was hoping you could discuss that question of policies versus measures. And I'm looking at it in a more global perspective. Those are my areas.
Please go ahead. I'm assuming, were you looking for a
No,
response?
no, no.
Oh,
I just said earlier that
All
I
right.
wasn't.
All right. I'll go ahead and go then. And first of all, I just wanted to praise staff for all the work on this. I know it was a long time coming. I did have the chance to tune into one of the earlier workshops that you had for the public, Ms. Graybill, and it was really well done. And so I appreciated you doing that. And I know that that's what, will continue to happen as we continue to go through this process. I did have one question, and it kind of speaks to the theme that I think I've heard throughout this discussion that we've had, which is this document in of itself doesn't create any sort of fiscal responsibility on behalf of the county. And what I mean by that is, obviously, when I first looked at this, like I think everybody else up here, I saw dollar signs. This is gonna be a lot of resources to accomplish. But in adopting this element in of itself, I'm assuming we're still going to have the annual process where long range planning comes up and says, this is what we want to prioritize this year. We're still going to have the budget process where the board decides, okay, here's the pot of money we have available. Here's how we divvy it up. And maybe some of these things just fall below the line. So I just wanted to confirm that this doesn't have any direct, fiscal or budgetary implications, just this document itself. I realize each measure itself would have cost, but.
I mean, yes, that's accurate, but I would say that by putting these new policies and measures in this document, we will have to, meet these policies and measures as a county. And part of that, as I mentioned before, we will have to report out how the progress that we've made on the policies and measures, but it doesn't necessarily require us.
Yeah, so and that was really what because that gives me a little bit more comfort. I think it's great to lay out in our general plan, our intentions certainly, but as we all know, things change. And I think it's important that the board, to recognize the board will still have that discretion on an annual basis. A few comments I had that haven't been shared yet, but and obviously as a planning commissioner, we normally deal with new development. So that's kind of how I'm approaching this, is through the new development lens. One thing I'd really like to see a focus on, and I think it's in there, but helping ensure that our fire districts and frankly other applicable special districts that are responsible for a lot of these efforts and when they're reviewing new development projects, that we at the county kind of help them understand how to how should I say this, provide that really constructive feedback, because I know we've been sitting in planning commission hearings and I don't want to I'm not going to call anybody out, but we've had some cases where we've gotten really detailed comments from a fire district, and it's been really helpful to us in making sure that a project is conditioned appropriately. There's other times when, to be quite frank, the district just isn't present, or they sign off and that's about it. So I think helping our fire districts figure out how to best engage when they're reviewing new projects would be really, really helpful. And trying to figure out some sort of consistency, and I realize we have individual districts and they're going to do things their individual ways, but trying to make sure that at the planning level, we have consistency in what we can expect from our fire district partners. And also I would include in that, making sure, encouraging them to the extent possible to, when they're submitting, when they're developing their own regulations, that those are objective to the extent possible, so that property owners, when they're considering a development, know, exactly what will be expected of them. And we all know that the state is really pushing, especially in the area of housing, for local agencies to have objective standards. and in some cases are precluding us from enforcing standards that aren't objective. So again, this would be something, I think our planning department helping local fire districts understand, how to make sure that their regulations are actually objective and ultimately enforceable. I did have one question related to evacuation planning. So I realize we're going to be looking at this within developments, but are we also envisioning looking at kind of the impact that a new development might have on the evacuation of a broader community? So let's just use Camino as an example. Let's say there's a new subdivision proposed in Camino. And obviously we're going to look at the internal circulation of that subdivision, but are we also going to look at, how would that affect the ability of existing residents to be able to evacuate in the event of an emergency?
Really good point.
And it's okay if we don't have an answer right now. These are things that I'm interested in exploring.
Well, I mean, that happens on a project by project basis under CEQA, the California Environmental
Okay.
Quality Act.
Okay. So that would then be part of this then, is not just kind of the internal circulation, but I hate to call it the external circulation, but the broader community circulation.
I just want to add on
Yeah.
to that. That is part of the fire safe plan that we talked about earlier. That's required with new developments as well. The evacuation impacts are considered.
Right. And then kind of on a related note, but, I think as we're all learning through, the last 10, 20 years of more intense fires, more intense storms that we've experienced here in El Dorado County and across the state, there might be some landowners out there who say, you know what, I've got this property, it's zoned for something, maybe it's a more intensive use, but I'm realizing now that it may not be the best thing for me to develop it as intensely as maybe our land use map would specify. And I know I've heard, and it's anecdotal, so I'm not going to be specific, but I've heard some cases where property owners have been told by the county, nope, you've got to develop it at this intensity. And so they're kind of stuck a little bit. But is there a mechanism in place or that we could maybe consider adopting that would, help out folks who maybe they have a parcel that's zoned for a certain intensity of development, but they want to actually go to a less intensive development possibility?
Not sure I'm understanding
Okay.
your question.
Well, let's just say
specifically
I
how
have a
it's-
parcel that's zoned for multifamily development or high intent, high density residential. And I want to go to more of a medium density because I realize just the designing a fire safe plan for that community just isn't going to work or whatever the case may be. But I want to go to a lower intensity to, minimize my impact and maybe come up with a more feasible project. I realize I can go through, the general plan amendment process and all of that, but I know that takes a lot of money and a lot of time. Is there a way that we can, and this is again, kind of brainstorming, so I don't expect answers immediately, but kind of streamline the process if someone wants to propose a less impactful, less intense project than what might be specified?
I'm not sure I have.
Yeah,
answer.
it's
Brett's
okay.
gonna
It's
come up
okay.
with a
It's
Question today.
Brett's coming
Thank
up.
you,
Yeah,
Brett.
yeah.
Hello, everybody. Brett Sampson, Long Range Planning Manager. That's a very good question. Now, there's a couple things that go into that. You do need to meet the minimum zoning per each zone. And then that has to actually be consistent with each general plan designation. So as of right now, you would need to meet, if it's 1 per acre, then it's 1 unit per acre, or 5 per acre, then it's 5 per acre. And that's a big issue we've kind of seen in the county is where people want 1 when it's really the minimum is 5.
Right.
And so that's a huge crux of the question. So as of right now, it would be, you'd have to meet the minimum zoning, and then it would have to also be consistent with the general plan designation. What we've run into, as we all know, in our last housing element update and going back to state mandates and meeting, getting elements adopted and approved, is we now have in our highest density zone a 30 units per acre minimum, or a potential. So, we have a lot of constraints in this county with slopes, with drainages, with tree canopy, all of that. So our ability to meet that maximum is I would say nebulous at best, but certainly we have to meet the minimum zoning designation in each zone. So if somebody came in, they would be looking at, if they wanted the 1 per acre and it was zone 5 per acre.
Right.
More than likely, the general plan designation would be consistent, but they would be looking at a rezone to a lesser density.
Right.
So you would have to go a lesser density.
Do you have a follow-up on that? specific
It's a
point?
follow-up on,
Yeah,
on
I got a couple more.
Andy's comment.
Yeah.
We had now a couple, and I acknowledged it in the discussion at the planning commission of what we call non-conforming use. So I talked to Rob Peters and asked him more specifically, can you have a single family residence, which we did because that's the applicant that came in, and have it be multifamily zoned? And Rob said, yes, you can, under this non-conforming use. But the right still exists that if somebody came in and bought it, that you could demolish the single family residence and build the multifamily residence.
Couldn't have said
So
it better myself.
to Chair Nevis's question,
Yeah.
yes, it can be possible, but there's.
Actually, we need to get back.
Yeah,
to
so
that
let's,
element.
I have a couple more, I have a couple more topics here, and I'll go through them quickly. But I think it was already mentioned, the difficulty residents have in understanding the defensible space requirements as they exist now. And just one thing to flag as we're thinking about this is that those regulations don't necessarily stay constant. You know, we now have the no zone 0 requirement. And so, you know, I do think that's something to keep in mind. That doesn't mean we shouldn't try, but something to keep in mind as we're thinking through enforcement and comply, you know, hopefully not enforcement, but compliance. A couple other quick things, and I don't need a response on these, but stormwater management, I know that is discussed here, but one, you know, thought is, you know, what used to be a 100-year storm is not necessarily a 100-year storm anymore. And are there changes we need to make, particularly in the area of new development, to make sure that they are capturing, you know, what is truly a 100-year storm and aren't passing too much flow down to their neighbors? I know that was an issue, you know, in Supervisor Turnbow's district this past year, and I think in other parts of the county as well. And then finally, communication system adequacy. You know, I know the board is doing a lot of work on broadband, but I think that absolutely plays into the safety element as well, as making sure that we have communication systems in place. So when a fire breaks out, people are able to get the information that they need, even if the power may be out or systems are down. So I think that's it for now.
Excellent.
So Chair Thomas, I'll turn it back over to you.
All right, thank you all so much. Appreciate it. I do have, you triggered one more question for me before we go to public comment. Getting back to this evacuation route planning, we have long heard from our sheriff's office that, you know, we don't do evacuation planning ahead of time. That is OES, when an emergency occurs, that is done, you know, OES to respond to current conditions. So how do we reconcile that with, it seems like the state mandates to prepare evacuation routes? How do we do that? Excellent. Thanks for taking this one.
Oh, your mic's not on. Can you push the button?
Sorry about that. Okay, Mike Lowenthal, now newly assigned OES. Thanks to many of you here. I appreciate that. We are working on a combination of ways to deal with that. So we are working on some different evacuation concepts, looking at evacuation plan, one for the East Coast or east side of El Dorado County, meaning the Tahoe Basin, and one for the west side. So we're working on that actively now. So I think you'll see a product come out. There's also some new software the county recently approved that will be coming forward, which will help deal with that problem.
Excellent. Yeah. And thank you so much. Appreciate it.
And then I think Juliana also has a response to this question because WSP is leading the effort for the county's LHMP, which is going to cover evacuation route planning in that document.
Right. So currently there's an evacuation preparedness study and model right now that just kind of got vetted, I believe, through OES and the Sheriff's Department and among various other agencies, including CAL FIRE, as part of that Greater Placerville Emergency Preparedness and Resiliency Plan or a study. So we're hoping to build on the methodology that was already vetted by all those agencies and that particular plan, but then make sure that it covers the whole county, because it's obviously they only got funding to cover that part. There's a specific study area. So it's kind of getting back to the funding kind of concept and concerns today. But then taking that and just kind of building off of it. We're just piggybacking on what they already did using the same methodology, just but making sure it covers, you know, the eastern part of the county and the Tahoe Basin part of the county. And that's actually can be complied with in the local hazard mitigation plan instead of the safety element, even though the
excellent.
legislation clearly says safety element. We've gotten, you know, confirmation from staff at CAL FIRE that it can be addressed as long as that HMP then gets incorporated later into the safety element.
Excellent. Oh, thank you so much for that explanation. And I just have to just really applaud the immense collaborative efforts that are going on across our county. We have made such progress over the last several years. And I'm just so proud of everyone's efforts to come together and to everyone to do their part and then coordinate those efforts to make sure our community is resilient and as safe as possibly can be. So just really applaud everyone's efforts. So at this point, would love to take public comment at this public workshop. And because it is a public workshop, I'd love to give, 5 minutes for comments because there's a lot here.
Now taking public comment on board item 29 and planning commission item number 1. Individuals will have 5 minutes to address the board and the planning commission. I will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment, unless the chair would like a different type of notification. Is 30 seconds okay?
30 seconds.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anyone have any public comments here in the boardroom? Well, come on down. Love to hear what you have to say. Always.
Where the fires start, start with federal and state. So that's considered when preparedness, but we're not where the fire starts. So we have to prepare
Just push the button.
You're not hearing me?
No, we are, but push the button on your mic. There we go.
There you go. Oh, my gosh. I'm not, no, I doubt it. I never know what I'm going to say when I come up here, so I can't repeat it. But you can. So anyway, I feel strongly that that 4291 sits where it's at. I sat in Fire Safe Council for 10 years and, I have kind of a little bit of a background there. I was a firefighter for 23 years on a volunteer basis, so I have a little bit of background there. One thing follows the other. The big thing is that now we've got Sandridge fixed. We have all these fingers and they're all over the county of one way in, one way out roads. I don't know how you think you can fix that because it's one way in, one way out. And nobody's going to make them 30 feet wide. One of the things I did suggest was that the county give people compensation back if they do work on the sides of adjacent road. So that, for instance, on Highway 49, I'm not going north because it's a horrible road and the trees cover over the road. However, going south into Amador County, their roads are kind of cleared a little bit. So maybe a 30-foot easement. I know during the sand fire, Sergeant Byers came to me afterwards. We had a Fire Safe Council effort. We put 30 feet clearance on either side of Vintage Trail, which was a dirt road, used to scratch the sides of my truck. PG&E was thrilled to death because they could get at their telephone lines, power lines. And it did allow them to bring in CAL FIRE, to bring in vehicles and manpower on a road that we could not designate evacuation. We had to put it on a map, yay big, that said, you are here. And then we drew the major route and showed Bucks Bar and showed 49. So there's ways to get around the evacuation because it's a liability to say it's an evacuation route, and that's why OES doesn't usually go there. So if you just say you are here, Byers looked at it, he saw that it said you are here. He said, oh my gosh, I drove the road, we could get through, we could bring all our people in. There are ways to get around it if you think out of the box. So thank you, George, for doing that part. The one way in, one way out, it's all over this county. We only have 4 roads actually that go east-west. And those roads are Sandridge, Pleasant Valley, Highway 50, and Wentworth Springs. And so if you really look at it, the east-west routes have all the one way in, one way out coming out to them. I've been working on the Dorado Oaks thing, the EIR, that's another whole story. But we had that fire, I think it was called, I want to say Harn Fire. It was right there in Diamond Springs on the east side. I can't remember the name of it because I've been partying for too long. Anyway, they evacuated right around where the fire was. But when I looked at the map, and I like maps, the people at the end of Fowler and people that were south of where the fire is weren't going to be able to get out because fires, notoriously, the wind's coming up the canyon and they spread out. And it could very easily have cut off an exit route for the people coming from. And I don't know where CAL FIRE and OES were sitting there. It doesn't seem like they were thinking of the fact that that fire is going to do like a delta. It's going to close off those roads potentially, and those people further south on a one way in, one way out would not be able to exit. So I think there's got to be some out of the box thinking when you're
30 seconds remaining.
Thank you very much. I probably could talk for another 10 minutes, but I'll hold it for the next meeting. Contacting the public and having public meetings, there's not a whole lot of public people here. Why? I happen to get your things, but and then I have to click on it and I have to find out what it is and all that. There's got to be a better way because not all, I'm 81. There's not a lot of people who are going to go there. And if it's not in bold print in the newspaper.
5 minutes.
Go for it.
Thank you, Linda. Appreciate your comments. Appreciate you being here. Welcome back.
So I didn't know what the topic was going to be, and I'm all over the place because I just came here cold. I had no idea this was going on. I'm curious who directed and promoted this action that we're taking. It's been in the works obviously for a long time, but how did it I mean, I'm in tune with so many issues, and this is new to me. And now the comments are due in a month. And I really think that 2 of us are here to make a comment. That's a big statement. They said 185 people have responded out of 100 or almost 200,000 people in the county. So I think there needs to be an extension on this comment period. I would like to have the opportunity to spread the word that this is happening. I think there's probably a lot of good things in here, but it's hard to tell on the fly that this is what are we doing? We have a general plan element that we haven't implemented yet. That's 26 pages. This one's 46 pages with, our county is so conflicting. I just, we're challenging. When the general plan was first adopted, mixed use was allowed to do 10 dwelling units in a urban community region. Now we're up to 30 with 0 set line setbacks. And it's how do you justify that? When he said we have to put 30 in, well, it's because the planning department is the one that's pushed those numbers in the first place. So there's the coordination. There's some members of the Diamond Springs El Dorado Community Coalition just met with one of the planners and gave him a whole list of safety issues of a project that's already in the works or it's already been approved. All these conditions of approval that cannot be met. Caltrans weighed in on one of them, and it doesn't have a good second access on high density housing. And they said, well, it's bringing us more housing. So you say you're concerned about the state. The other issue in Diamond Springs is just at a pitiable point of being a death trap. And I am just horrified about the actions that are going to start taking place with where everybody's going. We talk about these issues. It's a miracle that nobody died in the Caldor fire. A pivotal point that everybody's got to get through is that Diamond Springs area. I think of the people that live on these, I applaud Linda Campbell. She's been dragging these red line roads in our county around for decades, bringing them here, bringing them there. And again, it's a miracle that nobody has died in this county from these fires. Well, we may not be so lucky next time, especially if you're putting units. So in Diamond Springs, in the Piedmont project, you've got 4 houses with one driveway, one platform of a driveway. All those houses have to get onto a very narrow road, onto another road that's full of rural area people that live, hundreds of houses down this rural road that have to come through this one road. And now you're going to be on Sacramento Street. What happens when this first group that can't get out of those little 4 square houses clog up that one little lane that all these people have to come out of? You never cared when you approved this project. That's just, there's like 5 in that same area with that right now. 3-story apartments are getting built right there in that area on a level of service F at Runnymede, where people have died because it's such a high fire, traffic incident area on that. So this is the other side. We're talking about Pleasant Valley, where every town back in that area down Pleasant Valley, Grizzly Flat, everybody has to come down that road. You're building a big high density project that they have to get out there. And then you're trying to talk about Dorado Oaks. Holy cow. Why don't we just be, so I have a concern. I'm sorry, this is too much. The state is continuing working to overstep our local jurisdiction and land use authority. You are not implementing our voter approved plan. You are changing it to be a state controlled plan. I worry once you start taking grants from this to implement, there's strings attached to that. We need to go back to what we need in our county. We are unique. We have been pretty awesome. People love our county to come here. You've all mentioned things that make more sense than anything that's in these documents.
30 seconds remaining.
How many? Okay. So there are so many conflicts. They say you have to do high density. I think planning has got to be very conflicted and confused. High density with no safety roads versus now we want no growth in those same areas. What is it? So I flinch when I hear most that we have to follow the state. I think we need to ditch that mindset and recreate the El Dorado
5
County
minutes.
common sense plan that is catered to us. Also remove the sticks and bring in some carrots. That had to do with don't penalize the rural people for the way they live. And right now we got code enforcement going after all these unsuspecting people. That is just ludicrous. You need to stop that and start helping instead of sticking them. Give them a carrot. Thank you.
Appreciate your comments. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to comment on this workshop? All right, seeing none, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Kevin McCarty.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, board and commissioners, for this venue. So this is Kevin McCarty, resident of Somerset, treasurer of the Omo Ranch Fire Safe Council, and candidate for supervisor in District 2. I'd like to call attention to a key aspect of the safety element under consideration, which will have profoundly negative impacts on the people of this county if approved without a fundamental change of approach. Specifically, the Vegetation Management and Defensible Space Ordinance, number 5186, or as I would refer to it, the ADA of wildfire, in that it represents a massive unfunded liability with noble aims and goals on the surface, but draconian means and methods to achieve them. Everybody wants to be safe, prevent wildfire, and protect the environment. But government policy always needs to be aware of the potential for the cure to be worse than the disease. By taking the 100-foot defensible space requirement under California code and pushing the liability on the individual property owners without any financial assistance from the county, state, or Forest Service, the county is doing exactly that. The Veg Management Ordinance as written will create code enforcement cases for a large percentage of property owners in the county overnight, with no effective mechanism for mass compliance nor redress of grievances. Just as CEQA effectively created by Fiat, the industry of environmental engineers and inspections, this ordinance will do the same for defensive space inspections. If no real estate transaction is able to proceed without first going through a handful of certified inspectors, this will pose an undue burden and again, an unfunded liability, just like ADA, on the people of El Dorado County. An already stressed housing market will grind to a halt as everyone scrambles to comply with the latest edition of government overreach. Toward the goal of finding solutions, not just identifying problems, I would suggest the veg management ordinance as written be thrown in the trash and staff directed to start from scratch and instead inverting the means of achieving defensible space compliance. What I mean by this is let's use the carrot instead of the stick, as Sue just aptly referenced. In every instance of threatening code enforcement penalties, let's instead replace with tax rebates or other incentives to promote the voluntary implementation of defensible space inspections, vegetation management, and fuels reduction. In every instance of levied fines and fees, let's instead offer cost-sharing mechanisms through funding from the county, state, and federal programs from which millions of dollars are already eminently available. Threatening people to clear their land or face fines is not the way things should be done in a free country. Let's instead work together to engage the community by means of grants via the Resource Conservation District, fire safe councils, local fuel reduction contractors, and of course, the individual property owners. At very least, let's create a tier system based on parcel size, which acknowledges it is far easier for Bill and Sue to clear a few bushes from a residential lot than it is for a rancher with hundreds or thousands of acres to clear miles of trees along each property line. Staff have done admirable work in trying to bring our safety element into compliance with all the various new state laws. However, on the point of vegetation management, the assigned staff members should be sent back to the drawing board. As average families struggle to put food on the table and pay the mortgage, the notion of slapping them with a whole new system of fines and code enforcement rules is frankly absurd, even if nominally to help reduce the threat of wildfire. Any public servant who would implement the draconian and tyrannical measures in the current veg management ordinance as written should be ashamed of themselves and would better serve the people by tendering their resignation. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your comments.
Now taking public comment on 013.
Good afternoon.
Hello,
Good afternoon. We can hear you.
this is Linda Witters. I'm calling from the basin. I wanted to make a few points. I think the supervisors in the county should look into its executive order 14008, which led to the 30 by 30 land order, because some of the things you're talking about sound like they may lead into that 30 by 30 order. You have to look it up, but it's important for everyone to look into that. It would have a lot of implications on our county. Secondly, if the county, which I didn't see it in there, doesn't have preparations for the 3 different kinds of EMP, then it's not prepared for an emergency. And probably the biggest emergency that we could have, the most likely thing that can happen at this point would be the EMPs. And there's a lot that comes with that comes with being prepared, and there's no reason that shouldn't be included in emergency preparations. And then thirdly, I agree with the other people who said that there should be more time to comment. The county should put this out further. Obviously, there hasn't been enough work done in putting this out to the public, and so people can comment on it. Thank you. That was it.
Thank you for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, thank you. We will bring this back to the board and the commission. There were several questions on time frame for comments, recognizing that there's not a lot of people here, and yet, you certainly laid out that, there's been a lot of outreach so far, but would we be able to extend the time frame at all, or are we under a tight time frame going forward, recognizing there's a lot of process to this still left?
Yeah, I mean, I think we have some flexibility in our schedule to extend it. What were you thinking, like by 15 days?
What is the will of the board like by the end of the year? Recognizing that not a lot happens the last couple of weeks in December, the end of the year.
Because we're going to be dark for 2 weeks in December, so.
Right. I mean, is that the will of the board?
Yeah, I would think so.
The commission? Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so like in first part of January, yeah. Yeah.
That
January
seems
1st.
reasonable, yeah.
Okay. That, that makes a lot of sense. And then we could, we could all do outreach through our own channels, as well as what additional measures are we looking at a county to get the
Yeah.
word out there?
Well, I'll just say, for the release of the public draft, we did extensive outreach. We not only emailed everyone that signed up for the listserv from the safety element website on the county, which is over 1,000 people, but we also posted on all of our social media platforms. We posted in the local newspapers. We also, obviously went through the normal Board of Supervisors, your posting protocols for the agenda and such of this public workshop, so through Legistar. So I feel pretty strongly that we did some great outreach to members of the public. We're also, as I mentioned previously, doing a public workshop on, what was it, December 5th, I believe?
That's right, that virtual
public-
workshop.
Yes, and we
Great.
welcome any additional public comment there. That is again at 5:30, and so I understand that 1 p.m. isn't the most convenient time for members of the public to attend and take time out of their day. And so hopefully 5:30 is more feasible for folks.
So I would encourage us all to, as well as to do another outreach, especially advertising the next virtual workshop, as well as the draft safety element that's out there. Yes, Commissioner Payne.
Just a calendar question. On the back of the, on the safety update, this is the planning division's staff report. It says specifically, staff plans to return to the planning commission and board of supervisors in the spring of 2024 with a final draft safety element. Was that going to be a joint meeting like today, or?
That's it. I'm not
Oh,
sure.
No, those will be separate hearings. Again, just to clarify, no action is going to be taken today. This was purely to solicit feedback and input.
That's great.
And then you will have another official stab at this, where there will be hopefully an action
Thank
taken
you.
separately.
Great, excellent.
Yeah. And I just had one quick follow-up question. It was actually based on the last public comment we received, which is, where could folks go? 'Cause I think it's important to distinguish, and correct me if I'm wrong, that this is a planning document. It's part of our general plan. So it doesn't necessarily address the county's response to every conceivable type of emergency that might take place. So I believe, electromagnetic pulses were mentioned there. If somebody's interested in, how the county might prepare for some larger event, things like that, I think, would that be the OES that they should go talk to, or like they have some plans on kind of response to emergencies?
Right. I mean, it really just depends on the emergency and what
Right.
specific issue. I mean, there's so many different
Right.
divisions and departments that are involved in just creating the safety element update. And so it would depend on the specific emergency. But
Yeah.
yeah, certainly the sheriff's office
Yeah.
and
And
OES.
I guess my larger point there was just for the public's benefit is this is not a specific emergency preparation plan for a specific event. This is more of a planning document.
Yeah, safety
Yeah.
element
Yes.
of our general plan. Excellent. Do my colleagues on the board have any further
Yeah, I just want to follow
comments?
up on Linda's comment about Sand Ridge Road, the tree that's in that one corner that everybody gets stuck in. So working with Raphael and Brian Mullins to be able to straighten that out and eliminate that corner. So especially when it comes to evacuation. So I thought I'd let you know. With Mr. Gunslinger is the guy's last name. Yeah.
Quick question, I guess, for ease of sharing, because I don't want us all to send out different messages.
Right.
Is there a web page dedicated to this effort? And can you send that out so that we're all just sharing the same thing and everybody goes to the same place? and-
Excellent point.
Yeah, and then I don't have to think that hard.
Important to have a unified message.
It truly is. So yeah,
Great.
thank you
good
for that.
point. All right, anything else from the board? All right, do our colleagues on the planning commission have any further
I guess
comments or
ju-
insights?
Just one more procedural question. So the comments that were made in public comment today, are those already, so in other words, folks don't need to, of course, they're welcome to, but they don't necessarily need to resubmit their comments at a later point.
No, I
Okay.
mean, we certainly welcome written comments because it's easier. But of course, any verbal comments received today and then as well as at the workshop will be considered in the next round of edits.
Great, thank you.
Excellent. Well, just like to thank the Planning Commission for being with us today. It was wonderful to engage in this dialogue on this important part of our general plan, and my colleagues on the board, I think, was a very efficient and dialogue, and thank you to all of our staff for helping present this well today. And so we're going to take a break now, and we can engage with you in one-on-one, Linda, because we're done with this portion of our day, because recognizing that there's no action taking here. Question for the board. We have, I know Supervisor Heidel has to leave to get to CSAC. We have to and froms and CAO updates. Do we want to do that next time, or does anyone have?
I would say next time.
We're
'cause there's
dark
not
for
a
2
whole lot
weeks.
anyway.
Can we just get it over with?
Do we
We're
want to
dark
have
for
a
2
break for the
weeks.
planning
Yeah,
commission? or-
seriously, get it over with.
Okay, all right. So should we let the planning commission go and then
Yeah.
do two froms?
Yeah,
Lori?
then we could do
Didn't
that.
have any anyway.
That's fine.
Okay,
Good.
They're minor.
Okay, so we'll excuse the planning commission at this point. Yeah. All right. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
No, we want you guys to suffer through it with
We
us.
won't have to suffer through that.
It's only 1 week. It shouldn't be that much.
Yeah.
I don't have a whole lot either.
All right, well, thank you all for the break, that great workshop. Kim, let's, oh, actually, you don't need to do anything on this point. We are on to and from. So Supervisor Parlin, would you like to lead us off?
Guess what? My battery died on my computer, so I'm trying to get it on I type all my stuff up.
And you're the one that wanted to and fro's today.
Yeah, well, my
Yep.
computer battery.
Yeah, I hate
was
that.
Feeling the pain.
All right, Supervisor Turnbull?
Yeah, we had that Edwall meeting and stuff talking about forest management and watershed. One of the biggest topics and stuff and what we can do to implement it into our county, so which that was a good thing. And then, let's see, hang on, and then we had the plan supplemental and basically I met with Chief Johnson and about what's going on in El Dorado Hills, especially with the businesses and stuff and how they have to come in compliance, especially with the building codes and stuff, especially when it comes to fire and sprinkler systems and things like that. And then we had the El Dorado Hills Chamber. I stepped in for John. I had to do a couple presentations because he was out of town at that time about the new virtual golf that's in there where there used to be the Chili's was. It's upstairs, so it's fantastic.
I've heard that's great.
Yeah, it's great. And then also there was a person that's actually has a business starting cleaning garbage cans. So that was kind of a good thing. He's going around and helping residents. So met with them and handed out some presentations for that. And then let's see, I had SSPC chamber, but Lori took me out and bought me my steak dinner. She owed me for over a year before we headed down to that. And it was a pretty good conversation that we had up there at the chamber meeting, and especially when it's actually Cameron Park CSD and some of the things, but we won't go into any of that because some of the information they gave was false. And then, let's see. And that's pretty much it. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Lane?
Yeah, I would just like to bring to my colleagues' attention an item that the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency is grappling with that'll affect El Dorado County. And in fact, it's being suggested that it be implemented basin-wide, and various entities can opt out of portions of it if they don't feel it fits in their community. So that's just contentious in and of itself. But all of this is swirling around affordable housing, and especially deed restricted affordable housing near town centers or in zones that are already zoned multifamily. And what we did was we hired some consultants to say, you know, we have limited building left in Tahoe. We have 946 residential units of use, which is required to build a single family home, or in this case, affordable housing. It's a situation very unique to Tahoe.
It's units, right? Not parcels, correct? Units, you said.
Right, and there's one unit per parcel.
Oh.
So they're kind of interchangeable, but it's a different type of commodity.
Yeah.
So it gets even more complicated than that, but I won't bore you with all
Yeah.
that. But what I do want to bring to your attention is we started looking at, we know we need affordable housing. We know we have mandates from the state. Everyone does, to build more accessible, affordable housing, and yet nobody in Tahoe does it. Instead, we max out parcels and we build McMansions, and I mean McMansions, like 14 bedrooms, 7 bathrooms, indoor pools. You know, it certainly is never going to qualify as affordable. So these consultants looked at, well, what would make deed restricted affordable housing projects pencil? And in their analysis, they made determinations that if you eliminated parking, if you increased density, if you allowed them to have more coverage. So it's this whole package that TRPA is grappling with, and that you may hear from residents of El Dorado County with regards to, and it's in process. So it has not gone to the governing board yet. I don't think it will until December at the earliest, but it is moving along. And the important piece that I want all of you to understand, which sometimes gets lost in the conversation up in the basin, is it's deed restricted affordable housing. That's a very high bar, and that's very strict, and it would only apply to those. it doesn't apply across the board. So I just bring that to your attention. And also just reminder that I am joining with Mayor Cregan and the city of South Lake Tahoe Thursday evening for the United Against Hate rally. And you're all invited to that as well. If you want to come up and be snowed on. It's supposed to snow. Of course.
No.
Of course, of course, of course.
Right. Oh,
After
gosh.
all
that's
these
gonna be rough.
beautiful days.
Oh dear. Well, thank you so much. Thanks for the heads up. Supervisor Farland?
I'm gonna fake it. On last Wednesday, Vicki Sanders and I did have a follow-up meeting with Placer County, just trying to touch base more on options for getting that maintenance figured out, their options on the Placer County side of the Rubicon Trail. So we'll continue that. There's no board action here yet because we need to know what Placer County wants to do, but I just want to let you know we're still talking and the conversations are really going well. And then I did have, and maybe you guys have all been contacted about this, but HIP camp is a thing. And I know that at some point we're going to want to have policies and ordinances about it. So I feel like right now we have our hands full with other policies and ordinances. And so I did talk to the rep because one of the co-owners of the HIP camp was at RCRC and made a presentation. So she followed up with me and I just said, look, I will be happy to, listen and get information. I go, but we're not ready to take on another ordinance right now, but it's definitely something I know we're going to have to deal with. So just want you to know that they're really interested and honestly offered to help with, because they do work with so many other counties, helping us maybe with drafting an ordinance. So, hopefully it will be good help that we will want.
I think there's gonna be some regulation at the state level next year.
You were
around
correct.
Yeah,
So we'll
you're
have
right,
to
that's
figure that out. So just something to put on your,
heads up. Yeah.
it's there and it's good to know that they're interested and want to help us have what I would say an ordinance that meets the state standards and yet fits our county. That's always our challenge. So I appreciated that. And I really appreciate also the fact that she's respected the fact that I said, well, I'm not into this right now, but I know it's something I got to learn about. So that, and then yes, the Cameron Park CSD town hall meeting, there's some follow-up talk about that because quite honestly, I'm just going to say it. There was some misinformation about the county's role with the ambulance funding and stuff. And I just couldn't let that lay there as information from a public entity to the community. So there will be a follow-up press release, I believe, coming from Cameron Park CSD to correct that. And I do appreciate how responsive they're being to correct that.
I didn't want to talk about it, but all that.
Yeah,
Because I felt that it wasn't at this time.
It was rough. It was rough. And these are really hot topics and sensitive with the community. So I'm trying to navigate this thoughtfully. How's that? And then on Veterans Day, Saturday, I went to the breakfast. I was invited to go to this breakfast at the Diamond Springs Firemen's Memorial Hall. It was hosted by our El Dorado County Fire Safe Council. And I did not realize until I got there and started talking to people, the reason that the Fire Safe Council was doing it there is because our kitchen facilities here at our Veterans Memorial Building are still under repair. And so that was the actual breakfast that we normally have here at the hall. So I didn't realize that, but it was really neat. They had a quilt of valor presentation. And so it makes me want to take up quilting now when I am done with this job. I think I'm going to find a quilting group and join that and learn how to do that stuff. Because it was just the presentation of the quilts to the 3 recipients was just, it was amazing. It surely was. And just being there at that event and, sitting and talking with veterans over breakfast and stuff and hearing stories. My husband, Sam, was with me, made some really good connections. So, and then lastly, I just wanted to, again, thank facilities, Laura Schwartz, for working with us to get those green gel covers on. I know it was our first time participating. We had a nice green glow. I know Supervisor Turnbull and I were thinking we kind of want a green beam maybe next year, but it still had this nice glow. I got a nice photo and sent it into NACO to show that we participated. And then I had a conversation with Supervisor Lane perhaps talking to facilities, start that conversation early this coming year about having the green light extend up into Tahoe, to coordinate with your event up there. So, but I really think that's neat that we participated. I don't know how many years NACO's been sponsoring this, but it seems like it's growing nationwide. And so I was happy our county was a part of that.
Right. Excellent. Well, thank you. Last week, I know we talked about it during the board item, but Supervisor Parlin and I had the consultation with the state along with our law enforcement partners in the city of Placerville on the CR harm reduction. We talked about that already, but it was a very engaged discussion and really appreciated everyone's participation and appreciate the board's action today.
Yeah.
I've already talked about that joint SACOG regional meeting, so I don't need to go over that again about that funding opportunity. So hopefully we'll be able to plug into that and bear fruit for our county. I had the privilege of delivering the proclamation at the county's Veterans Day ceremony. It was beautiful as always.
And you did a great job.
Oh, thank you, Supervisor
And
Turnbull.
also Jim Goodspeed, which was a Veteran of the Year, is also a member of our little church, and he was acknowledged
Oh,
this last Sunday.
that was
so-
quite moving for
Yeah,
this.
it was.
He was amazing.
Yeah,
He was amazing.
Anyway, you did a great job.
Well, thank you, Supervisor. Appreciate it. And we certainly highlighted Operation Greenlight in a proclamation. So look forward to that growing and getting brighter. Yeah.
Beams.
Exactly. Yesterday had a stakeholders meeting with the Youth and Families Commission. Really want to thank Tiffany for joining us along with several of our staff. We had about 45 participants from across sectors and many Tahoe representatives were there. And I had the privilege of leading a table with many of the representatives from Barton Health. They were down. We certainly invited lots of Tahoe representation, and they were instrumental in their comments. So just wanted to let you know the robust participation from the basin, and really looking at how we possibly coordinate all of the services and resources for children and families to make sure that there is no wrong door for a child in need or a family to enter. And once they are in a part of a system, that there is strict coordination. Now, this is a long-term, this is a huge effort, but it is gaining momentum. And thanks to the county for supporting it as well as EDCO. Just thank you for your participation yesterday. Appreciate it. And just a highlight to the board, I will be gone the rest of the week. I'm leaving early tomorrow morning to go to Oregon to look at a Bridge Meadows project, which is a really innovative housing project that is combining senior housing as well as housing for foster families, and how you can bridge generations in a housing community that meets multiple needs. So there's a contingency of us going up there along with some staff members. So I will look forward to reporting on that. So, all right. So CAO.
Just briefly, Supervisor Parlin stole my thunder a little. So in the county offices. So this is, well, first we're dark the next 2 Tuesdays, which will be a nice break. And then county offices, including libraries, will be closed next Thursday and Friday. So the 23rd and the 24th for the Thanksgiving holiday. And that's all I had. I know.
That is
I know.
hard to believe, isn't it?
So-
Thanksgiving is upon us.
That's next week?
Start your holiday
Yes.
shopping.
Gosh. Okay.
Well, with that, thank you for the reminder. It's
Yeah.
hard to believe.
You have to go shopping
Yes.
and get food for the family that's coming.
So with that, just wish our community, and our staff, and my colleagues just a very happy Thanksgiving holiday. May it be a time of peace and joy, and look forward to seeing you all when we get back. So thank you for being with us today, and happy Thanksgiving. Thank you all.